Free brand is a component of many things. We have around 5,000 customers that choose the Freem overall. The successful of our brand is good work of the team. 2018, we have concentrated our activity on the next level. The attention that we have on the prints and embroidering that we do on our apparel, to be able to keep 100% production in Italy. This, I think, is a mix that creates the successful of the brand. My goal is never stop innovation.
Hello and welcome back to the EES 12 Hours of Daytona. It's been all action every step of the way then as we begin the final 6 hours of the event, with Sandro Callas leading Carlo Tamburini by 3 laps as all the boy transport LMP2 getting quite physical against Dave De Bruyn here in the Level 1 Esports number 28, who's running 3rd in class, albeit 3 laps down on Series Esports number 1. Nonetheless, a class podium in hypercar. Hypercars are a little bit like mayflies. They have a notoriously short lifespan in this championship. It tends to be they struggle to get to the end. In fact, we only had 2 getting to the finish last time at Istanbul, and that was just a 6-hour race. So double the distance here. We've still got 4 running, which is great to see. My name is Adrian Hunter, by the way, in case I didn't introduce myself at all during the first part of the stream. I think I might have just let someone else introduce me, but alongside me is Amir Haziq and Braden Hill, with Mariano Callo in broadcast direction, doing a dutifully fine job as ever then. So, behind our hypercars, Hyperion Esports have still got a pretty dominant lead in by 2 laps in LMP2 Pro, with Giuseppe Saracino holding on to second, the tune of 35 seconds. Looks like Riccardo Di Marchi's had to make another stop for Carloni Racing, and Zoltan Varconi's got the Go team back onto the class podium then. So Go team, this could be the beginning of a fight back here, using strategy and brains to climb back up the field against their opposition. LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Hyperion 46 that are still leading by just about 40 seconds, just under 40 seconds from Andrea Riccelli and Simfree number 47, with Mattia Bassoni another lap down on that group in the HD Sports Blue Bolt, after they had a big moment about an hour ago when Christian Pascal was on board that car. GT3 Pro, Giancarlo Rossi leading Samir Selic by 38 seconds, with Michael Francesconi 15 seconds down. Francesconi lapping in the 144.9s in a close fight with the Tomelli ERT, now driven by Nicola Pagani. So with that driver change, potentially Tomelli ERT may come out behind Pescara SRT, unless Francesconi is going to do a driver change at that squad as well. Final class, of course, Davide Ragni leading for MR Motorsports ahead of Lorenzo Maggiolo. That's the battle you're seeing on screen. Just a second to the good here. So Maggiolo has been little by little closing in upon Davide Ragni, and Ragni is going to have to respond here, because the Audi is coming, and the MR Motorsports Mercedes number 66, or is it the BMW they're driving, being caught. We're not seeing a whole lot of them in the race, so it's a bit hard for me to remember, but yeah, the 66 is having its lead in jeopardy at this moment. And these two fighting is good news for Robin Mulling, a lap down in the Rookie Monsters number 63. That's very, very keen, and it is a BMW. The MR Motorsports, I've just seen it disappear from frame there. So yeah, the BMW and the Audi, both notoriously quite quick in a straight line. So should be a close fight between the pair, with Robin Mulling in the Porsche, a lap down, looking to try and unlap himself. I think he's somewhere in the background there. Oh, so that's all 5 classes then. So guys, this is the point where I let you interrupt then. So this GT3 AM fight, we're not seeing a whole lot of it, but Carloni Racing 82 yet to take a win this season. And Maggiolo has been really upping his pace here, and Ragni is looking a little bit cagey here as the prototypes come through to lap the pair.
Yeah, and it's the battle of the German manufacturers, BMW against a Volkswagen product, that being the Audi R8 LMS GT3. We haven't seen much of that in some other sims, but nice to see it here in rFactor 2, a very beautiful GT3 car with a lovely V10 engine note out the back of it, and rapidly closing the gap between himself and David Ragni at the top of the field currently, but looking like there might not be much more time where that is the case.
And of course, Carloni Racing dominated last season, didn't they, Amir? Not had quite things their own way, but it was both teams last year, Carloni Racing Black and Red, that finished first and second in that GT3 AM Championship. But with the BOP, with other teams upping their game as well, it must be said, particularly Rookie Monsters and MR Motorsport, it's meant that this has been really the first point all season that we've seen them in a position to challenge for victory in the closing stages of one of our races this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a nice story as well. When you talked about earlier the underdog story of Grand Fact number 27, well, the Carloni guys, you might say, is right around the same ilk, where they've been through some trials and tribulations, especially in the first few seasons. But when they finally cracked it together in the end, it was kind of like, well, satisfaction for them and for some of their supporters, and seeing that they've finally done it and win the championship. Now is whether or not it's a matter of consolidation. And speaking of consolidation, there's Giancarlo Rossi trying to keep the lead in the race, but coming to the pits, he might just lose it, and it looks as though it might be a full service.
Yeah, and looks like Michael Francesconi will be interested to see if he has to come in now, and if he does, where he comes out relative to Nicola Pagani. But yeah, Francesconi could be the Pescara SRT are trying to stretch the field in that Mercedes, because I remember they were trying a different field strategy in Bahrain the first round of the season, and it all ended in a massive collision that lost them a lot of time. Looks like Samir Selik has got the Caspian Motorsport, the Turkish team, back out on track, about 59 a minute down on Francesconi, of course. Francesconi, I think, about to pass the pit lane any minute now. There goes, Santa Callas breezing by. Even in the pit lane, the hypercars look super quick compared to the GT3s. And there's a visual illustration. But yeah, it looks like Francesconi is going to take the lead then, unless this is a super quick getaway from Giancarlo Rossi. And in fact, Francesconi is in. So there we go. They couldn't get the field to go any further. You can just see the Mercedes in the background. And I believe Artur Sikula is getting on board that GR Simfras number 8 then. So it'll be interesting to see if he can match the exceptional pace that Michael Francesconi was showing. No, it's Sikula aboard this car, the number 8, isn't it? It's still Francesconi aboard the number 4. Sorry, I got completely mixed up. All the GT3 field just tends to blur into one after a couple of hours for me.
Yeah, and yet another battle of German manufacturers. Porsche there, leading the Mercedes into pit lane, and a driver change for our leaders in the number 8 car. Looking now at Semi Selik in the Caspian Motorsport Mercedes there, rocketing around the banking of Daytona, sparks flying out from the right rear of that car. You can see just how low they have that thing set up to the ground. And Amir, a question for you is kind of, who do you anticipate right now being in the best position to potentially upset with how close this GT3 battle is, at least in the context of 12 hours?
Well, in this particular race, I would say that the you're asking about the Pro class, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the GR Sim Thrust team is the most competitive looking of the lot, and they were setting some blistering lap times up in front. But make no mistake, with all the entire field being in the same lap even, it's too close to call. But if I were to put money on it, I would say that the GR Sim Thrust team are the strongest looking. Second team that's really caught my eye in terms of speed is actually the Pescara car, because the Pescara car, despite having different drivers on board at one point, the second fastest car on the lot, and then after that there is the Caspian car, because I would say that the championship results really don't reflect the fact that they've been quite spectacular, even if it's not getting them the points that they need. So that's probably the 3 cars that I will bank to be right there towards the end, but not discounting the rest of them because it is very close up in GT3 Pro.
Yep, the margins, as ever in this championship, tend to just be incredibly thin and narrow, and you want to be on the right side of them if you want to take victory. And just one little mistake, one little slip up can change things around, especially in a 12-hour race where there are so many more points up for grabs than in the usual 6 hours. So it's like, to recap, I believe it's 30 points for a win in class in a 6 or 4 hour race. And I believe it's doubled to 60 points in the 12-hour race, if I'm not mistaken, Amir.
12 to 24, yeah. But in this case, the maximum we've capped right now is 12 hours, this one. So really, the impetus for the drivers is to try. And in fact, we have a 24-hour at the end. So the Le Mans 24 hours is still on. But sometime around in June. So 12 to 24, that's the races that you really want to maximize all your scoring potential if you want to be in the running for the championship.
Yeah, and speaking of the LMP2 Pro Championship, we were talking a little bit about it earlier. It's always neck and neck, isn't it? The last season it proved to be the case between Go Team and Hyperion. Go Team moved up last season from being pretty dominant in the last 4 LMP2 Pro-Am races of Season 5. And then they moved up to the Pro Series and won it last season. But it did go down to the wire between them and Hyperion. They always seem to be trading wins. So, of course, Go Team winners at Bahrain the first round and winners last time at Istanbul. Hyperion, though, winners in Imola. And now it seems Hyperion are back on top again. So it always seems so difficult for one team to take to really take advantage over the other. It always seems one of them is miles out front and the other tends to find themselves mired in the pack and have to use strategy to get back up to the front, as has been the case for Go Team number 7 with Varconi. Now down in 10th overall and 5th in class, about 17 seconds down on Gazowski in the next of the Hyperions, although he's immediately behind Sandak in the LMP2 Pro-Am at the moment, Hyperion. So Hyperion using, as I implied earlier, all 3 cars to good effect here to slow down their main championship rivals. But speaking of slowing down, Ragni is falling into the clutches of Maggiolo, and the Italian is sensing blood in the water here. MR Motorsport to lead, hanging by a thread at the present moment.
Yeah, and on the topic of strategy, in order to finish first, you must first finish. And we've talked a little bit about the level of carnage that has gone on in the attrition level of this race. I was just looking at our DNFs. Our most recent DNF was in the LMP2 Pro-Am class, the Naha Racing white number 58 car. Antonella Lapadula was behind the wheel of that car at the time. Meanwhile, I'll actually hand this back off to you, Ed, to commentate this battle, and we can continue that talking point in a few moments' time.
Yep, so there we go. Looks like the Arms Sabra LMP2, the championship leaders in the Pro-Am class over Simframe number 47, but it's the 47, of course, that is ahead of them at the moment. So lots of work for Arms Sabra 42 with Pitiglio, and Alessandro Pitiglio trying to gain back those 2 laps of Maximilian Pinter. But meanwhile, Maggiolo has got his own fight to think about. Carloni Racing 82 trying to regain ground in the championship to Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 that we saw in that big crash earlier, and Rookie Monster 62 that have been massively hurt by the BOP and are a lap in arrears. But yeah, Maggiolo trying to get the toe from Ragni as they go down towards turn 1. And this is such a tricky one to break from because you come at it from such a high speed and you've got to get on the power as early as possible through that left-hander. Then there's the chicane following. And then we are well and truly in the infield.
Yeah, and it really seems that the Audi is able to rotate better through the center of the corner, the mid-engined configuration with that V10 as compared to the front-engined BMW V8 ahead. It seems that the BMW is kind of pushing a little bit. Grip hard to come by on those front tires as the track temperature pretty consistent, maybe gone up 1 or 2 degrees centigrade, but still just desperately trying to get some grip from that BMW. Meanwhile, it looks like by comparison that Audi is able to rotate significantly better.
onto the banking they go. You can see the Italian flag on the back of Davide Ragni's car, and the Racing for Matteo sticker, of course, the former team member who sadly passed away a couple of years ago, but still represented by the MR Motorsport squad. And of course, I think even ES did run a little tribute touring car race to Matteo, so that was great to see. But Ragni, having to sort of break early, and then he's starting to think defensively here to hold up Maggiolo then as they go through the Le Mans chicane and through the 12-13 banking and onto the front stretch. So again, Maggiolo looking that a little bit closer. There's the Cassandra Sim Racing GT3. You can see just in front of them that they're about to lap. Could this present an opportunity for Lorenzo Maggiolo to get that Carloni racing car up the inside of Ragni? Which way is Ragni going to go when they catch up to him? They're not quite close enough into the turn one, although he definitely thought about it there as Ragni goes very wide on exit, but gets back on the power just in time. And now Maggiolo is well and truly upon him. Is he going for the outside or the inside into the Rodriguez International Horseshoe? He's going to try and nip up the inside. There's the LMP2 just ahead, and it's going to be side by side then as they approach the dogleg.
Yeah, no difference between them. You can't even hardly tell the difference between the two cars at this point. They're just so close. A crossover move from the number 82, going to go to the inside of the second horseshoe. Not quite able to stay on the quarter panel of the BMW, but that battle continues to rage on and will continue to do so through the banking. It looks like the BMW maybe just has a slight edge around the banking of the Daytona International Speedway, but the cornering ability of that Audi is hard to match.
Yeah, certainly it looks really, really well set up, which is no surprise with Carloni Racing, of course, being the reigning champions. They still kept all their setups from last season as the Team Shiba car has to swerve to the outside to lap the three GT3s simultaneously. And now Ragni has got the tricky job of clearing the Cassandra Sim Racing car of Mada Andika through the Le Mans chicane. He's just starting to hold him up, and that will be distracting him, even if it's not directly blocking his throttle inputs here. But look at this, Maggiolo now menacingly getting the Audi to the outside, but they've got the sister Carloni LMP2 coming up. They've got to let him through as well. Goes the number 15, and now they can continue to fight independently then. And yeah, the Cassandra Sim Racing guys actually pulled away the BMW. That's how quick it is on the straight. Even the lapped car is starting to pull away from the both of them. But look on the brakes, really, really late from Maggiolo, and he barges into the side of Ragni, and he's made it through into the class lead. But I think Davide Ragni is not going to be impressed with that one in the slightest.
Yeah, quite a late lunge into turn one. A lot of speed carried by that Audi R8. And we're going to take a look at replay here. Looks like he even got those left side tires onto the grass as they headed into turn one. And yeah, you can just see a plume of smoke towards the inside there. And in fact, the BMW number 88 was almost like a pick for the Audi to get through. So Lorenzo going to take the lead there, maybe a little bit controversially. And it looks like Davide Ragni has been able to clear the lapped car now that had previously been giving it a bit of a tow and maybe a bit of an advantage on the straightaway, but the 82 could not be held back for any longer. The horse had to break free of its chains there, and now has opened up about a 1.4 second lead.
Yeah, Amir, it was opportunistic, but you sort of sense it was inspired from Maggiolo to use the Cassandra Sim Racing car to hold up Ragni, but the contact there with the late braking maneuver, it's part of the game when you risk it with those late braking maneuvers, but he was so lucky he just didn't end up taking both of them out there.
Well, they do say the game's the game, and if it's allowable, you would do so. But the thing is, and I would agree with Braden on this, that it is a bit controversial because Maggiolo really did try to sneak one on the inside dive and use the Cassandra car of Manadika as a sort of buffer to get through. But in the end, the contact between the two leaders might just be looked at on this, and there will probably be some repercussions coming for that Carloni car.
Yeah, we also got a little update from Simframe on what happened to the junior team, the number 99 in GT3 Pro. They had a minute of repairs gifted by uncooperative traffic, I think. This is the total repairs we've had so far is 110 seconds. So that is tough times for Riccardo Corazzari and the Simframe junior team of Alessandro Riccardiel. Now back in the race, about 8 seconds behind Luca Martino in the Armsobra 41. Of course, that's the one of our championship protagonists in the 41 in the GT3 Pro class, aren't they? So yeah, it's still all to play for between all of those teams, I think, even those that get held up and drop further down the pack. Yeah, Ricciardo's 8 seconds behind Martino. Martino's 7 seconds behind Pastore. Pastore's 10 seconds behind Pagani. And Pagani's about 5 seconds behind Michele D'Alessandro. And all of them are in that championship fight, of course. So, with Caspian 75 and GR Sim for us as well. So, it is still anyone's game at this phase. GT3 Pro has been so impressively evenly matched. And I think that's a sign that the BOP is working as intended in that particular class, as we see Masud Sandat get the Hyperion 46 into the pit lane.
Yeah, and in our GT3 AM class, the battle continues to be pretty close. MR Motorsport number 66, currently with Davide Ragni, is still keeping touch with Lorenzo Maggiolo. We saw that pass earlier, but that is going to be key over the next several stints, is trying to keep that gap close so that potentially when you get another driver into the car, you'll have an opportunity to switch things up, potentially try and overcut on strategy to try to get that position back after being rather muscled out of the way in turn 1 off the banking.
Yeah, and we think Ragni hit more recently than a Maggiolo, so it looks like Carlina Racing, if the field is anything to go by, might have to be first into the pits either way, depending on the fuel mileage of that Audi, of course. But that's going to remain to be seen. We could always see strategies change, especially if there's a code 80 at any point. It's been a long time since we've had one in this race, of course. The less cars in a race, generally, the less likely there is for a code 80 to be thrown. But that has been proven wrong in the past. Statistics don't mean that's going to back up what's actually going to play out. Nonetheless, that battle on GT3 AM seems to have concluded for the time being. So I think the next closest fight has got to be Riccardo Di Marchi and Giuseppe Saracino, with Saracino continuing to pull away to the tune of 5 seconds now. The 1:34.2 last lap out. He was a second faster than Di Marchi the previous lap around. So Saracino is getting the Team Shiba car into a very solid looking second position in class, and there's still that threat from Go Team that are a little bit off sequence in strategy. So Saracino's got to build the gap now that he's in that prime position to do so.
Yeah, and interesting of note, in our GT3 Pro category, the battle for that lead is actually starting to close up a little bit. Still about 32 seconds the gap, but last time we looked at it, it was much closer to 40 seconds. So the Caspian Motorsport number 75, with Semi Salek at the back at the wheel of that vehicle, is certainly starting to close the gap between himself and GR Synthrust ERT number 08 that has Artur Sikula at the wheel of that car. So that is continuing to be a battle we need to keep our eyes on at the top of the field. May not be quite as simple as giving the crown already to that number 8 Porsche. Caspian Motorsport may certainly still have something to say about that battle.
Yeah, and a reminder, that's Caspian Motorsport 9th in the championship, and Pescara SRT 6th in the championship. So that really shows that the BOP is starting to influence that battle a little bit, although, of course, taking nothing away from Caspian Motorsport, they are former runners-up in GT3 AM, of course, a couple of seasons ago. So they are, so there's certainly no slouches, the Turkish squad, and it's great to see them once more in the fight for the GT3 Pro class victory. It's been a while since it's felt like we said that. They've had a lot of bad luck earlier this season that's put them down the standings, but nonetheless, they haven't let it deter them. They fought back, and Semir Selek showing that pace that we always knew he had and using it to good effect. And Artur Sikula, before too long, might be looking a little bit concerned with the rearview mirrors as Thomas Grabelny once more makes it to pit lane.
Yeah, and I actually want to take this moment to pose a question to Amir from a driver's perspective at RF2. Can you tell me more about how the grip really varies as these cars start to put down rubber, as the temperature fluctuates, and as the sun peaked out for just a moment around the virtual Daytona International Speedway and it now has gone back to overcast? Tell me more about the driver's perspective on how these cars kind of ebb and flow in grip and in handling.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the brand new tires, let's say we put this hypothetical situation, you just come out of the pit lane, fresh set of boots, and you still have full treads. It feels great, but it doesn't have enough of the temperature just yet. But once you get inside the groove, and also maybe is influenced by setup, but once the tire temperatures get up to that peak peak temperature, you can actually just start pushing, and it feels great. But then after 4 laps, you start feel like the tires are not going to be having enough purchase on it. So you just have to drive within the limits of the car and how you can get away with driving it, hustling it on the track. Like we saw just now, look at that. Semir Celik really just threw in into turn number 1. That's probably because his tires are really up to temperature and it's grippy enough despite it wearing out that you can just throw it around. And also contributing to that factor is that it's a slightly cold day, and compared to when we started the race, that it was a little bit colder than before. It takes a certain temperature where it is not too cold but not too hot. It's just enough for the tires to be given
Like
a bit of life.
Goldilocks.
And of course sorry, go again.
I was saying it's like Goldilocks, not too hot, not too cold.
Oh yes, it is. It is definitely like Goldilocks, but it's a Goldilocks zone where it's leaning towards the colder side, and if the tire temperature you can generate tire temperature, it gets warm enough, and the track temperature is not too hot, you will get some blistering lap times. And in this case, we're actually seeing lap times comparable to almost qualifying times, just a bit slower by maybe a half a second or so. And we have much warmer temperatures. We might see it go by a second or even further than that, because warmer temperatures translate to slower lap times. So colder temperatures like this is what drivers really like. You can actually get away with more. You can push it a bit more, to say the least.
Yeah, you certainly can, but of course you've got to know where that limit is so you don't go beyond it. Quite concerned now, I just got a message from Larry Alpius from Ground Effect saying, oh, how many points are on offer for the win? I couldn't find it written down anywhere, and so I've had to tell him. He wants to know how many points are for second and third. I think don't worry about that, because I feel like if I tell him that, that's going to jinx it. So
Yeah, never give it away. Something I've actually just been noticing looking at the timing and scoring sheet is the straight line speed of the Porsches in our hypercar class. The fastest speeds clocked for each of those cars, first and second, are 337 and 335 kilometers an hour, respectively. But then if you look a little bit further down the order, both of the Ferraris, David Ruin and Thomas, that's Gravelny, you'll have to kind of forgive me for my American pronunciation of some of these names. Their top speeds are sub or just above 330 kilometers an hour. So it could be that the Porsche 963 is just particularly suited to the Daytona Speedway and utilizing that straight line speed over cornering grip that might be more easy to come by in the Ferrari or in the BMW. Among our top four, still competing, a pretty big, and a little bit of moment for Giuseppe Saracino, who has found himself off track and is quickly going to be under pressure from the fourth position car.
Yeah, he's lost it into the west, the second horseshoe. Presumably there was contact with another car there, but that's a big blow for Saracino because it's immediately allowed Riccardo Di Marchi back into second in class. Luckily, he has got going before Zoltan Varconi has shown up. So he's still on the class podium at the moment, but let's see a replay of what's become of him. So we see Varconi here having a moment of his own into turn one. I think that was all on his own while trying to lap the GT3's Simframe Aston Martin there. And then further down the road, there was a separate incident for Saracino that lost him a whole ton of time because he was nearly in the wall. It looked like he'd almost gone straight on there.
Yeah, very nearly a race-ending moment going into the wall there at the second horseshoe in the infield. Very dangerous there. You just come off of a very high-speed left-hand corner, and then you have to get that car straight and get on the brakes as quickly as possible. And in these LMP2 cars, the brakes can be very sensitive. It's very easy to lock up a wheel, especially when you have that left front unloaded as you head to the right-hand side. Try to muscle that car back to the right to try to get yourself set up for the final corner back onto the banking.
Yep, certainly. And Varconi will be kicking himself a little bit because he wouldn't have known that Saracino had that big moment in front of him and that there was been a prime opportunity to gain time there, and instead he'd lost just a little bit more than I think he would have hoped to gain there, and now has to deal with the Arms Sabre Aston Martin GT3 there into the first Rodriguez International horseshoe. But yeah, Saracino, they're having that huge moment. Obviously, a gift to Riccardo Di Marchi. We think Saracino was well clear of Di Marchi, so it wasn't like the two of them hit each other. So Saracino seemed to have I would suggest either some sort of moment where the wheel input failed and he just went straight on, or there was contact with one of the GT3s or other prototypes he was lapping or being lapped by, alternatively.
And
difficult to
gentlemen,
tell.
I have a breaking news bulletin. The sun is out on the virtual Daytona International Speedway. Tell me about that from a driver's perspective, Amir. How much or how little the weather can even impact a driver's mood and kind of depth perception as you are racing wheel to wheel with other drivers.
Well, for a circuit like Daytona, not so much because it's almost like a bit of a amphitheater, so to speak, because the grandstands themselves actually can help shield it if the sun is, say, from one side of the circuit, as you can see now, actually, is behind the driver's eye, so it's not much of a factor. And if it's during the sunset, it's actually behind the grandstand, so not much of a problem compared to when we were in Bahrain. That was a bit of a tricky one because when the sun is setting, it's literally right in your driver's eye, so you would miss an apex if the sun's glare is right in your perception and trying to actually pick a breaking point or an apex. So it actually varies from circuit to circuit, but for Daytona, it's not as intrusive, so it's a good thing. And for me personally, I prefer Daytona on other circuits because the sun's glare is actually not so bad as opposed to, as I said earlier on, like Bahrain. But for a mechanical perspective, a big difference. Now the lap times are gonna drop a bit. I think gonna raise a bit more because the temperature is gonna increase, and it will not be as fast as compared to when we were in overcast conditions or slightly cooler conditions.
Looks like Giuseppe Saracen has made it into the pits for repairs as well, as you say that, Amir. So that's going to drop him a little bit down the order behind Mateusz Gazowski into 5th in class. But of course, that unleashes Varconi now, who's got clear road ahead to challenge Dimarchi for 2nd on the podium. So again, that Go Team strategy of pitting out of sequence compared to everyone else is working at the moment. But as everyone else hits trouble, Go Team just putting in the laps, or as he has a lovely almost four-wheel drift through the chicane. So Varconi is certainly pushing. He's certainly not giving up on trying to catch up to Swiatkowski, but the more this race goes on, he is about 3 laps down on that next car, or I think he's about 2 laps down, isn't he, on the leader in class. So not quite the 3 laps that I made it sound like there, but yeah, Swiatkowski feeling a little bit out of reach at the moment, but full credit to Go Team. They've not given up on winning this class and today, and they've certainly not given up on this championship either by a long shot, given that they are still leading it at the present moment, and anything can happen in the next 5 hours 25 minutes, as everyone is incredibly wildly aware of.
And can I add on to the point of, well, if you're actually an inhabitant of the forums, actually we can pick out how many points there's over. Varconi locks up big time coming through the West Horseshoe. Apparently it's a 6-point difference. I don't know if anybody who's driving right now wants a spoiler alert, but it's 40 points per win and -6 behind it, so you get the idea. It's actually just 40 for the win, 34 for second, and 28 for third, so it's a average of about 12, and then -4 for 4th place, and then subsequent points are fluctuating either from a factor of 2 or 3. And if you finish within 90% of the class leaders' laps, you still get points for it. So as long as you complete at least 50%, then you're fine. But if you're under that, then no points. So that is just something for the drivers to think about if they heard what we just said.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think the drivers tend to not to think, oh, I need to do this percentage of the race to get points. They're more worried about the drivers immediately around them that they're fighting with, which is natural, the racing driver mentality, to not look at the race holistically. You're going to look at the race, your little section of the race, and trying to do the best job of it, because, of course, you're not the driver in the car the whole time. It's a team effort with often 2, 3, or 4 people sharing their car throughout a 12-hour event, maybe even 5 if you're feeling really generous and want to give the 5th guy a go, but or girl, it could be a girl. But anyway, as you see, oh, big spin, and Samir Selick does incredibly well to avoid. That's one of the hypercars. Is that Carlo Tamburini in more difficulties then in the sim through number 1, facing the wrong way at the second of our horseshoes? Facing almost into the barrier there, and Samir Selick had not a lot of time to react, went right to the outside there, and luckily he didn't lose too much time. He's still only about 30 seconds behind, but I believe Tamburini is still at that corner facing the wrong way and might have extricated himself from trouble now, as it was actually, I think it may have been Mersak in the Black Hawk coming to the trouble zone now. It's clear, so yeah, But that was quite a scary moment there. Hopefully we can get a replay of it. But yeah, Tamburini, just another moment in this race. As we see the replay of the Black Hawk of Mearsack trying to lap the Team Sheba number 13.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty clean pass here, but hopefully they're going to continue to have a clean race, Black Hawk Racing. They've not quite had the pace of some of their competitors, currently scored in the 5th position, but continuing to climb their way up and are certainly in contention for a podium spot if there's any sort of troubles for those ahead. But on the topic of the difficulties of Daytona, you can see just how quickly things can go wrong for SimFrame Esports number 1. That Porsche spending a few moments more than they would have hoped in the grass.
And that really shows you that they're having to take incredible risks to try and put pressure on ground effect, and it's ending up backfiring on them. So SimFrame are slowly but surely being played out of this race at the present moment. Callis and Alpius have got it all under control on lap 250 at the present moment, with it all ticking over nicely as we go back to Artus Sekula for the GR Simfrust team. They are still 30 seconds to the good. I think that spinning SimFrame hypercar certainly helped them, because it delayed Simir Selic's charge ever so slightly and has stopped them getting within about 30 seconds of them. So yeah, last lap 1:45.0 for Sekula, Selic 1:45.9. So I think a lot of that 0.9 was them taking evasive action there. But luckily, both still in the race, and plenty of time for them in which to do battle as Carloni Racing Black have reached the pit entry. That's Riccardo Di Marchi, I think, coming to the end of his stint here.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to be a full pit stop cycle, or it's just going to be, a full service stop, or is it just going to be a regular fuel and then driver swap? Looks as though it might just be for fuel only.
Yeah. Well, certainly with Saracino now, effectively, that Team Sheba are out of the picture with that moment that they had some laps ago. That means they're really only fighting Varconi and Goatee number 7, who I think have been lapping consistently quicker than them on the whole. So as much as Dimarchi and Carlini Racing have done a good job, this is sort of looking into, they might be settling in for a 3rd place here, but they've still got a pretty healthy gap to Gazowski, who they should get out just ahead of.
Yeah, you have to still take into consideration just how many variables there are still with 5 hours and 20 minutes and a half now remaining. There's still so many things that could happen, so you certainly don't want to just resign yourself to stay in whatever position you are. Riccardo Di Marchi, I'm sure, going to continue to put his best foot forward as we see a big off-track moment. This is Arco Hollistel. Excuse me for being an American for a second there, as we get a replay of that moment there.
So Hollistel in the fuel savers, the bright green car. Of course, I did get it mixed up with Naha Racing Italia and their car that's also green that ran out of fuel, but the fuel savers car seems to have, while being lapped by the Goatee number 7, just went a little bit too wide and found itself on the green grass of Homegrown. Went straight on into the barrier. Very similar to the Saracino incident, funnily enough, actually.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping not to have damaged those dive planes on the left front of the LMP2.
Nose looks a bit buckled. The nose with the
nose does look a little bit buckled.
So
we'll have to see. We'll have to see if there's any different damage, any amount of damage there, other than just what is cosmetically seen on the front of the car. Hopefully, no suspension damage. You can see sparks flying out the back of that LMP2, but certainly not outside of the norm for that purple and green fuel savers car. They're going to be hoping that they didn't do any damage. They do forego any opportunity to go through the pit lane this time around, and it's going to kind of get more of a feel for how the car is doing. It looks like they've dodged a bullet in the number 23.
Yeah, and even though they are last in class by about 3 laps in LP2 Pro-Am, because, of course, it's a 12-hour race, there's double the amount of points on offer. So even though you can say, oh, well, they're 11th in the standings, and it's not going to mean that much how well they do in the race or not. But if they get to the end, there's a big amount of points up for grabs. So that's the trade-off in these longer races. Of course, it's a slog sometimes, especially when you're near the back. Just to keep turning out the laps, trying to stay out of everyone's way, especially if you're in the GT3 classes, even more so. But there's a big reward at the end of it, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, so to speak. And you've got to just keep plugging away until you run out of rainbow, essentially.
Yeah. Well, everyone now feels like they want to be a leprechaun.
Yes, it's gone a bit St. Patrick's Day, isn't it? In my commentary, you can tell I'm getting to the end of my shift. I think I've got about 6 minutes until dinner, by my counting, so I might be heading off relatively soon and leaving you. I believe Ryan, who was originally going to do the next 3 hours with Alex Ultimate, that schedule's had to be changed so that Ryan's not commentating on his own. It might be me, Ryan, and Braden doing the last 2 hours, but certainly me and Braden will be doing the last 2 hours of the race, but we'll be going on a commentary break because we simply can't get anyone to do the next 3 hours. So everyone is a Formula E fan and watching that race during that period and having dinner, of course. So in the UK and Europe anyway. But but anyway, we've done our best to get as much commentary in as we can. Sadly, you might have to use the timing screen and your imagination for what the broadcast misses, I think. For the admittedly, we've been stimulating the imagination for the bits the broadcasters missed because you can't cover everything in an endurance race with 36 cars running. But we've done our best, as it looks like the race leader is into the pits for another stop on lap 254. I think Grand Effect are looking good to reach 300 laps by the end of this. We've still got another 5 hours left to go. But from a purely mathematical standpoint, that would be satisfying for them. As well as obviously being 3 laps in the lead.
And without any code 80s or calamities that happen to anybody, to the overall race leader, we might hit about at least 700 laps, or according to Ricardo, we will get at least 680 plus laps on the board.
Oh, that was dangerously close to jinxing it, and so much, even a fort can derail Grand Effect so far this season. Even a stray fort, so don't even think about it. It comes out of the pits. Let's hope it's a cleaner exit back into the race. Sander Callis not looking particularly concerned at all as he gets back to business. You see yellow in the third sector, which has nothing to do with Grand Effect whatsoever, much to the relief of the Chilean squad. But there we go. This is concerning times because the more well things are going, the more horrible the prospect of things going wrong will seem. And that's the case for any team. Yeah, it's the endurance paradox, isn't it?
And you'll have to imagine that they'll be in their team chat saying, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, telling us to stop talking about them, and hoping that we don't give them the commentator's curse as they make it back onto the high banks of Daytona for one more lap, and hopefully many more to come for their Chilean team.
Yeah, I think Sander Callis, immediately after things went wrong in Istanbul, he said, this is becoming a meme. So let's hope the memes don't all come true as we see Pescara Sim Racing team, Michele D'Alessandro in the pits once more and exiting. He's going to come out in 4th position. So they were sort of pitting on the same lap as everyone else. Now they're pitting a lap behind, and that has handed the lead very much back to Artur Sekula, who's 31 seconds ahead of Samir Selek. So Sekula, we've not talked about him much, but GR Simforest ERT have been doing a really, really consistent job here.
Yeah, and Nicola Pastor here in the Team Shiba number 13, the orange McLaren, very much on theme with the McLaren team outfit in real life, is currently making its way through the infield, going to try to compete here for some positions. I believe this is one of our closest battles on track between multiple cars. So yeah, it looks like Nicola about 1.1 seconds behind Mitchell DeSandrio. Wow, I'm having a hard time with that one.
Michele D'Alessandro, yes.
Michele D'Alessandro, yep, that's it, is going to continue to try to hold off that attempt at the Pescara SRT number 04, but don't look now, another 6.3 seconds back. Luca Martino in the ARMS Zebra number 41 is going to continue to try to reel those guys in. So as traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, that could be very easily a 3-car battle for what is, I believe, 4th position, 4th, 5th, and 6th respectively in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, I used to call them ARMS Subaru, and I think we now just call them ARM Subaru because this is easier to say. It's a bit of a V-carb kind of situation. But yeah, certainly these Nicky Pastor and the MR Motorsport driver in front of him will be hoping for a farewell to ARM Subaru at this phase, but that's certainly not guaranteed, as I end my terrible pun there. But yes, anyway, a little bit wide from the MR Motorsport in front of them as it's being lapped, of course, from the other class. And now they're being lapped by the Sweet Forces, Nicky Pastor, as he tries desperately to gain time on the fourth place car in front of him of Michele D'Alessandro. D'Alessandro, of course, coming out of the pits, more fuel, of course, at this phase, but he's got the fresher tyres, so it's a little bit difficult for Nicky Pastor to make too much impact, especially given that all the hypercars seem to congregate on the same part of the track here to thwart his progress.
Yeah, and just there you saw our overall leader lapping there. So McLaren being both overtaken by a Porsche there in the infield, and very sensible driving from SimFrame eSports #1 car, our leader. Going to try to make sure that they don't make any bad luck for themselves.
Yep, and I think as it's just gone 7 o'clock, I'm probably going to be called down for dinner any minute now, so I don't know exactly when, but I guess I'll just keep talking until that happens. But but it is basically the end of my stint. So with 5 hours 12 minutes left to go, let's recap the state of play at present. Then, so Sander Callis leads Carlo Tamburini in the Symphony Sports #1 by 2 laps, not the full 3, because I think Tamburini still owes us another pit stop, with Dave De Bruyn and Thomas Grobelny 5 and 7 laps down, 8 laps down now on the leader respectively. It's like Callas has lapped Grobelny. So yeah, the progress of the Ground Effect Sim Racing team number 27, just electric at the moment, which is fantastic to see. With they're not taking absolutely anything for granted, and after the season they've had, you can't really blame them. But the lead in the championship, of course, is very much on tenterhooks here in Hypercar. Meanwhile, LMP2 Pro Patrick Sukowski, third in the overall order, leading in his class for Hyperion number 44. They've looked serene, haven't they? Controlling this race comfortably after doing a superb job leading Riccardo Di Marchi by 2 laps. Then it's Matis Gazowski, the sister squad in Hyperion, in third at the moment with Go Team, having made another pit stop a lap down on their competition, in fourth in class. LMP2 Pro-Am is led by Massey Sandak in the Hyperion 46, a lap ahead of Andrea Riccelli. So Hyperion 46 have quietly taken control of LMP2 Pro-Am from Simfrey number 47, that looked in a strong position early on, but being out of sequence in the pit stops has played against them at this phase, and as means they are sort of 53 seconds ahead of Matteo Passoni in the Blue Bolt, HE Esports Blue Bolt, of course. Artis Secula leads GT3 Pro by 32 seconds, with Nicola Pagani 24 seconds in arrears. And then it's Lorenzo Maggiolo leading GT3 AM for Carloni Racing 82, having taken a lead from Davide Ragni so forcefully, but Ragni still less than... he's actually had a really bad lap. He was about 2 seconds behind, now he's 6 seconds behind. So clearly some traffic holding up Davide Ragni there, with Robin Mulling 2 laps down on the pair of them. So yeah, Rookie Monsters looking played out in a lead fight. Looks like Robin Mulling is going to have to defend third from Bruno Reinho, the Grow Racing Team Mercedes 289. Still looking pretty quick at the present moment. So that's the top 3 in all 5 of our classes. Given that we reached 7 o'clock, Amir has been commentating for about 5 or 6 hours at this point, and Braden and I are going to come back for the final 2. Shall we sign off and have our 3-hour commentary break at this phase? Would that be a good idea for you two?
I'm certainly on board with that. I was just looking and seeing that Ryan said he might be a couple of minutes late, so we might want to wait and see what his plans are. But if we want to give him a little extra time.
At the moment, Ryan's looking like he might be on his own, unless you want to stay a bit longer, Braden. But
I'll stay for a few minutes and just transfer things over there. But on that note, big thank you to Amir Z for being with us for the last 2 hours and for the last several hours prior to us even being here. So very well done, Amir, and big thank you for your contributions to the broadcast today.
Yeah, pleasure. Thanks as well for coming in on board. Couldn't have asked for better co-commentators to just guide through the action.
Thanks, Amir. Well, we appreciate it, and we'll see you at the next round, which I believe is... it's not Sebring, is it?
No, in fact, it will be Interlagos.
into Lagos. So another great track, one that you and me are going to become very familiar with tomorrow, Braden. So in Le Mans Ultimate. So yeah, happy hunting ground in both championships. Let's hope. But anyway, well done, Amir, and happy birthday before we forget.
Yeah, cheers guys. Thanks again. Tanti auguri. And grazie mille.
All the languages covered then: Italian, English, and I think Indonesian.
No. It was all Italian.
Oh, it's all Italian. Okay, right.
English was.
There we go. That shows you how much Italian I did at school. But anyway, nearly at the 5 hours remaining mark, and closest battle on track, not for class position but for overall position in the race, is Maciej Sandak, about 5/10 ahead of Zoltan Varconi, and that's been really the move from Hyperion, isn't it, to play Sandak leading his class comfortably as a sort of roadblock for Zoltan Varconi. And you can almost, we've not seen much of it on stream, but I can really feel Zoltan Varconi's frustration with this race. The way that Go Team are just not really in that leading position that they'd hoped to be. They're just sort of constantly on the back foot after every pit stop, and it's given them a bit of a mountain to climb in the LMP2 Pro class.
Yeah, and as for our leader, Patrick Swachkowski has been really uncontested for quite a bit now. 12 seconds behind David Bruin, who's taken the third position overall. So finally, it is Hypercar 1, 2, 3 back on the top of the charts in the left-hand corner of your screen. You can see each of our 5 categories. So we're riding on board right now with Sandar Kalas in the ground effects sim racing team Porsche 963, about to go back onto the banking for another time around the Daytona International Circuit. Continuing to be a race of attrition, as Daytona tends to be. You get lulled into a sense of security going around the high banks and end up sometimes in a mess you've made yourself, and sometimes in a mess someone else has very kindly made for you, or very not kindly made for you, depending on exactly how you look at it, as we see some lapping of LMP2 traffic on board with our leader.
Yeah, and I've just got some information from the chat. Michele DeSandro, he wasn't doing a pit stop when we saw him earlier. It was actually a drive-through penalty for cutting the track at certain points. So that has put the Fitzcar SRT car into 4th in class. And I believe we're now joined by Mr. Ryan Ferris. He's decided to pop in. Hey, Ryan. Welcome to Daytona 12 hours. I hope the fact that you're coming in means I can now leave and eat some dinner now, rather than leaving Braden or you on your own for the next half hour.
Yep, hopefully off for some din-dins for a couple of hours for you, it is.
Yeah, I think so, and the Formula E race, I believe, in Mexico City. That's it. Yeah, sorry, game away. This is Daytona, and that's Mexico City. There we go. So just getting them not mixed up with one another. But anyway, I think I'm just about ready to sign off and hand over to you, Ron. But yeah, thank you very much for coming. Thank you to Braden as well for joining me. And I guess I'll see you guys for the final 2 hours. Right, if it gets too much for these 3 hours, if your Braden has to leave, it's totally okay to have a break in commentary. Just let Mariano know in the chat.
Cool. And thanks very much for that, Ed. And wow, coming in with just over 5 hours left to go on this 12 hours of Daytona. Seeing pit stops going on, and that's the 5th place Black Hawk Racing in at the moment.
Yeah, Andrei Marekik has been pretty consistently in the 5th position in LMP2 Pro. Not able to really make any positions up at the time, other than at this time, other than moments of attrition. As we take a look now at our Team Shiba number 67 McLaren, Gianluca Gabbiani is currently behind the wheel of that car going around the banking. We see a lot of McLarens actually out on track. The Team Shiba crew seems to be rather partial to that 720S GT3, as we see a momentary yellow flag in Sector 3. But as we welcome you kind of into the broadcast, Ryan, and kind of try to bring you up to speed, is there anything you've noticed in hopefully what you've seen so far of the race?
Frustratingly, I haven't seen too much of the race, as I've been at work for most of the day. So it's kind of like been coming in with a tiny bit of info, but pretty much near enough blind almost.
Well, it's been typical Daytona. You see lots of lapping, lots of moments where faster and slower traffic come together at just the wrong moment. We've seen some 3 wide, almost 4 wide moments between these sports cars and the hypercars at the top of the order. But we've seen the highs and lows of Daytona already make face here with still 5 hours and now just passing 3 minutes left in the race, as we see pass not for position, but another lap down goes the Team Shiba car to the LMP2, which has just gone past. So currently scored in 7th is Gianluca, who is going to certainly be wanting to make up positions as time goes on here. We've discussed pit strategy, we've discussed attrition. What do you think are going to be kind of our talking points as we continue to wind down the last 5 hours of this race?
Yeah, I think one thing maybe come into play could be a bit of driver fatigue towards the end of the race. 12 hours is, although it's half of the main event, 12 hours is still a pretty long race, and so depending on how many drivers have got in the car, there's going to be a fair few hours behind the wheel, as we see another yellow coming up briefly in Sector 1. Yeah, but generally the driver fatigue, and also as you've already mentioned, the infield section of that track is fairly narrow and does call for some very close and sometimes too close moments between the faster runners.
Yeah, and we're moving now into another one of those phases of the race at Daytona that happens, whether it's 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours around Daytona, where people start to get spread out. You see differing pit strategies kind of string our field out, and these are moments where it's very easy to make a mistake. As we see, even just as I mentioned, that one of our LMP2s goes wide to the right-hand side. I believe that's one of the Hyperion LMP2s, so another LMP2 going to go past on the inside there. Not exactly sure who that is. Has gone past. That's number 40, I believe, who's just made that pass. So a little bit of battling between the LMP2s, and just goes to show that, especially when things string out here, it can be very easy to make a mistake. Unforced errors are certainly the bane of a driver's existence around Daytona.
Yeah, and we're also seeing a variety of different tyre compounds in use at the moment. I think we're seeing all 3 compounds being used across the board according to the timing sheet. So obviously differences in strategy.
Yeah, we've seen not only differences in strategy with the selection of tire compounds, but also just with utilizing the overcut, no tire warmers, and rather cold track, at least in the grand scheme of things, though the sunlight has led to some more track heat. We went from nearly 24 centigrade to now up to 27 track, 15 ambient at Daytona, so a rather cold day for Florida and Daytona Beach. But despite that, these drivers are still going to continue to want more and more grip. It doesn't matter how cold or how hot it is. They will always be looking for more grip out of the tires. So the overcut going to be particularly powerful. Keep trying to utilize more time with low fuel in the car. Try to lap as much as possible. And also time lost on the outlap with cold tires, cold rubber on the bottom of these sports cars.
Indeed, and obviously, well, these drivers becoming very used to this circuit by now, at being past the halfway point by over an hour. But this is one of those circuits that, although very simple, can easily catch you out, as we're seeing a penalty flash up on the board for one of the GT3 AM teams. But yeah, it's very easy to get caught out. I find it a bit of a Marmite track myself. There's sections of the circuit that I like to drive, but at the same time, the most frustrating part of the track for me is the bus stop chicane. It's sort of a very one line to take, and if you deviate from that line, that's going to affect your drive out of it, and it's going to affect your drive all the way to turn 1, as we see a spin for Vince in the Boyd Transport from 4th place.
Yes, that was somebody we had just seen make a pass there. Jansen Vince going to try to get that car back on track. As we see rapidly some traffic rushing by. We get to see a replay here. It looks like maybe just a spin all by himself into turn 1. Looks like maybe a lockup of the left front, and oh wow, that was very sudden. Perhaps some sort of an equipment failure or something there where the car just whipped around. I thought it might have been a lockup initially, but it looks like just a very, very sudden and rather confusing moment there. Very nearly some contact with our GT3 Pro leader. The number 8 Porsche was coming through at just that moment. So that was a very close moment. Hopefully he was wearing brown pants at that very moment in time, but thankfully no worse for wear for any of those cars. Maybe just a little bit of contact with the inside wall for the BYD construction car.
Yeah, and it's very, like you said, very strange moment there. It was pretty much corner exit that. So when he would have been applying the power on the way out, it was almost like the car was on completely cold tires and just lit itself up. But very, very strange.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments in sim racing that sometimes you have to wonder if it could be some sort of a glitch or something that's happened, but almost a simulation of mechanical failures that can happen in real world racing. But as we continue to ride on board now with Karol Wozniak in the Hyperion of eSports number 46, this is our LMP2 Pro Am second place runner, getting passed on the right hand side by one of our hypercars. It looks like that actually looks like our that I think is Simframe Esports. The second place runner in hypercar, second place runner overall, just trying to cut and scythe its way through the traffic as this battle is actually for the lead right now in LMP2. Yeah, so I've just actually noticed that. This is for the lead in LMP2 Pro Am. Hyperion trying to put some pressure on Simframe Esports, going to go to the right-hand side around the banking. The number 47 going to try to defend the left-hand side, and as you mentioned, going to the bus stop, only really one way to go through there is there's a hypercar Ferrari now on the left-hand side. That's Level 1 Esports trying to scythe its way through, and in the meantime, one of our GT3s, it's a Aston Martin that's almost in the way there, and it looks like he's going to be able to go to the inside. Karol Wozniak going to have the advantage. Not quite, just gets the door closed on him. He's going to have to try to make a move into turn 1 by getting the draft off the back of the Simframe Esports number 47, but not at least out of the bus stop is he going to be able to make that move into turn 1. Kind of just slides out of line a small bit, not going to utilize the full extent of that draft coming off of the LMP2 car ahead, but he's going to look to the inside, and now we also have the number 82. That's one of our GT3 AM cars that's in the way on the inside. Almost going to feel like he's parked there, the number 62 Porsche. In front of this battle for LMP2 Pro Am. They're going to continue to go into the International Horseshoe, and nothing between them at the moment, between the two leaders.
Yeah, that was very stressful stuff for Ricciardi in first place, having to deal with the lap traffic, as it seemed nothing wanted to give way towards him, so he's having to soak up all the pressure from Wozniak, and Wozniak's got a little bit of run, but he's going to be on the outside as they come out on towards the banking, and they're still side by side, bit of wheel banging going on. Wozniak's got the inside though, he's got the cutback, and he's going through into the lead.
And that's into the lead for Hyperion Esports, going to make the move. Andrea just not able to hold off the pressure, so that is going to be a pass for position, but he's going to try to make another move to the inside here. This is going to be dangerous if they try to go through the bus stop side. Who is going to have to yield here? The inside line, and that's going to be another pass back for the lead. The 47 takes it back, so Andrea Ricciardi not willing to give up that position, and actually opens up quite a gap by compromising the line going into the bus stop chicanes. We have a replay here of that crossback between our 46 and 47 numbered LMP2s. What a crossback there by Karol Wozniak, able to make that move, but going to have to make another attempt at it if they want to keep it next time.
Yeah, and as you can see, Ricciardi managing to get that slipstream back on Wozniak as they come down to the bus stop chicane, and really hampered Wozniak. So Wozniak losing the drive, and we cut back to live to see they're all back together again, and Wozniak's going to try around the outside in the International Horseshoe. They're going around one of the GT3 back markers. Wozniak even touches the grass, so Ricciardi still holds on to that first place position.
And through the West Horseshoe now, still nothing between them. Maybe a car length, half a car length. Is a great run out of the corner by the Hyperion. LMP2 is going to have the inside line. Will he be able to do anything with it? Getting back onto the banking, there's a GT3 ahead that they're going to have to overtake. A Porsche number 63 this time that they are passing. I think that actually is one of the cars that they've passed already, but I think this time Karol Wozniak is going to have enough of a gap, maybe 2-3 car lengths between himself and Andrea behind to hopefully hold position through the bus stop chicane, and that may just be enough to get and keep the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yeah, and Wozniak scuttling a little bit across the bus stop as we look back to that. Well, you'd have thought, seeing as the move was done last time round, that Raikkonen would have been a little bit wiser to it, but Wozniak managing to play the same card again and taking the lead, and this time seeming to hold on to it.
Sorry, I had to unmute my microphone there. Maybe a little bit of a better setup there or better grip right now for the number 46 out at the lead. Looks like just able to wrap the corners a little bit better. Late apex there through the International Horseshoe. Not able to hold on quite as well to the inside line is Andrea Raikkonen. The Simframe eSports car seeming to struggle a little bit on grip, differing pit strategies between the two cars. So they are going to continue to try to do battle while also keeping the eyes on the prize for what is going to be up for grabs in 4 hours and 51 minutes time.
Yeah, as we look to the battle for, I believe this is third position. Is this the third place battle in GT3M? That's starting to heat up. Let me just check. So we're just looking at the Virtual Driving Alliance car in fourth place, and he is just a second behind Daniel Scott in the Team Rookie Monsters. So that's the Porsche you can see just up the road. So this is starting to become a bit tasty for third place in class.
Yeah, and we saw an incident earlier. I don't know if it was the 115, but it was one of the Virtual Drivers Alliance cars that had a rather large incident with one of our LMP2s coming into the chicane just after turn one of the infield. And so going to be certainly at the forefront of their minds to try to drive smart and make it to the end of this race. If you want to finish first, you must first finish. As you see the tow pulling him rapidly to the back of that Porsche number 63 ahead, which we saw getting lapped by the LMP2 lead battle before. And as we speak of the leaders, our overall leader, the Ground Effect ST number 27, is actually going to overtake that battle. We take a look now at the continuation of our LMP2 battle we were mentioning before. So 2 battles for position in GT3 Pro, GT3 AMP, that is, in between the Virtual Drivers Alliance and the Team Rookie Monsters battle. And it looks like we've actually had a pass for position there. So Virtual Drivers Alliance now slumps into the third position while we weren't looking. And that's a pass for position in GT3 AM as we're riding on board with Simframe eSports LMP2.
Yeah, and I think for a moment then they were hoping, as we see one of the other cars, so this is Daniel Scott now demoted to that fourth position as we spoke about, as a couple of the LMP2s scythe their way through. So seem to be struggling a little bit on pace there. I don't know if they're carrying any forms of damage at all, because that can some of the ground effect damage that could be caused during the race can slow the cars down. But
yeah, I don't think they're carrying damage, but rather ballast. Their teammates in the number 62, who've had quite a bit of success early on in the championship, have brought upon them a BOP of 30 kilograms, which, according to some of those in the YouTube chat, has led to some difficulties with keeping the tires underneath that car, difficulty keeping rubber attached to the tire, and has severely hurt the pace of the number 62 and 63 cars.
Yeah, and that would explain why the Ferrari had that much more straight line speed in comparison to the Porsche. 30 kilograms of ballast is a fair amount. That's like carrying a bag and a bit of cement round in the back of the car.
Yeah, and that's certainly going to make it harder to get that Porsche to cooperate and turn into corners. Well, that rear-engined vehicle already can be quite twitchy depending on how it's set up. So that extra ballast is going to certainly change the performance characteristics of that car. You see the rear end almost sliding out a little bit on the 63 there and having a very hard time making the apex in the International Horseshoe. We'll see how well they're able to do in the West Horseshoe. Fares pretty well for the high speed sections. The downforce off of that rear wing able to stick that car to the ground. It seems like the slow speed corners especially are where the Porsches are having their biggest struggle.
Yeah, and in the meantime, as we were looking earlier, Wozniak has managed to pull 3 seconds out on Ricciardi for that from in second position for the LMP2 Pro class. So obviously got a bit of pace underneath him, and you know everything starting to spread out now. There's not too many small gaps across the field. I think one of the smallest gaps is actually in the GT3 Pro class between the Simfree car and the ARMS Cyber 41 car. That's down to a second actually, apparently, according to the time screens.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a bit of attrition in this race, just running through our DNFs so far. Antonello Lapadula in the Naha Racing white number 58 was our most recent DNF and didn't quite make it to pit lane, ran out of fuel coming out of the bus stop chicane and wasn't able to make it back around and ends up in the garage and out of the race. Sunset Motorsport number 83 in LMP2 Pro. Series ISTAGRAM was behind the wheel of that car when it unfortunately met its demise. Virtual Race Drivers Alliance number 74, another of our Ferraris, Luca Bonatti, the Italian driver in GT3 Pro, unfortunately was not able to drive that car away. Flying Goat number 95 in LMP2 Pro-Am, another of our LMP2 Pro-Am cars who have run into issues. They are currently scored in the 40th position overall. Then the last running, actually second to last running of our hypercars, it's Project 91 Racing team. That was Sachin Sobers, who was behind the wheel at the time of its demise. Another Naha Racing car. This is Naha Racing Italia number 33, LMP2 Pro-Am. Giacomo Lapadula was behind the wheel there. So I would assume some relation between Antonello and Giacomo, sharing the name Lapadula. And both of those drivers, unfortunately, out of the race. Then the last running of our hypercars, or last scored of our hypercars, that was the Team Iris number 77 that ran into issues rather early on in the race. Then our GT3 AM, we have 2 drivers out, Simframe Esports Pink number 17, as well as Boyd Transport Racing, some teammate to the LMP2 car that we saw have a little bit of issue a few moments ago. And then our last scored number 46 place LMP2 Pro-Am, that is the CR Prototype Red number 288 car. That was Margolotti Rosini who was behind the wheel of that car at the time when they met an untimely demise. And we ride on board now with one of our closer battles in the GT3 Pro class. This is riding on board with Alessandro Ricciardiel, who is in the Aston Martin, trying to chase down a fellow Aston Martin. As you can see, some faster traffic just scything through, trying to lose as little time as possible heading into the West Horseshoe.
And yes, I was just looking through. Obviously, I don't know if I can't remember if you mentioned it, but like you said, in the DNF cars, you had the Team Iris 77 currently leading the championship, but not by too much. So this is going to be quite a big blow for them, and potentially of losing that championship lead should the Grand Effects team continue to win this race without any issue.
Yeah, and we've seen some similar challenges for Ground Effect earlier in the season, a lot of issues that they've run into throughout the course of the season thus far. So certainly going to be a feel-good story if they're able to finish this one out, but certainly not going to feel good for Team Iris, who is going to want to hold on to that lead by a death grip as much as possible, as we see 2 Aston Martins now fighting for position 6th and 7th in the GT3 Pro category. That battle continues to get closer and closer as we watch it. 0.4 seconds roughly, the gap between Simframe Esports and Sirba, the number 41 car, trying to hold off The other Aston Martin goes a little bit wide there in turn 1, going to have to defend into the first horseshoe. Going to try to cross over to the right-hand side. Which direction is he going to go? The red Aston Martin going to try to make a move, but not able to do so in this corner at least. But that battle is rapidly getting closer. The number 99 is putting pressure on rapidly.
Yeah, and obviously Fabro making a slight error going into turn 1. Although ideally by going wide, you do open yourself up to having a slightly better drive into the next corner. So that kind of saves his bacon slightly as one of the Porsches comes round the outside to put another lap on them, but this time back onto the banking, and it's going to be the Sim3 eSport car right in the slipstream as they come down to the horseshoe, sorry, not the horseshoe, the bus stop. Can't see much happening going into the bus stop, so I think it's going to turn 1 once again. Yeah, he had a little look there, but I think that was more just to try and put Fabro off there, but he hasn't succumbed to such pressure yet as they come round the banking once again.
Yeah, and another GT3 not too far ahead. I believe that's one of the BMWs up ahead, the yellow and black cars. It looks like he's going to go to the outside here, gets enough of a slipstream to get side by side, just about wheel to wheel now, and in fact, a little bit of advantage this time. This lap will go to Alessandro Ricciardi, who will have the lead, and it looks like the ARMS Aston Martin will actually surrender the position, or at least quite ascend into the corner by our Sim3 eSports entry, and that move is done and dusted. That's going to be change for position, put the 99 in 6th and the 41 in 7th for those following along on your note sheets. Go ahead and swap those two cars in the GT3 Pro category.
Yeah, going side by side into turn 1 is not the most pleasant of experiences, with especially the changeover from going off the banking onto the flat infield, as it can upset the car, and so the last thing you want is to be the driver on the inside to drop it and take the pair of them out. So fairly sensible driving from Fabro there.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and take this opportunity to kind of outro myself. I'll be back for the last 2 hours of racing, but a big thank you to you, Ryan, for soldiering on, and certainly feel free to take a break if you have to and let Mariano know. But I'm going to go ahead and have my own bit of rest and recuperation along with Ed, and we will be back with you for the final 2 hours of racing here around Daytona.
Thanks very much. And on we still go with 4 hours and 40 minutes to go. We're looking here at the battle for, or what's starting to heat up towards a battle for 6th position in the GT3M class, and we have Nelson Eneko in the Grow Racing Team 289, who's being hunted down by Bussink in the Team Rookie Monsters 6.2 Porsche, and he's gradually making that gap down. It was 1.5 seconds coming out of that bus stop, and it's now come down to 1.2 seconds, so that is definitely some extra pressure coming on there as we now look at the BMW. Sorry, now the leader, who's now taken a few laps in the Hyperion eSports car, is now 2 laps ahead in the lead. But back to this battle I was saying about earlier, and they are right together for this 6th place in the GT3M. And it's the Grow Racing BMW just ahead of Bussink in the Team Rookie Monsters, who's closed best part of 2nd during this lap. As we cut back, here we go. So down the back straight into the bus stop chicane, nothing much going to happen here. but as long as he gets a good drive through this butch stop chicane, and he's really closed up onto the back of the Grow Racing car, up into the slipstream, he goes onto the banking, he's definitely going to be setting himself up for a move into that turn 1 this time round. He's closing and closing and closing. Still staying shut, so is he going to have to go for the outside? Is to be slight break up at the feet, but apologies there. It seems we've gone back to one of the LMPs now. Lapping around in 4th and 5th position. In the 4th place. No, sorry. This is the 5th place BMW. Casmark works. So 2 laps down from the 4th place, still chugging along, and a fair amount of time left to go. And pretty much in a bit of no man's land, really. The car that's 2 laps ahead is actually an LMP2 Pro car, and it is actually Broom in 3rd place overall, who is 3 laps up the road. It's his next target in class. And pretty much currently the last circulating hypercar moment is that we've had 2 of them fall off the road. But obviously, this being a long endurance race, as long as you finish, you're going to be in for a fairly decent haul of points, as there is a gaggle of cars of multiple classes coming around the banking there. many. Again, going into that little lull phase of the stint where people start to hunker down and just chug on for another stint. It can get pretty, well, from a driver's point of view, it can be pretty mind-numbing at times when you're just going lap after lap after lap when you're doing a very, very long endurance race, as we see a driver change now for that third place Ferrari. So we've now got it is Jan Rome in the car now for the Level 1 eSports team. So he's circulating round in third place and some 2 laps down on Tamburini in second place in the Seamfree car. As we look to Kelly in second position in the Pro-Am category of LMP2, and he's dropped best part of 11 seconds to the first place car of Wozniak, and obviously Wozniak took that first place away from Raikkonen, and he's really escaped up the road now. And has been setting actually, so his last his last lap has been best part of a second and a half quicker than Raikkonen last time round. So I don't know if Raikkonen had to deal with some back markers like he has done just there. But interesting to see the similarities in pace between the Pro cars. Obviously the Pro cars are actually lapping slightly quicker than the AM cars, as you kind of expect in some situations. But it looks like a possibility actually that Fabro in the ARM Cyber car could possibly be making a few inroads into the Simfree eSports Cup 99 car. The gap is been fluctuating slightly, but it is at 3.6 seconds, which is the closest gap for position in the field at the moment. And we see Raikkonen with best part of 3 GT3s to deal with as he comes through the International Horseshoe. And none of these, I believe, are actually jockeying for position. They're all in their own individual little time attack, if you might say, as we see Raikkonen dispatch all 3 of them nice and easy. I think actually one of the cars there involved may have even been Fabro, because he's, as I was talking him up earlier to being 3.5 seconds off of the back of the Simfree car, is now closer to 5.5 seconds off the back. So obviously frustration there for Fabro in the ARMS car. interestingly, at the moment as it stands, the first place LMP2 Pro car, the Hyperion team, who are second in the Hyperion 44, who are currently second in the standings, only 2 points actually off of the Go Team Racing, are set to take the lead as it stands at the moment, set to take the lead of the championship in that LMP2 Pro class. So with them being 2 laps ahead of the Go Team 7 car, and also, well, hot on the heels, albeit a lap behind on the Go Team car, is the Black Hawk Racing. Now they're sat third at the moment in the championship standings. They're some 22 points off of the Go Team Racing, but if they're able to claw a lap back and take the position, then that will be them chewing back in or taking some margin into that championship lead, albeit it will be going to Hyperion as it stands. We've got a yellow out briefly in sector 1 as we look to Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsport Mercedes, currently sat in P2. He's got a fairly comfortable buffer over D'Alessandro. As we see back into pit lane is Franz Jan Romain. So not quite sure what happened there, whether or not he's had to serve a drive-through of some sort, but obviously he was only in pit lane a couple of laps ago, so that's going to drop him even further back off of that second place car, and as it stands 3 laps down, but he's still got a comfortable margin over the 5th place car, the Sweet Force 37. But that drive-through has actually cost track position to the LMP2 of Swarovski. So I mean, he's going to gain that ground back pretty quickly. The gap is 7.5 seconds, so you may see either this lap or next lap taking that position back. But as it stands at the moment, we have an LMP2 Pro in 3rd position overall. See by that delta how the hypercar Ferrari just eats up the time against an LMP2 who's taken best part of a second on the straight just in outright pace alone. Although not making the ground up as quick as I thought it would be. It's still making it up rapidly. I think that is the car that you can just about see in the distance that he's chasing. Apologies, now that's a GT3 that we can see from the onboard. So the Hyperion car is just a little bit further up along the road, just out of shot. And in fact, that's the car just going through the bus stop there, the first one in shot. So he'll be passing the GT3 car just ahead now, and we'll see 3rd position, and he'll gain that 3rd position back with ease, as the speed difference is pretty large between the 2 classes. And with Boyd Transport not looking to be fielding a team for this race in the hypercar category, it looks like Sweet Force could actually make up a position and go up into 4th in the championship standings for hypercar as it stands. This is the Caspian Motorsport of Demirkan, who's stuck up behind one of the, I think that's one of the Rookie Monsters Porsches, but he doesn't look like he's going to be stuck there for long. This isn't fifth position, but an overtake done nonetheless on the Rookie Monsters car. As you see, the speed difference as one of the hypercars flashes past, and that's being cut off as well. So the Caspian car some 20 seconds ahead of its next challenger. And 35 seconds behind the GR Simthrust ERT team. So again, another car in terms of position in no man's land, but with it being a multi-class race, as we could see, still having to fight his way around other GT3 cars and not necessarily in the same class. But here, actually, this is lining up to be the closest battle on track for position. This is for 23rd place in the GT3 Pro. Well, this is 23rd place overall, sorry. So this is Ricardil against Pastore. So this is the Team Shiba versus Simframe Esports. And that is, or was, lining up to be for 5th in class. But we ride on board with the leader, Sandra Callis in the Ground Effects team. Now, had mixture of luck, but whenever things have been going right, this team has been the fastest generally, and as you can see, 4 laps ahead of its next challenger as it threads its way past a couple of the GT3 cars. Now, this is what we were talking about earlier. This is Franjean Rome closing up on the 3rd position Hyperion Esports LMP2 car of Swakowski. So he's right there, and Swakowski's actually getting a bit of a slipstream off of the sister car ahead, so, or is giving a slipstream to the sister car. Obviously, no point in defending, although that's getting very tight there as they had to negotiate their way around one of the GT3 cars, and he's got a run on Swiatkowski, and he's closing and closing. Not going to be into the bus stop, but it's certainly going to be done and dusted by the time they get to turn 1 for sure, as we see and ride on board and see the speed difference between an LMH and the hypercar and the LMP2, and he just breezes past and into third position goes the Ferrari. So Level 1 eSports up into third place once again. But he's got a few laps to gain to start troubling for second. 3 laps he's going to have to make back on the Sim-free eSports number 1 car. Now this is the fourth place hypercar. Now this car's going to have to lap the 2 or take a lap back on Swiatkowski, and then he's going to have to do it all over again in order to obtain that 4th place overall. So another lap taken. He's got to make one more lap on the LMP2 car in order to get that 4th place overall. Currently sat 4th place in hypercar. 2 laps down on Jan Rome in the level 1 car. Meanwhile, the Simfree car, they were looking at the leader, Sakula, in the GR Simthrust e-racing team, still leading the GT3 Pro class, 33 seconds ahead of Demirkan in the Caspian Motorsport team. So still on the same lap, and there's still potential for these positions to change some point during the race. Further down the order, the gap is now down to 1.7 seconds between Nicola Pastor and Alessandro Ricciardelli. And that is for the 5th place in the GT3 Pro class, as we look to see, actually that's a slow moving BMW, so I don't know what's happened there. That's the Sweet Force car. After saying that it would need to make a lap back up on the LMP2 cars, I think they've actually lost that back, and yes, he has. So it looks like an issue on the International Horseshoe for the Sweet Force car, currently 4th place in the hypercar class. And as we look to a replay, so coming down into turn 1, and it looks all okay, but then it looks like getting caught up in between two of the GT3 cars come together, and that's actually second place in the GT3 AM, I believe. So was that Caroloni in the Caroloni Racing 82? I didn't quite catch that, but terrible luck for the Sweet Force car and Kazmarkovic. So he's definitely got damage to the car, as you can see with the car not being able to stay ahead of GT3. So he's going to have to limp the car back, and that's going to be some lengthy repairs. And it seemed like they were making some sort of ground, as you can see, limping back into pit lane. But they're still in the race, they're not out of it. So they're still on. Well, they could actually lose a position to the end. They have lost a position to the CMT, the Go team, number 7. So although, again, that is an LMP2, they've lost the on-track position there. So they're demoted down to 6th overall. But as it still stands, 4th position in class. So that's still going to get them some a decent haul of points overall. And the gap for that 5th place battle of Nicola Pastel and Riccadale, as we jump to it here actually. So they're both together as they come through the International Horseshoe. They've got one of the Ferrari hypercars behind, who's going to hopefully weave his way through the pair of them. Gap is now down to half a second. You can see a difference in line, but it seems like the Simfream car has got far more confidence, far more grip in comparison to the Team Sheba McLaren. And on to the oval we go. Down to half a second. He's going to be in the slipstream. Again, not quite close enough. He's definitely not going to be close enough into the bus stop, but can he get close enough to line something up into turn 1? Is he going to have a good enough drive out of the bus stop? He's got to nail this bus stop in order to get the drive that's going to help you all the way around the banking, and he looks to be closing. It's down to 4 tenths now, and it is closing still. So Riccadale closing and closing and closing. It's nearly down to 2 tenths of a second as they come over the line. He's going to have a look into turn 1. He's braking a little late. He's closing the gap, but he's not quite close enough to do a move into turn 1. They've got one of the LMP2s again weaving its way through. And that's the Hyperion car. And that's still not tripped up Riccadale that much, and it's allowed him to stay on the back of Pastor through the International Horseshoe. And again, on the brakes, that Aston Martin just seems to be far more compliant, and he's chewed up another 10th just on the brakes and through the corner alone. But the McLaren getting a slightly better exit as they come onto the banking one more time. Riccadale having the slipstream once again. and he's closing in, obviously this time a lot closer than he was last time out of the bus stop chicane, so he's going to be looking for a move. Pastor not going for the inside, he's allowing Ricardil up the inside, and that's 5th position now for the Sim3 eSports team. Pastor conceding the position, but has he got any fight back? He seems to be struggling. He's going a little bit wide through turn 1, and I think that's job done. As we look, and that's oh, what's happened here? So the Sim3 car's been having quite a lengthy pit stop here, and has dropped into 3rd place in class. So that's actually it. That's promoted the level 1 esports car, the car that we said was 2 laps behind and had a lot of work to do. And it seems like something's gone on here. We go back, and actually Pastel's showing as losing a little bit of time. He was half a second coming out of the bus stop, so he's lost a bit of time coming out of the bus stop, seeming as though those tyres not giving the same level of grip as the Aston Martin of Ricardil was. And although he's in the slipstream, Ricardil's still pulling away and bringing that gap up to nearly a second in this battle for 5th place in GT3 Pro. Meanwhile, the Sim3 number 1 car is still in pit lane. And, well, pretty much as I was saying earlier, with the level 1 esports car being 2 laps down on 3rd position, anything can happen in motor racing, and it normally does, but also anything can happen in sim racing. I find there is more to go wrong in a sim race than there is in an actual car race, with the likes of internet connection issues and equipment issues. So more than just mechanical failures to worry about, as we still look to the Sim3 car still sat in that first pit box here and going lap after lap down. In fact, if it's there too long, then the Sweet Force 37 car that we're looking at here could find himself going up a position. They have still got a few laps to catch up on the Sim3 car, as they're currently 11 laps off the lead to the Sim3's 8 laps off the lead. And actually, as we can see now, the Sim3 car leaving pit lane, but now some 2 laps down on the level 1 esports car. And the Sweet Force car is now 2 laps down from the Sim3 car. So they're not out of the race yet, and still, after having some lengthy damage repairs, back circulating again, and still in the race and still on for some good points, but still with the potential that they could find themselves further up the order should people trip themselves up like they already have ahead. As we approach 4 hours to go in this 12-hour race. And this actually is for position as he goes past and up into 9th overall now. Is because of the lengthy damage repairs, he's actually found himself in amongst the LMP2 Pro-Am field now, so he's got to find his way past a couple of those before then having four of the LMP2 Pro cars to overtake in order to get up into what would be 4th position overall, and you'd expect to see the Simfrim number 1 car, who is 2 laps down on the Hyperion car, the LMP2 car. So their lengthy repairs and delays that they've had in the pits as we look to the 82 car this is a battle for position. This is 5th place in the Pro-Am, or the GT3 Am class. Now, this is the car that we saw involved in that incident earlier, which caught out the Sweet Force car, and he's having a look up the inside as they come round the banking across the start-finish straight, and it's going to have to be an outbraking maneuver into turn 1, and he does so. So that is 5th place for the for Di Maria, who has taken over that car, actually. So not long, obviously, they had to come back to pit lane for some repairs after that incident earlier, and they decided to do a driver change as well. And that was the sister car, the LMP2 car, just making its way past as well. So that is 5th place and is in class and seems to be pulling away quite nicely, as Briganet is handed a penalty. So where are they at the moment? They're lapping or circulating around 8th place in the GT3 Pro class, and just ticking over the 4 hours remain. Now, in the meantime, Nicola Pastor hasn't given up on that 4th position against Ricardil. He's had a couple of laps to cool himself down and bring the temperatures back into its correct operating window, and he's now going on the attack again. So he's hunting back down. He's going to try and make his way back into the slipstream to take back that 4th position. The gap was over 1.5 seconds earlier. It's now down to 1.3 as they come around the banking to complete another lap. And actually, that's enough of that. He's coming into the pit lane now. So going to try and perform the undercut, hopefully, as we move to Demirkan in the Caspian Monsters car, currently 2nd place in the GT3 Pro. And although the gap is still pretty large at 17 seconds, as we look to the level 1 eSports car coming in for service from what is now 2nd position for that car. So this has given a lap back to the Simfrim team, so a little less work for them to do to try and get back that 2nd position that they'd lost. And away they go. Coming out behind one of the Rookie Monsters cars as we look to our leader at the moment in the GT3 Pro class, having to thread its way past one of the backmarker BMWs and having hypercars and LMP2s doing the same to him. Nice and comfortable at the moment with a 28-second lead over the Caspian motorsport car. And easy cruising for the moment, but as we can see, anything can happen from now on with less than 4 hours to go. There's a couple of the LMP2s dicing away ahead, and let's see what the lap times are looking at like at the moment. And actually, the Mercan has been lapping a second quicker than our leader. Obviously, he's got to do that for some time, and it will take, with the gap being 31 seconds at the moment, it's going to take, at that pace, 31 laps to catch him. And obviously, there'll be some pit stops in between there as well. We're looking at the onboard of the level 1 car, and they're going to, just having second thoughts of lapping the traffic there, and obviously now being in second place overall. They're going to be wanting to take it nice and easy, but they can't afford to take it too easy, as the Simframe car is only a lap behind. They can't afford for any mistakes, but with ground effects being 7 laps up the road, it's looking like it's going to be a pretty tall order for them to close that gap down. Especially with them being some 2 seconds a lap slower than Sander Callis in that ground effects car. But Zamborini is running a second a lap, or just over a second a lap quicker than the level 1 car at the moment, albeit a lap down, so gonna need quite a few laps to make up that deficit. So as I was saying, just got to keep it nice and tidy, nice and clean for 4 hours, but that's a long time to do so. And as I say that, running wide into turn 1. And this is D'Alessandro in second position in the GT3. And for a moment then, I thought he'd lost quite a bit of time, but I think is the other car pitted, because that, yes, I think that might be in the pits now, the Caspian car, because that's that gap has gone from 11 seconds and constantly growing. The gap for them to the leaders is 45 seconds, and I think there's also been a driver change there. But they are lapping 1.2 seconds a lap quicker than our leaders. Having a nice bit of clear air, clear track, nothing in sight, and quite far until anything behind, so perfect conditions for the moment to tick off some fast laps, get into the groove. Obviously 45 seconds to reel in, so quite a big ass, as you can see, as he's just coming out of the bus stop chicane. His rival is just coming back onto the banking, so a lot of ground to make up still if they want to fight for that first position, but it's still doable. It's a tall order, but it is still doable at the current pace deficit. As Artis Sankula rounds the bus stop once again onto the banking. And that is yet another lap ticked off in the books. And interestingly, we see the Simfreen car further down the order is had a driver change, I think, by the looks of things. It's Marcelo Kanshi behind the wheel now and is 2 seconds up the road from Giuseppe Pasto on Team Shiba car. And that's Demirkan off on the infield, so the time that he'd made up going onto that third place has all been lost as we look back here. And actually, he's on the oval at the moment, so what's happened here? So they had one of the LMP2 cars come through, and this is one of the hyper cars having a look, but he's going to be going into turn 1, so is he going to loop it around into turn 1 here? No, it all seems okay there as we see the hypercar come through. Still going pretty safely. And we're just coming up now to where we saw him in the infield. So is it going to be a collision with the LMP2 car here? Yes, it is. So frustration there for the Caspian car. Couldn't quite call who to put the blame on there. Obviously, generally, it tends to be the passing car. It's in their degrees. Oh, that's getting very, very close now. There, I was wondering if you're going to see some signs of frustration. You can see some frustration with a flashing of the headlights. He wants through. He wants to make back the time that he's lost, and through he goes. Actually showing him a bit of the grass as well. So obviously frustrated with either himself or the LMP2 car that we saw involved in that accident. Generally, the onus tends to be on the car that's coming past. And the hypercar or the LMP2 car is meant to make the move smoothly, and it still seems like the pair of them are having heated exchanges between each other with the headlights after that pretty firm and forceful move on the Audi there. As we see a change of position in the LMP2 as the Team Shiba moves up in position as the HT eSports Blue Bot car has entered pit lane. So Giuseppe Pirelli in the car, and that's, as I said, change of position as we look to Carlo. No, this isn't Carlo Tambrini. This is the chasing car of Kaz Markovic, who's 2 laps down on the Simfreen car. Currently running 4th in class and 8th on the road, having to make up a couple of positions. Sorry, 9th on the road, and has to make up a few positions with still one more Pro-Am LMP2 car to pass and 3 LMP2 Pro cars to pass along the way. And this is going to be one of them with the Hyperion car just ahead. So through goes the Sweet Force car on what is currently the lead LMP2 Pro-Am Hyperion car, Wozniak. And after the heated battle earlier of the Hyperion car and the Simfreen car, there is now an 85-second gap between the pair of them now, I believe, with probably due a pit service from the Hyperion car, because I can't believe he's managed to take 85 seconds out of the Simfreen car in just under an hour. Unless the Simfreen car has come under some sort of problems or difficulties. Again, with as we're into the staggered, well, pretty much staggered pit stop window, we're now starting to see a few gaps appear amongst the field, and well, that's one of the things that I quite love about endurance racing is. You may have a moment where there's a bit of a lull right now, but all it takes is just a small spark to reignite the race, and that's just going to be around the corner as we see more people making pit stops and taking service. And then once we've got to the end of that pit stop reshuffle, we'll then be back into what is going to be another hour of sprint racing, because that's pretty much what endurance racing has turned into nowadays. It is just a 12-hour race. Yeah, it's 12 hours, but it's 12 separate sprint races pretty much. As we see yellows appearing in sector 2. They've just quickly disappeared once again, and that's a bit too close for my liking. For what I believe is the Sweet Force car that we're running on board with. Of Kaz Markovic. And once again, another Hyperion car to overtake. This time it's the other one that is in LMP2 Pro. So he will be quickly dispatched of. And that is now 6th place overall for the Sweet Force car. Next, in its crosshairs, albeit a lap ahead, is the CMT Go Team 7 of Zacconi, as we go back to our leader in the GT3 Pro class. Yellows appearing once again in that second sector, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But with Demerken having his issues that we had earlier with the coming together with the LMP2, that has allowed a further buffer of nearly 40 seconds for what is now Rossi in the car. So there's been, whilst all this has been going on, they've come in and had a pit stop, and it is now Giancarlo Rossi behind the wheel of the GR Simfrost car. And unless I've missed it somewhere, we've had a DNF for the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 car. So that was running earlier. I know that because that was running when I first started. So the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 car is now showing up as a DNF for the GT3 AM. And that was Alessandro Manfredi behind the wheel. So I wonder if he was one of the cars involved in the incident earlier, quite possibly. And obviously, possibly the car too damaged to carry on. So Demerken still holding that 40-second gap, but running only a tenth quicker than our leader Rossi at the moment. Obviously would have probably picked up a small amount of damage from that glance with the GLMP2, which potentially could have some loss of downforce, which can either affect the car during cornering, so the car's not quite as compliant, or it could also affect them in straight line speed, depending on what has taken any damage on the car. So not ideal conditions for that Caspian Motorsport car. We'll see actually with back markers a bit of a slow lap for Rossi, so we'll see what Demerken can respond with. Obviously, being a 40-second gap, whatever can be done in Ashing, but Demerken has even a slower lap, so seems all peachy for the moment for the GR Simfrost number 8 car. As it stands at the moment, no major battles to report on. However, I am looking at the progress being made by the Pascara SRT number 4, who is now within 3.4 seconds of second place Demir Khan after his incident, and has been lapping some 8/10 of a second quicker on the previous lap. So we potentially got a race on for the second place in GT3 for Pro at the moment. Is Eros Makuli behind the wheel. So what lap times we're going to see, and it seems Demir Khan's responded to with a quicker lap time of 1:44.7. So we'll see what can be done. He's done slightly slower, so they're still trading lap times between the pair of them. Gap now down to 3.2 seconds, so still a little bit of ground to make up to the back of that Caspian Motorsport car, but I feel like something is brewing, and you can see just there, and this is our leader of the LMP2 Pro class just negotiating a couple of GT3s. This is the third place car we're talking about, Mansili, who had a little bit of lapped cars to deal with. You can just about make out that dark red Mercedes further up the field. And last time round, doing a slower lap, because obviously being slightly hindered by being lapped by the other cars. So the gap at the start of the lap was actually just over 4 seconds, but he's managed to pull a couple tenths back this lap. Taking quite a lot of curb through the bus stop, whether or not that's optimal for him or not, as he's closing onto the back of one of the BMWs, one of the back markers, so may start to get a little bit of a tow, but he's going to hope that he's not going to be held up too much by the BMW ahead. We ride on board with what I believe is Daniel Scott in the Team Rookie Monsters car. As well, from my end, I can't hear whether or not that's a flat 6 or a straight 6 turbo, so you might have to inform me on that one, but and that actually that does look to be the bonnet of the BMW. So that is the leader just being lapped by the Seam-Free car of the LMP2 runners, and that's one of the frustrating parts of being in the GT3 car. I myself have done some of these races in the past, not necessarily in this championship, but in other championships, where I've taken on the role of driving a GT3 car whilst you're being constantly harassed by LMP2s and hypercars, and it's not the most enjoyable experience ever, especially when you realise as a GT3 runner how quick those hypercars close in on you. I believe I was doing a race at Long Beach on iRacing a few months ago, and in the GT3 the hypercars were pretty much on the GT3 field within just a couple of laps, so you barely got your barely got your bearings and settled into the race, as everything's still very up close, and next minute you know you got some very fast moving hypercars threading their way past you. This is Zoltan Balconi in the second place LMP2 Pro, the Go Team car, and at the moment this car, the number 7 car, leading the LMP2 championship at the moment. But it is the Hyperion 44 ahead in the race, and it is the Hyperion 44 that's only 2 points behind them in the championship at the moment. So, as I may have said earlier, that's sideways through turn 1, getting it rotated, and getting the rear diff locked. And the rear brakes locked, rotating the car. I'm not quite sure if you can quite class that as having the optimal slip angle, but still holding on and still in that second position. As it stands, a lap ahead of the second Hyperion car, the 45. And that is the lead GT3 Pro being overtaken by the lead LMP2 Pro. And this is the 306 Boyd Transport, currently 7th position in the GT3 AM class of Alex Wolff. And they are currently not quite actually, they are the second from last cars on the field. That goes to the KSR with P88 as we go to a replay. So what have we seen here? So this is the lead car coming through to turn 1, the number 44. And getting very, very close to the lead GT3. Oh, and just up ahead, one of the BMWs having a bit of an off-track excursion. This is going to get very, very tight. It gets very tight indeed, and off onto the grass. So we missed that. Off onto the grass, and does he get it? He just about gets it stopped and nearly takes out our lead GT3 car in the process. So definitely a change of race overall was required there, and lucky to get away with that. I think if the advertising hoarding wasn't there, then there was a certain crash going to be happening there. I think, by the looks of things, there are actually some creases on that front nose of that car, so whether or not they did incur some damage from the grass cutting, but they live to fight another day and still hold on to that first position. But I don't think they'll be wanting any more of them anytime soon. As we look to the chasing Simfream car, and that's the 62 Rookie Monsters Porsche, getting it all sideways on the exit of the International Horseshoe, and the Simfream car, actually, there seems to be a bit of an update here. Oh, sorry, this is me getting confused with the two classes. This is actually the Pro-Am class, my apologies, and they are also chasing down the Hyperion car, but this time this is Wozniak. So obviously, as I alluded to earlier, I believe that Wozniak needed a pit service. They've done said pit service, and so the gap has gone from being over 80 seconds now to just over 10 seconds, and it does look to be closing. So how are the lap times looking at the moment between these two? So as it stands at the moment, Vincello was doing a 134.7 to Wozniak's 135. So Wozniak running a few tenths slower. Albeit, sorry, 8 tenths. 6 tenths slower. I'll get there eventually. Maths at this time of night, not my sort of thing, but yeah, 6 tenths. Quicker there, so the gap is gradually coming down. And is down to nearly 9 seconds now, so another potential battle upcoming as we see one of the hypercars and one of the LMP2s just trying to find their way past one of the GT3 backmarkers, and also the Street Force car having to do the same on the pair of them. But all it takes is just a miscommunication from one of those backmarkers and you'll find yourself in an accident. So this is why you got to be ever so careful and plan a safe move on who you're overtaking and when you're overtaking them, because all it takes is just a slight misjudgment from yourself or the person you're overtaking, and that could be maybe, you know, the leader or someone else in that class find themselves having to go for some time in the pits for repairs, and then you suddenly find the race that you've been so comfortably leading is no longer. So we look to another pit service with the level 1 car back in, or still in, that second place that they inherited earlier on from the Simfream team. interestingly, as we see coming out of the pit lane, and still comfortably ahead of the Supreme car. But also, one thing to allude to, Swikowski in the Hyperion Esports team has now elevated himself into second place overall, as we see Jean Romay leaving the pit lane in that second place level 1 esports car. So it won't be too long and he'll have that second and he'll have that position back. And now sits 8 laps behind Sandra Callis, who's just quietly going about their business in the lead, 8 laps ahead. Not quite time to stick the cruise control on yet, with 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining, but it's getting ever closer. So Franz Jan Romay currently 12 seconds off the back of Swikowski in the Hyperion Esports car. Obviously not for class position, but for overall position. So chasing down that second place overall. You can see just up the road there was the LMP2 car. As we briefly look back to the Sweet Force car, who's also having to fight his way up through the LMP2 field. But once again, this is Giancarlo Rossi, who's pretty much kept that 40-second lead at 40 seconds. It's fluctuated here and there between 39 and 40 seconds, but just clicking off the laps and clicking off the hours as we are fastly approaching 3 hours to go. Now this is the Sweet Force BMW car on the back of the 45 Hyperion car and takes that 6th position overall. So that's another car checked off and passed. Only 2 more LMP2s to go. And as for the other hypercar of Jan Rome, he's found his way past the Hyperion car, and now it's down to Simfreem to also go past the Hyperion car. And has done so, so that has now elevated Smagolio in the Simfreem eSports #1 car up into 3rd overall. So, Simfreem #1, 3rd overall, and 3rd in the championship. Sandra Callis in the lead there's actually a couple of personal best, a few personal best final sectors going in at the moment. Still fairly cool conditions, with it being 15 degrees ambient temperature and 25 degrees track temperature. Interestingly, Vincello is in the Simfreem #47 LMP2 Pro, has closed on Wozniak, so it was the battle that we were talking about earlier. That's down to 2.9, so I don't know if Wozniak's pitted at all recently, or if that's been on genuine pace. Yeah, actually, it does look as though Wozniak had a slow lap last time round, or 136 to Vincello's 133. This is another little battle for position. This is for 4th place in the GT3 AM, and this is Demira in the Caroline racing car, and he's trying to go round the outside of De Bruyne in the Team Rookie Monsters 62, but no luck there. He's had to pop back into the slipstream. Now is he going to have another go? He's looking around the outside, but he's got a couple of LMP cars coming through. He had the hypercar and the LMP2 car to deal with, so that kind of hindered his attack into turn 1, but he's going to have a go into the International Horseshoe. He doesn't go wide and he holds on to that position, so that's 3rd place for Demira. And the Carolini Racing 82, so they are promoted into 3rd place. But does De Bruyne have anything to fight back with the Team Rookie Monster car? Yeah, so he was setting that up for a long time. Came out of the bus stop chicane and stayed a little bit in the slipstream, but decided to duck out quite early. But at the same time, had those 2 faster approaching cars that he had to duck back out of the way of. Now he went for a move there, but then found himself pincered by the Porsche and the LMP2, but sets it all up nicely and sends it into the International Horseshoe. Didn't really see that coming because he did come from quite a long way back, and I did think he was going to run wide, but he managed to make the apex, and good cooperation as well from the Rookie Monsters car to get his way up into 3rd position. Meanwhile, the gap for first place in LMP2 Pro Am was almost down to a second, but now that's changed as Vincello has to take a pit stop. So Vincello, who's now entering the pits and has done 7 stops so far, has the Simfree car. I'm not sure if that's, now that he's broke the time move into the box, whether or not that is now counted as another pit, because he is 1 more ahead of Wozniak. So I'm not sure if Wozniak has to pit 1 more time, or if he already pitted not too long ago. But it was quite a short stop for Vincenzo, so I'm assuming that means that it was just fuel and his double stint in the tyres. That's still pretty much second place nailed on at the moment for the Simfree 47. Who now finds himself 63 seconds off the back of the lead. And into the pits comes Demira. So after making that position up for third place, is having to take service and has dropped into fourth position and has got Inakio in the Grow Racing team fastly approaching, so it looks like he's going to be taking fourth position off of him. In fact, I think that might have even been the cargo pass in the pit box, I'm not sure. But this is Thomas Wack, who is in the lead, Hyperion eSports LMP2 Pro car, so he's got a fairly comfortable buffer of 2 laps ahead of the CMT Go Team number 7. Apologies there for the short break in commentary. On board with the Sweet Force, and how are they getting on at the moment with making their way through the back markers? They're now up into 5th overall, so they've got one more position to make up on the LMP2s before they find just just Hypercars ahead. So they've got 2 laps to make up on the Hyperion 44 car, which is the car of Thomas Wack that we're viewing right now. So currently leading the LMP2s and running 4th overall at the moment. And as I say that, I'm not sure, I think Sweet Force have just come into the pits by lots of things, and so that's why they've dropped position to 6th. And as we saw just a few minutes ago, the pit cycle begins once again. This is now back to the battle for Hypercar Pro-Am, and this is Vincello on the back of Wozniak, and once again this battle bubbling up for the lead that we saw some near 2 hours ago, and they're back together, albeit different driver behind the wheel of the Simfreen car. Now, for a moment then, I thought Vincello was going to try what Wozniak did to the car earlier, but to no avail. But he's got a drive, and he's coming down the back straight, and he's having a look into the bus stop. They're going to be side by side coming into the bus stop as we cut to... No, we're not quite to the replay, and through into the lead. So we've had a change of position now, and leading is the Simfreen number 47 of Marco Vincello, taking the lead from Wozniak, the number 46 Hyperion, and he did that with ease. So whether or not there was an issue for Wozniak, or if it was just I think Wozniak must have pitted, so he must be on his maybe on an outlap with that sort of pace. We approach 3 hours to go of this 12 hours of Daytona, and leading in the classes you have Sander Callis in the Ground Effects ST27, who has got a commanding lead of 7 laps ahead of Franz-Jan Rome for second place. Now leading in the LMP2 Pro is Thomas Wack in the Hyperion eSport 44. And now, as you saw a couple of moments ago, Marco Vincello in the Sim 3 and eSports 47, now taking the lead of LMP2 Pro Am. And moving down into GT3, it is still Giancarlo Rossi in the GR Sim Thrust ERT number 8 car, who has dropped a couple of seconds, albeit the lead is still 38 seconds to Ahmed Demirkan. And finally, down in GT3 Am, you have Pino Galata of MR Motorsport, the 66 car, leading the way in that class. But as for the commentary, as we come to 3 hours to go, we will be going for a little bit of a no-comms break, but we will be having the fantastic tones of Ed Hunter back with us to carry us towards the final 2 hours of what has been a very exciting 12 hours of ERS Daytona.
joining me for this final stint of the race. Used to be some unexpectedly, but I'm not going to complain. Ewan O'Leary from the race. Hello. It's been a very, very up and down and very exciting 10 hours so far. So it's a big thank you, of course, to Ryan Ferris. Quite a lot of the reviews 3 hours basically waiting on his own. Feeling the best today. Of course, to the end of this event now, and of course, it promises to see quite a big shake-up in all 5 championships, to be honest, with Alari Alpius leading in the hypercar class by 9 laps now over Dave De Bruyn from Level 1 eSports. So both Grand Effect and Level 1 eSports seem to get their best ever finish. Grand Effect so close so many times to winning races and then been cruelly denied. And so far, everything is looking good so far, but we are so desperate to jinx it that you have to be careful about what you say, because if things go wrong, we know exactly who gets the blame. It won't be bad luck, it'll be the commentator's curse. So, and apart from that, we still got Thomas Vack and Hyperion looking to snatch the LMP2 Pro Championship lead away from Christopher Kianik and CMT Go Team, who has got their way back up to second, 3 laps down on them. Then Marco Vinculo is leading LMP2 Pro-Am for Simfream Esports number 47 ahead of Matthias Pruzak in the third of this race. We have Giancarlo Rossi leading for GR Simfrost ERT over Semir Selic in the Caspi Motorsport 75. They've kept that gap to about 30 seconds now for multiple hours. I think about 5 hours ago, that was still exactly what the gap was. So Semir Selic, absolutely relentless like clockwork, as indeed has Giancarlo Rossi been as well. Then finally, GD3 AM, it's Francesco Di Caetano leading for MR Motorsport 66 ahead of Robin Mulling. And Rookie Monsters have really fought back in the last couple of hours, gotten the 63 about within 43 seconds of Di Caetano, with Wouter de Bruyn, the championship leader, currently looking to get 3rd position. So it's a Rookie Monsters double podium at present. So Ewan joins me, and also joining us is Mr. Braden Hill. But Ewan, since you were here first, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, good evening. I thought you were expecting me, but that's fine.
Okay. In the scheduled commentator chart, but to be fair, I've had others who've unfortunately get their plane delayed and couldn't come here at all. So
yeah. No, I've not been keeping up with it as much as I've been out, but yeah,
that's fair. There's been a lot on today.
That has. As always seems to happen in January. I don't know what's going on in January, but anyway.
It seems to be Formula E at the moment.
It all seems to be going on for whatever reason. But anyway, 2 hours 8 still to go, and yeah, it's spread apart. Let's put it that way in some of the classes. I mean, it says a lot about how the race has been so far. You kind of expect it from Daytona, quite narrow in places. I think narrower than actually this track gets credit for, actually. I think that makes traffic a lot more difficult than people seem to think. And they've got the banking, which does help an awful lot, but it doesn't. You're going to have to pass people not on the banking at some point, and so it does create a lot of accidents. As you can see at the front of the race, 9 laps between first and second, I think, says all you need to know. It has been a little bit about survival, and so far Grand Effect have done that the best. And as of right now, they'd retake I think maybe take for the first time. Yeah, it would be. The championship lead if things were to stay as they are right now.
Yeah, as you say that right as Alari Alpius comes into frame and laps Giancarlo Rossi. So always a bit of a tense moment when you're speaking about someone, then they just appear out of the evening sun there. But yeah, of course, it's such a big turn up from the beginning of the season, because the first 2 races, Simfream Esports number 1, had things all their own way in Bahrain and Imola, although of course Grand Effect had a great start to Imola as the boy transport car just appears out of nowhere ahead of Riccardo Corazzari, who of course was commentating with us earlier on and is now back in the car. Has got the Simfream Junior Team number 99 after a lot of repair damage back into the top 4 in GD3 Pro, 11 seconds down on Michael Francesconi, so there's every chance they could sneak their way into the podium in these final 2 hours. But of course, it's been such a big turn up really to see Grand Effect not only in the lead but a long way in the lead, and with 9-lap gap to Dave De Bruyn. And Level 1 Esports, to be fair, have had a really good comeback drive themselves to get in front of Simframe, who are now about 10 seconds behind and starting to close. But I think they're a little bit out of sequence in terms of a pit stop. So I have to see if that's the genuine gap once they filter out ahead of the final hour. But anyway, going briefly to Braden. There's been a couple of changes, but most of the leaders in each class, like Grand Effect, Hyperion, and Hypercar and LMP2 Pro are the same. I think Vincilo's a bit of a surprise. Symphony 47 taking the lead off of Hyperion because it was a bit nip and tuck between the two. Still only about a minute between them. And then Rossi's still in the lead for GR Simfrust. Like I said, that gap's just metronomic precision between Rossi and Selic. That's exactly where they were several hours ago. And then Di Gaetano has got MR Motorsport 66 back into the GT3 AM lead after I think a couple of the... I think it was the Carlin Racing 82 has had a pretty slow stop in recent history. Maggiolo has re-emerged back in fourth in class, about a lap down on the lead then. So yeah, a couple of big changes, but... Alpius has done, and Callas for that matter as well, have just done exactly what they need to do in Grand Effect. That hypercar lead just building and building and building. So in case there's any slip-ups, anything goes wrong in this late phase, they've got at least a bit of a buffer to play with it.
Yeah, and Ryan and I actually covered the battle between the 47 and 46 cars, Hyperion and Simframe, for that lead in LMP2 Pro Am, just as you had left. But that battle has now well and truly gone the way of Simframe Esports. But I'm taking a look here at the track conditions. The track temperature has gotten all the way down to 21 degrees, and along with it, the lap times have rapidly fallen. Of course, Dave De Bruyn now has the second position, so it's actually, it was Porsche, Ferrari for the longest time at the top of the charts, but right now it's Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, after some issues for Simframe Esport. But notably, the fastest lap has gone all the way down now by about 4/10 from where it started at the beginning of the race at 128.834, and we can certainly anticipate that to continue to go down among our leaders. And in fact, all of our leaders are within just a few tenths of one another in terms of fastest lap and top speed. So all of those cars are certainly right on top of one another in pace. However, unfortunately for Level 1 Esports and Simframe Esports, although from the perspective of Ground Effect, I'm sure they're quite pleased with this, 9 laps, the gap between first and second at the very top of the charts with 377 laps completed. Certainly still much to play for that second and third position, those two final positions on the podium. Maybe a little bit too far back for Sweet Force to have any hopes of competing for that final spot on the podium.
I think for Grand Effect, whether they're 9 laps or 900 laps ahead, I think they're not going to believe that they're not. I think it's not going to become real until they cross the line and the time has run out and the checkered flag is out. I think that's the thing. They've been denied so many times after really, really strong performances that there's almost a case of a sort of Stockholm syndrome where it's sort of like they just refuse to believe it, I think. And almost, like I said earlier, that in commentary, there's just almost everyone is cheering them on at this point because it would be so emotional for them to take that first win because they've had like a season and a half almost at this point of just so many near misses where you sort of can't help but feel for them after all the effort that Alpius and his teammate Callas have put in to esports endurance, of course. But anyway, of course, from a commentary point of view, it doesn't make the battle particularly close, but they have done an absolutely exceptional job as we cut to Smariglia, of course, who, unlike in Istanbul, has at least kept the engine in working order. And we're about 12 seconds behind De Bruyn. And
you really are dwelling on that. You're beating the poor fella down.
Yeah, I know, but he's doing a lot better this time. Is my point. What I was going to say is, does De Bruyn being in the Ferrari 499P, and because they've introduced the BOP system into Hypercar this season. Previously, it was only really a factor in GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. I wonder if De Bruyn has got that little bit of advantage in terms of the Ferrari has a lot less BOP that it's got to deal with. As there we go, Alpi is just absolutely cutting underneath at the final banking there and clearing cars left, right, and centre. But I wonder, is that helping De Bruyne at this phase? That the fact that Smeriglio seems to keep matching the times of De Bruyne, but he can't quite get to the point where he's catching him consistently. And I wonder if the BOP is a factor there, or is De Bruyne just doing a better job, do you reckon?
Well, I mean, it's going to go back and forth as things go around, as John traffic taketh and traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. But I think the more important thing is maintaining focus as we move into the final hours of this race. It's very easy around Daytona to make a silly error, a silly mistake, or to get caught up in something that's completely not your doing. And I'm sure the ground effect fellas are doing a rain dance or whatever sort of traditional things they could do to try to conjure up good luck to try to overcome that which they've already experienced this season. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm sure they have a collection, a shrine of four-leaf clovers and lucky horseshoes and rain dances and anything you can possibly imagine as we see Simone Malili from the Carloni Racing Prototype Black outfit, shrouded in the Italian colors, the red, white, and green on pit lane. We look now at our leader in GT3 Pro, which has been the case for many an hour now, and the gap just about the same as it has been, maybe just a little bit smaller between Caspian.
Almost, that's their teammate, isn't it? Oh no, sorry, that's Dabrowski we're looking at on screen at the moment. Sorry.
Yes, we were just seeing him. We were just seeing Synthrust get lapped a few moments ago there, but Caspian Motorsports just ever so slowly making up that gap. It was 40 seconds once upon a time. Now it's gotten well under 30. It was about 32 last I remember looking at the timing and scoring. So over the last probably 2 or 3 hours, they've only gained about 3 seconds, but 3 seconds nonetheless, and certainly keeps Synthrust ERT honest as we see a battle between two of our LMP2s and move now to Smeriglio from Sinfree eSports continuing to make his way around some of the traffic. And these LMP2 cars, especially with how much closer the speed delta is, especially into and through the corners with the high downforce on both the LMP2 and on the hypercars, that is going to make things especially difficult for our leaders to make their way around safely and hopefully avoid any sort of conflicts between now and an hour, 58 minutes, and 55 seconds remaining.
Yeah, lapping someone in a different class is one thing. Lapping someone in the same class in the same car, but there's a lap down on you that's got a similar performance level, that can be quite another thing. You just got to hope they see the blue flags in time. And I think Ewan, who was very kind enough to join us, might be leaving because he's had a long day. So understandably, jumping into a race right at the end and then trying to figure out what's happened is a bit of in a 12-hour race is a bit of a minefield. So we might let Ewan off on that one, but nonetheless. Alpius in the pits now for what will not be the last time. At least 2 or 3 more stops, I think, to go for ground effect before they're guaranteed to make it to the end on the fuel tank. Because, of course, the hypercar tends to chew through the fuel a bit quicker than the GT3s in rFactor 2. It seems to be the tendency as we see Chaim Korthoff put a lap down on Carloni Racing 82 of Lorenzo Maggiolo. Who, of course, this is the funny thing. We got another Lorenzo ahead of him at the back of the GT3 Pro class, and that is Lorenzo Montero for MR Motorsport 71. So we got Lorenzo Montero and Lorenzo Maggiolo about 15 seconds apart on track, which is not confusing at all, is it, Brayden?
No, not at all. It'd be too easy otherwise. But something interesting of note, talking about that Carloni Racing Audi, it had been in second position and very much in contention for the lead when we had gone off for a bit of a commentary break, but certainly something has befallen them as they're still many seconds behind Team Rookie Monsters, who is in the pit lane and just coming out of the pit lane now, I believe, is the second place Porsche in GT3 AM. So that is a battle of German manufacturers between the BMW, the Porsche, and the Audi, and German manufacturers really across the field in GT3 Pro. That is Porsche, Mercedes in GT3 Pro, GT3 AM is BMW, Porsche, Audi. So quite a few VW products there, and the Germans certainly are going to be excited about this result here in an Italian league. The irony certainly not lost on me there.
Yeah, not too many Ferraris in EES, sadly, and none in the top 7 in either of the GT3 classes. So clearly, the Ferrari is not a Daytona car. It used to be, actually, the BOP was such that people only wanted to drive the Ferraris and the Porsche. So it's great to see the odd Aston Martin the Mercedes and the McLaren, of course, and the Audi too, for that matter, being cars of choice. I think Carloni Racing would pick the Audi no matter what, because they just always do, and they just seem to love it that much, which is lovely.
Yeah, and in general, those front engine cars seem to always be kind of favored at Daytona. I know, obviously, we have Porsche at the front of the field in GT3 Pro, and an Audi certainly making a strong showing in GT3 AM, but the BMWs and the Mercedes, the Aston Martins always seem to be pretty powerful around Daytona for just their raw speed and raw grunt that you get out of those more powerful front engines. All of those V8 engines out of the front, very American, so very appropriate for the Daytona International Road Course.
It's almost like the Americans designed the track to suit American-style cars. This is funny, that.
That's absolutely brilliant. That's way too big brain for any Americans. But
to be fair, it was the whole thing.
To be on board.
The Indy 500 used to have a similar sort of philosophy where the cars were specifically designed around sort of American front engines. That like it took a lot longer for the Indy 500 to go to rear engines than Formula One World Championship, whereas I think it was Cooper were the first to do it in Formula One in like the late 50s, so sort of 56, 57. They bought in a rear engine car. Enzo Ferrari, I think, made fun of them as garagistes, because they instead of making their own engines, they would buy like something off the shelf from like Climax or Coventry Climax or Ford Cosworth, like in the later years. Right. And they said, oh, the horse the horse does not push the cart, the horse pulls the cart, I think was Enzo's design philosophies. We see Ryan Mazumda, good friend of mine actually, Ryan Mazumda, just getting the Boyd transport car that's running third in LMP2 Pro into the pit box, and now out just behind that looks like Semir Selek in the Caspian Motorsport 75 that is coming out the pits 38 seconds down on Corazari, but about just under 20 seconds ahead of Salvador Sotillo in the Arms Super 41. So Corazari is on the podium, and he's only about 5 seconds behind Francesconi. He's got the gap now from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. So Francesconi, somewhat surprisingly at this late phase, maybe there's a bit of that fatigue creeping in that you talked about, and Corazari senses an opportunity here of sneaking onto the podium. And Francesconi might be looking at his wing mirrors before too long, as we cut to Smariglio again, trying to chase down David De Bruyn, but he's 12 seconds behind still. He's not really making the inroads that he needed to, although last lap, having said that, he was the second lap faster, so maybe the Symphony Sports #1, the reigning champions, have started to find that pace again, as Smariglio. It's always the graveyard shift, isn't it, doing that final stint? So Smariglio's been a little bit like Ryan Ferris earlier, has been given the worst stint at the race to cover.
Yeah, and this has been quite a climb to the top for Blackhawk Racing as we ride along here with Mark Veit, or follow around the track. Mark Veit, we've been talking a little bit earlier on kind of how surprised we were at the lack of pace, the lack of track position by the Blackhawk Racing outfit in the LMP2 Pro class, but certainly doing a good job of climbing up the order now, find themselves in third position, 70 seconds behind second position, but still a very respectable podium position. And similarly, in LMP2 Pro AM, that Boyd Transport Racing car that we just saw come out, Jensen Bins is certainly going to be hoping for no problems in this stint, having just taken over the car. We saw earlier him have quite an interesting spin at turn one, a very sudden jerk of the vehicle that sent it spinning, and maybe a little bit of damage to the rear aero on that vehicle during that incident, but he's certainly going to be hoping for smooth sailing so that he can maintain that third position LMP2 Pro AM. 36 seconds the gap between himself and Arms Sirba, the number 42 car. That is another 37 seconds really, back to Team Shiba. So quite spread out in the LMP2 Pro AM class, but with 2 hours to go, certainly not out of the question for us to see some battles between now and the end of the race, especially with differing fuel strategies.
Yeah, and Simframe decided to pit Smariglio to try and undercut Dave De Bruyn. So that is quite a interesting ploy then, because it really puts the ball in level on eSports court. Do they try and extend to maybe try and do one stop less, but risk the fuel, or do they just pit after Smariglio and ensure that they come out behind? So there's an interesting little cat and mouse game going on there. And interesting, you mentioned Mark Veit, of course, with eyes thinking about tomorrow. Mark Veit, of course, you will know from the one Ultimate VMS Pro, where he's one was there along with his teammate Mario Tump, of course, both from Black Hawk Racing. So great. Now you get to see Mark in his natural environment here in the ES, getting that car back onto the class podium. And the other driver you mentioned, Janssen Bintz, who had that interesting spin. Janssen, I recognized from, there was another endurance championship called ERC Endurance, where Janssen Bintz drove what was then an LMP1 car for Valet Esports, and he was always the fastest qualifier. He had some immense pace, but often like half the season was wins that were essentially blown due to needless accidents from them pushing way too hard. So Janssen Bintz, I don't think the pace has ever been in doubt, but the Luxembourg driver has not always had the luck on his side, as it were, in these sorts of long-distance endurance races. But nonetheless, I was really excited to see him when his name popped up on the sign-up sheet and in the Boy Transport number 40 as well. The car raced and by team owner Roy Tunn, of course, from the Netherlands, even though it's a British team, Boy Transport, but because I think most of the rest of the team are from the UK. So he said, right, I'll let you have the nationality then. But yeah, there's all sorts of other guys like Will Snowden in one of the Boy Transport cars as well, very good driver. And they, of course, got their first hypercar podium early in the season. And I think they've sort of, since they missed the previous round, they've sort of decided, right, let's throw everything at LMP2 Pro-Am instead. Which is interesting because up until Istanbul, they were actually second in the championship. That's how mixed up the hypercar championship has been this year. Seems like we're going to have... out of the first 4 rounds, 3 different winners if things keep going the way they're going at the moment. If any of the top 2 wins, there'll be a different winner in hypercar. So.
Yeah, and I think no matter what, Team Iris is the big loser there, not finishing the race, and currently, I believe, being the last scored hypercar, 43rd overall. But I want to take a moment to step back to the point you were making about fuel strategy between Level 1 Esport and Frame Esports. Kind of a point to make is that the track temperature is all the way down to 20 degrees Celsius, which is going to be quite cold for these tires. They're not going to want to cooperate, so I certainly would think that Level 1 Esports will be at least considering an overcut here, trying to make the most of the depleting fuel supply and of the warmth in those tires and that black rubber, trying to maintain that as long as possible rather than having to come in and pay the penalty of cold tires around Daytona as the sun continues to set. Although the point could also be made to get those tires on, that last set of tires on, as soon as possible while the track is still warm, to minimize the heat lost once they do have to come out and make that first lap, which will have to happen almost certainly no matter what, with just under an hour and 50 minutes remaining.
Exactly. To the gap, 87 seconds at the moment. Previous lap, 1:29.8 from De Bruyn, which is faster than the last 2 laps that Alpius has done. And Smaruglia, of course, still coming out the pits, but a tenth faster in the first sector, and then about 4 tenths slower in the middle sector as well. So perhaps a little bit of traffic for Smaruglia. But yeah, it could be exciting if Smaruglia starts to take tenths out at a time out of Dave De Bruyn. Meanwhile, we have another fight to entertain us at this phase of the race. Andrea Gandosi in the Tamelli ERT is caught up to Corazari, actually. Was Corazari just got through, I think? I think Corazari may have just gotten through past the Tamelli ERT for...
yeah, I think he had just picked, because he had been up to the 3rd position in GT3 Pro. That Aston Martin had been the sandwich in the meat in the Mercedes sandwich for a few moments' time, and I believe has just come down pit lane and now finds himself about a second ahead of Tamelli ERT.
Right, so yeah, pitting at exactly the right time, Corazari, and using the fresh tyres to good effect to pull away. So again, that's always frustrating when you see someone pit and you think, right, I'm going to gain a position here, and then he's just agonizingly short, and they're like, wow, look at all that clear air I've got to work in. As there we go, Hyperion 46. It pits from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, which is going to temporarily hand the lead back to Suave and Simfream number 47. So that is a bit of an illusory lead for... well, no, it's not illusory, is it? Because they did genuinely get ahead. I think it was Prusak that was sort of staying out a lap later then. I'm getting confused. This is what happens when you have 5 different classes.
Right.
You've been commentating
all
day.
Easy to lose track. And on a similar topic, in GT3 Pro, our GT3 Pro leaders, GR Sim Thrust, now find themselves on pit lane. The number 8, black, white, and red Porsche 911 is now on pit lane. About 41 seconds now elapsed on that pit stop. So you have to imagine full service for that car, which sports, I believe, the Italian and Polish flags, if I'm not mistaken, on the front end of that car. So Giancarlo Rossi, at least for the moment, staying on board of that car. And just as I say that, we have changed over to Artur Sekula. Artur Sekula is currently behind the wheel of that car, and will be trying to get some heat into the front tires, understandably so.
I think he's trying to make sure the
just
wheel
as I went on
works.
that spiel, that's also entirely possible. But just as I had made that spiel earlier, now 19 degrees the track temperature, so continuing to plummet as the sun goes down here around Daytona.
You'd be very surprised how many drivers in multiple different series have the wheels sort of they come out of the pit lane and they go into the first corner, turn the wheel, and then they just go straight on because nothing happens, and it's like, well, that's a short race for me.
Well, if it's any consolation at Daytona, they wouldn't make it out of the pit lane first. They'd go straight into turn one and get T-boned.
That's absolutely true. There's that massive wall and potential to destroy someone else's race, not just your own, as we see the Pescara SRT number 4 Mercedes of Francesconi entering the pits. But there is Alpius, and as the sun goes down, we're really entering the golden hour, and this is where your thoughts may turn to victory at this point, but they also may turn to just. It's interesting the things that happen, even when you are 8 laps in the lead, like Alpius is at the present moment. How we that elusive endurance victory, and it's such a big win here as well, with so many more points up for grabs, given it's a 12-hour race. The thoughts that go through your mind, and how the wheel suddenly starts to feel really, really heavy once you get to the final hour or so. And then suddenly all these little decisions, you start overthinking. Sometimes it's so easy when you're really, really tired. And remember, Alpius and Callis have basically been a two-handed. They've handled that car completely on their own throughout the 12 hours. And so both of them are pretty exhausted at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's worked. They're 8 laps in the lead, but at this point, they're running out of... they've given a lot, and they're running out of things to give.
Yeah, and you make a good point about the golden hour as the sun starts to set over what is turn 1 and 2 of the big oval around Daytona. That's going to make turn 1 into the road course more and more challenging until it kind of crests over the high banking over the top of 1 and 2. So it is going to certainly be a lot of glare going into turn 1, which is already a challenging enough corner on its own, but combine that with traffic and a bit of sun glare, and that could very easily end in disaster for any one of these drivers, regardless of whether or not you're 8 seconds or 8 laps ahead of the next person in line. So these drivers are going to have to be especially careful given that consideration.
Yeah, you can't just bring in a darker visor, or if you turn the brightness down too much, you might find suddenly you get to the banking and you can't see anything. But
yeah, so, absolutely. Too bad you can't virtually flip up your visor.
I think I may have misspoke earlier when I said it's 60 points for a win in a 12-hour race. It might actually be 50 points. I may have misremembered that. I think it's... let me just work this out off the top of my head. I think it's...
you need a calculator.
Yeah. No. The problem is that the rules, I can't actually directly access myself, I think. I've got sporting code, maybe, but because it's mainly for the drivers, I think. But so I could have
while you
figure
that out, we're looking now at Maximilian Pinter in the Team Shiba number 10, Orica. This is our LMP2 Pro Am 5th place runner. So we've seen some ebbs and flows for Team Shiba across their very entries up and down the field. We've seen them very successful in LMP2 Pro as well, and their 2-car outfit in the McLarens down in GT3 Pro, and I believe GT3 AM as well. So they have certainly distributed their luck across the various categories, except of course Hypercar. That's the only one they don't have an entry in, as we follow now their number 46 car, which is currently scored in the 2nd position. We look now a little bit further back to Felipe in the Lekaku, I believe is how you would pronounce that.
We've been calling it Le Casecu.
Le Casecu. Oui, baguette. Sim Racing, number 94.
Oui, baguette, Philip Bricknet.
French. Yes, precisely. So, looking up and down the field now, one of the McLarens, we were talking about Team Sheba and their success up and down the field, they've put together quite a respectable outfit of drivers, and although not leading in any of the categories, they've certainly been up and competitive, and kudos to them for doing so. It's certainly difficult enough to run more than just one car, add into that the different setups, different manufacturers, different categories that you have to make those setups for, and certainly a well-deserved kudos to Team Sheba and all of their efforts to help us put on the show here at Daytona.
Yeah, certainly. We always appreciate everyone behind the scenes. There's often a lot more going on than you can see in not just in the broadcast, but in the actual running of the server in the race as well. As you see Nicky Pastor rocketing along in that McLaren Team Sheba number 13. Unlucky for some, but so far looking to sort of fight back against that BOP that's weighing them down the entire way through. And they're doing a very, very respectable job, just 36 seconds off of the Tamelli ERT of Gandosi, as Corazari is now only 1.2 seconds behind Michele De Lissandro. So there is a fight for third, a very legitimate fight for third in prospect then in these last 90 minutes of the race. But I couldn't find any. I found the points given to 12-hour and 24-hour races last season, but I believe they did change it for this season. So I'm pretty sure it is... I'm going to stick with what I said earlier, that it is 60 points for the win, and they just doubled the points from the 4 and the 6-hour races. And if the score sheet says differently, then it says differently. But I think either way, there should be enough spread. There's a bigger difference between the points paying positions than there would be at a normal race. So winning, winning your Daytona 12 hours is a lot more than winning your 6 hours at Istanbul, or indeed your 6 hours at Sao Paulo, as we got coming up. And speaking of which, I want to mention something, Braden, because I know I may have mentioned it to you in messages to you before, but Jene Simoncic left a lovely message about
being the pole sister.
The pole sister, yes, where he qualified on pole, and you then called him the pole sister, and it's like, I'm now the pole sister.
Now that has to stick. Now that I've made that mistake, that has to stick. So
yeah,
congratulations.
I should just start doing it as well. Well, we should only do it when Yene gets pole, which would probably be quite often.
Yeah, we should patent that. We should patent that.
Yeah, I did. It sounds a little bit like they're being the head nun of a convent or something. The pole sister.
The Pope sister.
Speaking of poles, here comes Patrick Sulkowski in the Hyperion 44 out of the pit lane that's been dominating that LMP2 Pro class, a lap ahead of Christopher Kianik in their old rival CMT Go Team. So, yeah, as much as Go Team have limited the damage, they've not really looked like eating too much into that lead that Swiatkowski has. So obviously a lap isn't too much of a lead to feel particularly comfortable, especially compared to Ground Effect being 8 laps ahead of Level 1 eSports and 9 laps ahead of Simframe as well.
Especially at Daytona.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, certainly a lap can disappear quite quickly if misfortune strikes. And here comes Dabrowski trying to lap some quite recalcitrant traffic as we cut back to the LMP2 Pro-Am leader, Federico Suave, that still leads Prusak by 26 seconds. So Prusak's fought back a little bit by making the earlier pit stop, but now Suave starting to get into the swing of things and pulling away. And it's always the way when you get the driver changes, especially in endurance racing, which is usually the one you see them in most commonly, that when you get a new driver in, often they take, the very, very good ones are on the pace immediately, but sometimes you get drivers where they take a couple of laps just to find their feet and just to get up to the pace that the previous driver was doing. And then suddenly they can just do that consistently. And that's exactly what you want. You don't want someone who's going to do one really, really good lap and then 10 awful ones immediately after.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually want to take this opportunity, since we've spread out a little bit, one of my favorite things to do when there are custom liveries, whether it be in iRacing or RF2 broadcast, anything of the like, is to do livery of the day. So Ed, I want to ask you, what would you call your livery of the day?
Matty Zabinski says, "Speak louder, please." Well, if I do, I'm gonna. My family's probably gonna go to bed in the background.
Yeah,
so
you might.
I'm not gonna be popular.
Be shot.
Maybe I'll just get closer to the mic and see if that
I'll get real close too, and then it won't sound so weird.
Well, it sounds more weird from both of us now.
Oh, yeah.
Weirdly intimate
Perfect.
with the listener.
This is the ASMR. This is the ASMR broadcast.
the SMR 12 hours of Daytona. Well, I'm sure ES and Mariana are going to be annoyed at us now. But,
We're just full of
anyway.
great ideas. The drunk 12 hours.
Yeah,
The
I remember that.
ASMR 12 hours. Yeah, perfect. But yeah,
But,
I'd like to put forward my nomination would have to be.
it says it's
Level
okay
1
right now.
eSports.
Matthias says it's okay right now. Yeah, I do love the
Oh,
Level 1
perfect. Okay.
eSports, livery.
I gotta say that the Ferrari in colors other than Ferrari red and yellow, quite pretty.
Yeah, very unique. I love the novelty of the Sweet Force BMW that we see on screen at the moment with its chocolate-colored livery on the.
I hope they wear brown pants as well for unexpected things.
It's a little bit like the BMW art car that Symmetric drives in the Le Mans Ultimate VMS Pro Series. Actually,
Just
funnily
a small
enough,
bit. Except that one's not supposed to look like the color of chocolate.
it doesn't have a Polish flag on the back either, as well. But
No,
anyway. But yeah, it is out of the race and has been for a very, very long time now. But I do really like the Team RS77 because the purple cars always just look really, really nice. And it's a shame they were out before you and me even started commentating today.
I do love purple. I do love purple. I want to also do kind of a shout out to the various Team Shiba liveries. I'm a big fan of orange. And doing the inverted orange, white, and black for the various cars to tell them apart. Very nice touch. Very well done.
Yeah, they have this very cute little logo as well, Team Shiba, which hopefully we'll get a better look at as we go. Boy Transport, always had a soft spot for them with the massive JCB logo on the fin. I'm pretty sure that's because one of the drivers worked for JCB at some point, and they just kept the logo on. That's the entire reason why there's a bit yellow on their car, but it certainly adds to the livery. It's a little bit like the Williams F1 team when they Argentinian sponsors.
You have a Duracell battery on the top?
Well, maybe not a Duracell battery. Incidentally, I've been sort of looking at Lego.com and trying to pre-order some of the F1 cars that they're making in their little Speed Champion sort of scales. I've actually, you won't know this because I didn't tell anyone, but I've got all the Lego sort of hypercars that they've released, as well as a little GT3 car, because it always sort of helps have the sort of visual references for me while I'm commentating. Like if the stream goes down, I just put them in my hands, and it's like, okay, well, this is what's probably happening based on the timing screen.
Yeah. You could just move the cars one against the other and just watch them go back and forth as we see a pass around the outside. This is Christian Pascal on the eSport Blue Bolt car, trying to go around the outside of the number 46.
I think he's just trying to get out of the way.
Yeah, not the position. I think they're trying to, well, a little bit of a flash of the lights. Not sure exactly what that's all about. Potentially some argy-bargy between the two of them. Hopefully no hard feelings, as we see Simframe eSport has actually retaken third position in GT3 Pro. That battle certainly well and truly alive. Michelle D'Alessandro, I've been having a really hard time with that very easy name today. For the Pescara SRT team, that very classic Mercedes liveried car
let's see what happened.
Losing time here.
So into turn one goes D'Alessandro, the Italian, in the lovely livery on that Mercedes the Pescara SRT. It's probably one of my favorite liveries on the AMGs. He's right behind.
Very Petronas.
Row Racing team, yeah, the Portuguese squad into the first of our horseshoes. Gets very, very close to the back of that BMW, or all the way out to the outside, and does he? This is sort of where you clench your teeth a bit. The 289 flashes its lights, and turns across on D'Alessandro. Oh dear!
You did not want to let him by.
And there's the Trinia team getting through in the Simframe squad. So, who was in the?
So rather a charity change there, and as you can see, what looks like the GT3 AM teammate to that car that caused all the chaos there. So they're certainly not going to be very pleased.
So I believe that was
Pescara.
Marco Pereira in the 289 there that just completely turned in, it must be said, on Michele D'Alessandro. I think D'Alessandro is not going to be particularly impressed by that, because that potentially has cost him a podium in GT3 Pro that he held on to for quite some time as well.
Yeah, certainly going to be wanting to have a few of those moments back, even getting held up, regardless of that moment where he ended up spinning out. Certainly was bleeding time with the number 99 Aston Martin, but it seems that battle is going to continue to rage on, because the Simframe eSports junior team has not been able to pull out anything in terms of a gap. So they're certainly going to have to battle for that well and truly for the next hour and a half.
Yeah, and they've been, that last lap was about 0.2 quicker than Caspian Motorsport ahead of them, 26 seconds up the road. That's not impossible to catch in 90 minutes, but certainly it's going to take quite the drive from Corozari and company. And they've done, as you say, super well after all the damage they have to repair early in the race to get back into the podium positions is impressive. But yeah, D'Alessandro is going to be lighting a fire underneath himself to try and fight back here. You don't want to drive too angry at this late phase of the race, because anger and tiredness is not a good combination. Believe me.
No, certainly not. And keep in mind also, you know, at some point you have to cut your losses, considering the fact that Team Sheba is only 43 seconds behind, and then another 14 seconds to Tameli ERT, and Arm Serba is another 12 seconds behind that. So you could very quickly fall off of the timing screen at the left side of the screen, much less from a podium position. So you got to be mindful and kind of manage your race, make sure that you're not making any silly mistakes that could cost you much more than you're trying to gain.
And I've got some bad news as being a Team Sheba. The number 10 driven by Maximilian Pinter in the Pro-Am class that was running, I think, in the top 4 in class, has sadly retired. So I believe there's been a disconnection there, which is absolutely gutting for Pinter, who was doing a really solid job. And that's certainly not going to aid their cause in that particular championship. It really, where were they in that championship? I think they were 8th, actually, as we see Robin Mulling just being lapped there as he runs second in the GT3 AM class. Looks like MR Motorsports still those 2 laps ahead, essentially, and it's more about Mulling holding off Maggiolo, who's back up to 3rd now. The pit stops have filtered out at just 18 seconds in arrear. So Mulling may find himself on the defensive in this final stint, and he's going to love that. Robin Mulling, of course, viewers of GPVWC Grand Prix Virtual World Championship will recognize him. Also driver for Rookie Monsters in the Formula Sprint 1 Championship that I also commentate on. And yeah, Robin Mulling says that he always loves being mentioned in the broadcast and being shown off more than his teammates in particular. But he, of course, did score a podium in FS1 as a rookie, which he was very, very happy about, the German at Spa-Francorchamps. So yeah, Robin Mulling certainly getting some good practice in the GPV off-season, but also showing up the 62, of course. That have been getting all the glory so far this season, with a fantastic performance from the 63 that has gone a little bit under the radar. So I thought I'd mention it now to prevent it going more under the radar. And good news for fans of Team Sheba, Maximilian Pinter is back in the pit lane. They're going to try and re-enter back into the field. So it looks like they will limit the damage and get a few points, but it does, of course, promote Paolo Penimpede up to 4th. I think Christian Pascal may also get up into 5th in class once the because of course he's ahead at the moment, but going out the pits does not count as a new lap essentially. So once he crosses the start-finish line at full speed, he'll be back counting laps again. Is the idea in rFactor 2?
Yeah, and that's a truly gutting thing to have happen, especially this late on in a 12-hour race. Really, only 90 minutes remaining. So we. You know, it's kind of equivalent almost to, in real life racing, having a mechanical failure, just something you can't control. A network cutout is certainly something that you don't want to have happen, but something you can't really control, and they're going to certainly try to make the best of it at Team Sheba, hopefully maintaining a top 6 position, if not at least being in contention for it. That could potentially, if they get out of the pits quickly, only, 23 seconds, 24 seconds the gap between Team Sheba and HG Esports. So we could certainly see a battle between those two for what will be the 6th position. 5th and 6th position, excuse me.
It depends, because, of course, like I said, he's still going to be losing time because his lap's not going to count. His position is not going to count until he starts getting out there and setting laps again, because obviously rFactor 2 has to sort of reset him into the race and then filter out which lap he's on, essentially. So we'll see once he gets out the pit and does a full complete lap. But he is on the outlap at the moment, is Maximilian Pinter. So let's hope all is well at the wheel of the Team Sheba's. Was yellow in the first sector, which briefly appears and then clears. Riding on board, of course, with the Sweet Force of Peter Smigielski. The Sweet Force has certainly had its fair share, more than its fair share of adventures, I think it's fair to say, in this race. But yeah, certainly great to see them still going and running in 4th in class. But of course, it's really a testament to the job that Hyperion Esports have done, that they're still ahead of a hypercar in the order, a much superior hypercar in the BMW, because like the Ferrari, they've benefited a bit from the BOP after having a couple of tough races compared to the Porsche run teams at the start of the season. But yeah, Smigielski could well get a lap back on Swikowski and retake 4th overall in the race. Retake would be probably the first time he's ran in there since the very start. But yeah, Sweet Force, the kind of ultimate underdogs. And again, you can't help but cheer a little bit for the Poles just to see them still running in a 12-hour race. This is really, really good experience for them. And sure enough, there's Pinter. He's got going, and he's 21 laps down on the lead and about 79 seconds behind DH Esports Blue Belt 91 of Christian Pascal. And Simone Melili, I think, is in between them as well.
Yeah, and an interesting battle to take a look at here. We've got a hot tip from the YouTube chat to take a look at 3rd place for LMP2 Pro. So while we weren't looking, Blackhawk Racing, a big off-track moment there for the BMW. Going to go straight on. Piotr going to hopefully stay out of the wall. Just a little tap there. Not able to stay out of the wall. That is a big moment for the number 37 BMW.
Yeah,
going to slowly try to rejoin here, hopefully safely.
Very hard to stop a hypercar at that kind of speed on the grass. But luckily he didn't go barreling into anybody, because that could have been much worse. But almost like he got launched off that curb there.
Yeah, the curb causing him to pick up a little bit of air. And you got to be careful with these hypercars, because as much downforce as they produce, as soon as you get those things off the ground, they act more like airplanes than race cars and can very quickly take off on you. But getting back to what I was kind of trying to mention, we got a hot tip in the YouTube chat that Blackhawk Racing has actually lost the 3rd position to LMP2 Pro. So I think there is an offset in the fuel strategy, in pit strategy between the two cars. But they are, in fact, closing the gap rapidly. The number 30 car to Hyperion Esports currently holding the 3rd position. 26 seconds the gap. It was 27 just as I brought that up. So that is going to be the true battle out on track for the final LMP2 Pro podium position. And certainly something we're going to want to keep an eye on over the next several laps as that battle continues to rage on. Even if it is 25 seconds apart, it might not be too long before we see those two cars well inside of one another.
Oh, and look at this. Is this Michele D'Alessandro going for 3rd position as he tries to lap a car? He's caught up within a second now of Riccardo Corazzari, and he was 3/10 quicker the previous lap then, as we see the Sweet Force car come in for some much-needed repairs. Starting to run out of chocolate, I think, at this pace, more well and truly.
Yeah, for certainly.
So, after Christmas, this point earlier, for first couple of weeks of January, that tends to be when the chocolate starts to run out, so appropriately enough. But anyway, D'Alessandro, as predicted, has not taken being spun around sitting down, and the Pescara SRT is well and truly a man on a mission then, is D'Alessandro. Of course, he's a former champion, I believe, in the FSR World Championship, is Michele D'Alessandro, if I'm remembering correctly. He's certainly competed there in the past with some great success. And Corazzari, our former commentator, starting to look over his shoulder as we see another plane landing in the background there. It's quite funny because I was doing commentary on Formula E with my friend Joshua Birch. Oh, you'd love Josh. He's brilliant. But he's at an event called Autosport International, which is taking place in Birmingham in the West Midlands in the UK. And he was commentating on the Formula E race from his hotel room with another commentator friend of ours, Jess Ball, who also does a lot of sim racing as well. Mainly commentating on the F1 games, but she has done rFactor too as well. And they were commentating right outside of basically an airport, and Josh kept making references to, oh, it's a bit like Die Hard 2 out there.
that is quite a reference.
It was, yeah. And I keep thinking of the TV edited version where Bruce Willis is dubbed by a man who sounds more like Schwarzenegger than Bruce Willis, and says at the end of, oh, yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. I don't know, something about that cracks me up, how the dubbing is just comically.
Well, now we can't think of anything other than Die Hard.
It's like in and out, yeah. So whenever it's like a plane landing and it's starting to get darker.
Think of Bruce Willis. But speaking of gaps that are coming down, Supreme Esports #1 is making a charge for the 2nd position overall and in the hypercar class. Level 1 Esports really doing a good job of kind of holding their current position, not getting into too much trouble, and trying to navigate the traffic as best they can. But that gap is starting to slowly come down. It ebbs and flows throughout the lap, but Supreme Esports is slowly starting to cut into that gap, and with an hour and 22 minutes remaining, still more than enough time to make up a 20-second gap, especially around here at Daytona when the traffic can very easily make a 20-second swing in just a matter of a few moments.
Yeah, and don't forget Dave De Bruyn is on the mediums, whereas Smuruglia and Alpius ahead and behind him are both on the hards. Smuruglia has made more pit stops than the two in front of him there, so that really shows you that how much busier this race has been for Simfroom eSports, because that one extra stop was a particularly long one, I believe, to maybe potentially repair damage and whatnot. Of course, that's nothing compared to Smigielski. The Sweet Force guy has been in the pits 14 times in total, and at least 4 of those were to repair damage, possibly more. But I've not really been keeping track. But anyway,
The mechanics are getting sleepy.
I think everybody is at this point. But nonetheless, Smuruglia is not giving up, but Dave De Bruyn is putting up a really stout defense, not making too many big mistakes. The gap 18.9 seconds at the present moment. D'Alessandro, this is the frustrating moment for Piscara SRT, because he can see Kurazari right in front of him. That's the podium, the GT3 podium right in front of him, but it's just once you get within 9/10, it's really tricky to make those final couple of inroads, isn't it? Especially in GT3, where the cars are a little bit less powerful, and you've really got to get a lot closer before you think about making a move, whereas in the prototypes, you have to plan the move out much longer in advance, and because the closing speed's so much more, essentially.
Yeah, and speaking of battles in the GT3 Pro category, that battle for the lead is just about to start cooking up. 15 seconds, and less than 15 seconds now is the gap. Caspian Motorsports is doing a fantastic job of catching up to GR Synthros ERT. Let me take a look. Who's actually in that car? That is
Sekula, isn't it? He got on board very recently, so Artur Sekula, and it's Selleck on board.
Sekula and Selleck. Yep, so Selleck is doing a really good job of eating away at that lead. Kind of ebbs and flows around the 15-second mark, but that has fallen rapidly since it was about just under 30 seconds when we got back. Since we've gotten back from our broadcast break, so that's one to definitely keep an eye on as the sun continues to set.
Selleck is also on the mediums and Secure on the hards as well, so maybe this is time to shine for the medium tyre. And I think Level 1 Esports in Hypercar have got a similar sort of strategy, whereas in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro and AM, everyone's sort of gone for the mediums, apart from Marv Donderkampi in the Kazatria Sim Racing, who's decided to have a bit of a glory run on the softs in the penultimate position in the LMP2 Pro AM field, as now we see Smuruglia into the pits. So this is him trying to, again, stop that gap from hemorrhaging to Dave De Bruyn and sort of try and get back within 10-12 seconds or so of Level 1 Esports to try and keep the pressure on at this late phase. We got an hour and 20 minutes left to run, and anyone that's thinking about mounting a charge through the field is starting to run out of time, and D'Alessandro knows there's not too much time to get close to that Aston Martin and get that Mercedes back on the podium.
Yeah, and as the sun sets and continues to, the sky continues to get go from shades of blue to shades of black, you can see the magic of the lights at Daytona at night, one of the more iconic racing scenes around the world, and certainly no less impressive in rFactor 2 or in the sim racing world. But it's going to require a lot of focus from these drivers. The ability of depth perception changes as the lighting changes. Certainly going to be a lot more consistent and uniform as the clouds become less and less of a factor. But the temperature of the track is coming down. The grip level is going to go up. It's going to potentially be an opportunity for soft and medium tires to be fast, but also to stand up to the longevity of the hard compound, and certainly going to change up strategies as we rapidly approach an hour remaining.
Indeed, and already my thoughts are sort of starting to shift to the next round, of course, which is at Interlagos. And funnily enough, we've got another race at Interlagos tomorrow that we've got to commentate on. A very different circuit to Daytona, isn't it? Of course, much shorter. It's a big bowl, essentially, at Interlagos. Translated, it means in between the lakes, so weather is often a big factor there as well. Do they have rain in Le Mans Ultimate, Raiden? I can't remember.
I believe they do. I'm not sure how implemented it is, but I know it is possible. So that may certainly throw a wrench in things either here or in Le Mans Ultimate. I believe rFactor 2 also has rain, if I'm not mistaken.
It definitely does, yes, because and in this championship, rain is on us. Oh, there we go, Michele D'Alessandro. Oh, really
a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, he really wasn't willing to move over. I think that was the Black Hawk LMP2 that he had a little bit of contact with there. So he was trying to lap him into turn 1, and D'Alessandro sort of swerved across. And then as it closed in the braking zone, he just refused to let him through. And in fact, he's lost a second to the Sinfream Junior team and Corazari as a result of that. So D'Alessandro maybe... I'm trying to think of a phrase here, and it's I think maybe
the enemy of reason.
Okay, okay, there we go. I was sort of thinking discretion is the better part of valor. Sort of was what I was trying to think of, but that one also works probably better than mine.
I've just made that up on the spot, so
okay.
Don't by any means take that as gospel, but just goes to show how important it is to have discretion at this point in the race, knowing that you are going to get passed by those LMP2s one way or another. It's just a question of when and how, and you certainly don't want to put yourself in a bad situation, especially with our good friend Guido in the MR Motorsport number 71, not too far behind, currently in the 9th position. So not an immediate threat, but certainly there are many cars which would very much love to take that 4th position away, most notably, and first in line, the Team Shiba number 13 McLaren.
Yeah, and if it was indeed a Maximilian Scheider in the Black Hawk number 30, you really can't afford to lose too much time, because Gazowski's just pitting the Hyperion 45 in that fight for the final spot on the pro podium, and he's come out 73 seconds behind. So that's going to be very, very tight between those two as this race goes on. Of course, could be that one of them ends up having to make the splash and dash within the final hour or final 40 minutes, more like, but given the life of the LMP2 field's tanks. Fuel tanks, indeed. So, yeah, that will be interesting to watch as we cut back to Teasdale, still 4th in class, about 10 seconds down on Gandosi in the Tamelli ERT, of course, who is about 16 seconds behind Nicky Pastore. But, of course, the closest fight is still going to be D'Alessandro, about 2.5 seconds behind Corazari. But, yeah, Geniali in the Arm Silver number 41 is... in fact, Teasdale's only about a second behind Seridani, who, of course, is in a different class entirely, which is why I'm getting a bit confused here. but yeah, it's
a valiant
Pro,
effort, I want to say. Yes, there you go.
Pro, where the big battles are, is what I'm saying.
Yes, for sure, and I want to take a moment to kind of, we were looking at them a moment ago, to give a kudos for a valiant effort by a TP Monsters. Both of their entries currently scored in GT3 AM as 2nd and 4th respectively, but very well done by them. They were once upon a time the last scored GT3 AM still running, so a valiant effort by them to secure the 2nd and 4th position, and still well in contention for that last podium spot with Carloni racing the Audi. Only 9 seconds up the road, so that one is certainly a battle we could see more of before the day is done.
Yep, there's certainly plenty to fight for, even for those a little bit lower down the standings in each class. As there's Salvatore Pastor in 5th, about 70 seconds down on Tommy Teasdale. So Teasdale and Ricky Montes have done a great job to build the lead that they have, as you point out. And there's been a bit of attrition helping out, but they have been doing the job on track. As look, the sun has well and truly disappeared. We're into the night for the final hour here of the 12 hours of Daytona, and it looks inevitable almost that this team, Hyperion number 44, are going to seal a very, very dominant victory in LMP2 Pro, with Roland Zux and CMT Go Team just constantly on the back foot, never quite close enough to really mount a consistent challenge, unfortunately for them, as they've also got, annoyingly for Roland Zux, he's got this hypercar of Smigilski. This is constantly in between. And in fact, Smigilski 2 laps down on Swakowski. If he wants to get overall 4th in the race, he might have to get a bit of a hurry up here, or at least may iron out some of the mistakes that are costing them time, essentially.
Yeah, that big moment going into the first horseshoe, the international horseshoe, was a pretty big moment there. Could have been much worse. It could have been a DNF. So Piotr going to be counting his blessings in that particular moment, but certainly going to be wanting a little bit more in terms of kind of prestige in this race, wanting that 4th overall spot, but certainly not at the expense of finishing the race at all.
Yeah, a distant 4th is still a 4th place. As we yellow in the first sector, clears before Smigilski reaches it, so can't have been anything too serious. But yeah, even even if you're low down in the field, a fourth place here is more valuable than the fourth place in a 6 or 4 hour race. So every reason to keep going, even if things start to go wrong in endurance racing. And that is one of the great things about it, that it is a real team effort, that just getting to the end of a really, really long race that's 12 or 24 hours, and there you see it's a GT3 that's cut across the grass there. It's one of the red GT3s as well. Could well be the Grow Racing. In fact, it's I think it's Boyd Transport, because Will Snowden is now showing as a DNF in the 306 Boyd Transport GT3 AM that was second last in the order. So that's a big shame if that's the last we see of the Boyd Transport GT3.
Yeah, and their sister car in the LMP2 category is still trying to make a run for the podium spots. Currently got a 1 lap gap to the ARMS Serba car, the number 42. So they're going to feel pretty secure about that with an hour and 11 minutes remaining, but certainly not going to count the chickens before they hatch.
Yeah, and of course, those are our top 3 teams in the championship. In LMP2 Pro-Am is ARMS Serba 42 on 80 points, Simford 47, 8 points down, and then Boyd Transport number 40, 30 points down, equal with Naha Racing Italia that we saw run out of fuel quite spectacularly early on, or unspectacularly, depending on your point of view, because they did slow to a crawl right in front of the pit, near the entry to the pit lane, agonizingly for them. Of course, Hyperion 46, unexpectedly on top at the moment. Simford 47 are looking good to take second, and then Boyd Transport in third with ARMS Serba in fourth. So it's almost a reverse championship order, apart from the fact that I think Simford 47 are looking very, very good to retake the lead of that championship. Of course, they did win last time at Istanbul as well, and that was that. So the championship has really started to get going in earnest. So great to see the 47 and their drivers really making an impression, because it's what, like I said, it's considered sort of the junior team to the hypercar squad, and it's great to see the 47 becoming a real force in a Pro-Am. And who knows, we could see the 47 either in LMP2 Pro, a lot of their lineup moving, transmigrating over to the hypercar squad in the next few seasons.
Yeah, and looking at the LMP2 field, our battle for the third position, Blackhawk Racing is in the pit lane currently, and on their way out of the pit lane. Hyperion Esports currently 12 seconds the gap and closing, but we'll have to see where exactly Blackhawk comes out of the pit lane and whether or not they're going to be ahead or behind of Hyperion Esports. This is well and truly the battle for the LMP2 Pro podium, and it looks like that gap is actually stabilized at about 11-12 seconds. We'll have to see exactly where that comes out, and whether or not Blackhawk Racing is able to hold on to that position that they so desperately want to hold on to at that final step of the podium. And Hyperion Esports going to certainly want to have a first and third finishing in LMP2 Pro, but Blackhawk Racing trying to spoil that party as best they can.
Yeah, of course, Blackhawk really eager to hold on to third in the points as well. As Hyperion 45 are down in sixth in the table in LMP2 Pro, so they really want some good points. Although, of course, the main hope lies with the 44. That is looking to take championship lead. But yeah, Blackhawk, the real fly in the ointment for the 45, and they've been having a very, very close battle. The interesting thing here is, have Blackhawk gone for this stop a little too early, and could Hyperion 45 and Mateusz Gazowski outsmart them here by running a bit longer, getting to within about 40 minutes, making one more stop, whereas maybe Blackhawk have got 2 more to make potentially if they've got to do, what is that, an hour and 10 minutes on the fuel tank. It could be close either way, but they should be able to do about 40 minutes.
Yeah, around about 40 minutes, that could put Blackhawk actually in just the right position. Hyperion Esports kind of in the middle ground between stints, where they're going to have to decide when to make that final pit stop. And the question is, can they get down to maybe 38 minutes remaining to really feel secure about that fuel situation before they make this next stop? That, I think, is going to be the battle to look at in the LMP2 Pros. Meantime, in GT3 Pro, Caspian Motorsport continues to eat into the lead of GR Synthrust ERT, so that Porsche slowly making its way back to its German sister, Mercedes. Caspian Motorsport continuing to close that gap, now from 15 down to 13 seconds, and as far as I know, at least, they are on a very similar pit strategy, so we will see exactly how that pans out. In the meantime as well, Simframe Esports opening up the gap over Biscara SRT, 5.4 seconds the gap there for what is the final spot on the GT3 Pro podium. So they are going to be in need of some pretty significant pace if they want to make that 5 seconds back up and overtake that Aston Martin. If not, it's looking at Porsche, Mercedes, Aston Martin 1, 2, 3 in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, Corozari doing a fantastic job here, and they've actually closed it ever so slightly on Selick, but Selick has been usually the pace setter at this phase of the race in that Caspian 75, as you say, closing down the gap to Artis Sekula, who often in the final stint of the race you do sort of want, especially in GT3s, you might want someone who is not so tired, that can take it relatively easy, and especially if you inherit a big lead, you want someone who's not going to blow that lead with a big mistake. But often the risk with that is some teams will put their best driver in for the final stint to go on a real charge. So it's often a little bit of a toss-up either way, which is the best way to go, because often when you've got a team of drivers, you sort of got to let everyone have a go in a 12-hour race just to get to the end. And even the drivers that aren't as quick over the course of a single lap can be worth their weight in gold if they just keep their head when they're tired and when they've just got to get to the end of a several-hour stint, essentially.
Yeah, and on that topic...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say, like, on the topic of kind of the attrition we've had so far, kind of a rundown and a moment of memorial for those we've lost along the way. Most recently, Alessandro Manfredi in the Virtual Drivers Alliance 115 currently scored as a DNF. William Snowden actually is back out on track in the Boyd Transport Racing, which we see here out on track on screen. The number 306 back out there, but running down there, Antonello Lampadula in the Naha Racing white number 58 is out of the race. So too is Sunset Motorsports number 83, currently scored 38th overall, 39th overall. The Virtual Drivers Alliance number 74. So that's two of the Virtual Drivers Alliance cars currently out of the race. Then Flying Goat number 95 in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, currently scored in the 40th overall position. Then the Project 91 Racing Team number 191, that's the hypercar entry, the first of our hypercars that are not running currently. Then the other of the Naha Racing Italia cars that has not been able to finish the race in the LMP2 Pro-Am category, that was Giacomo Lapadula, who was behind the wheel at the time that car retired. Then Team Iris, who is our, at least for now, our championship leaders in the hypercar category, the number 77 car, unfortunately out of this race very early. Simframe Esports Pink. Simframe Esports going to be happy with the success of some of their other teams across the full grid, having lost this one so early. Boyd Transport Racing number 206 GT3 AM. That was Valentin Iliev, I believe. That's how that would be pronounced. I apologize for my American pronunciation.
I think you've done it right there, don't worry.
Brilliant. And then currently scored last and 46th out on the grid is the ZR Prototype Red number 288 that we lost ever so early on. So as we approach an hour and 3 minutes now left to go, really closer to 4 minutes left to go, kind of memorialize those we've lost along the way. You know, the best part is the friends we've made along the way, but we've certainly lost a few friends as we've made it through these 12 grueling hours around Daytona International.
Yeah, and as you say that, it's interesting because, of course, Philip Arcos, Team R77 championship leaders going in. Virtual Drivers Alliance 74 were championship or joint championship leaders with Team Sheba 13 in GT3 Pro, and they're gone. And even the other Virtual Drivers Alliance car that was the 115 was second in GT3 AM, and they're gone as well. So a lot of big hitters falling by the wayside. And yeah, I think there was that big crash early on where GT3s and LMP2s tried to go like 3 or 4 wide into turn 1, and I think Crazy Milanese was at the wheel of Symphony Sorts Pink number 17 at the time, saw that happen in front, tried to full speed through it, and I think just hit the Iliev's car as he tried to escape, and that's why both of them are out, because of that damage. But the good news is Will Snowden, who I did say had retired early on, is back in the race. So it seems whatever the issue was for Boyd Transport 306, it's been fixed, and Will Snowden is going to still be running at the end, albeit in 35th and last place, a lap down on the next car, which is the Ksatria Sim Racing 88. But yeah, Will Snowden might be able to catch it before the end. You never know in this final hour. So we'll have to see as we look at Dave De Bruin, Patrick Swakowski, and Lorenzo De Cutis making their final stops for Level 1 Esports, Hyperion 44, and Team Sheba, respectively. The
Yeah,
final
and an
stops
update
at
on
this
the
hour. Yeah, not the
yeah,
final
so
stop of the
of
race.
this hour, not of the race. They would certainly have fuzzy pink slippers on if they were able to make it a full hour on fuel. But an update on the LMP2 Pro battle: Blackhawk Racing, despite making that last pit stop most recently, is still now 14 seconds ahead of Hyperion Esports. So I think that may well and truly be a pass for the final position on the podium. The question now is going to be where they turn out on their last couple of pit stops as we rapidly approach what should be our last pit stops across the field. 40 minutes is when we'll expect the last of our, the earliest rather, of our pitters to come down. So those who may potentially back time that and try to time out exactly how much fuel they have to take versus those who will run long and take less fuel. That is going to be interesting to see how that strategy turns out.
Yeah, I just had a thought to myself as I say Dave De Bruin leave the pit lane, and I was just thinking, is it bad that I want Alpius to be 10 laps ahead of everyone else in this race? Because it's like, oh, you should be grateful that because when we got to the last hour in Istanbul, that was when the problem started for them, and they lost the win, that they were a lap ahead at that point. Whereas, yeah, but whereas now I'm thinking, oh, I want them to be even more ahead. But talking about Smeriglio briefly, he has cut the gap to De Bruin to 16.2 seconds then. So, yeah, Smeriglio is certainly not giving up just yet, and has certainly undercut to go from 22 seconds behind to just 16 seconds behind. So the battle is still on for second. Dave De Bruin needs to keep his head to get level on eSports. Best result ever in Hypercar.
Yeah, and Team Sheba, number 13, in the 5th position in GT3 Pro, is now coming down the pit lane. They are certainly in position to lose a couple of spots from the Tamelli ERT and ARMS Sirba cars that are currently behind, so they will lose a few spots, as they will probably need most certainly need one more stop to make it to the end of this race. We take a look now at Maximilian Scheider, who is in the Blackhawk Racing number 30, currently scored in the 3rd position. So very well done by Blackhawk Racing to climb their way up the field and make it out in the podium position for LMP2 Pro. And meanwhile, Caspian Motorsport continuing to close that gap to our leader. GR Synthros ERT, they're going to have to start looking over their shoulder because now the gap is less than 11 seconds, and there's still another hour left to go. This battle for the lead. GT3 Pro, I think, is the only category right now where the battle is well and truly on, although as I say that, I take a look at the LMP2 Pro Am category, and only 18 seconds to gap there, so not quite as close, but both of those categories we could potentially see a battle to the very end.
Yeah, incredible. We've still got 35 cars going, and a number of them are still on the same lap as each other. An endurance race that's 12 hours long, I will absolutely take that. But yeah, Semir Selic, the Turkish driver, on an absolute charge, and Artur Sekula, the Polish driver, like you say, not only having to look into his shoulder, not into his shoulder, but over his shoulder, as you correctly said it. But yeah, so a lot of pressure on his shoulders, speaking of which, as we see, a penalty for Paolo Penimpede. That's going to impede his progress. And the arms zipper number 42, that was 2 laps down on Janssen Bintz. That's another hurdle for our championship leaders in LMP2 Pro Am. And yes, that's really going to be the nail in the coffin that really is going to brighten up Sim from Esports' I was going to say their day, but it has just turned to night. So that's really going to make their night for Federico Salve and company, because it means their chief championship rivals are really in trouble. They have no chance, really, of getting back onto the podium at this point.
Yeah, and it's going to be fortunate even for Arm Sirba to be in the position that they are in when they go ahead and serve this penalty. I don't think they'll lose any positions, so they will lose track position to Boy Transport Racing number 40 in the 3rd position, but not going to lose any actual positions on track. So that is one benefit of mistakes this late on in the game is, yes, it's very difficult to overcome them, but if you've got track position over the cars behind, it can certainly be the case that you almost just kind of forfeit and kind of call it a day and just get that car back around and make sure it's in one piece with all 4 tires still attached to the car by the time the clock strikes 0.
Yeah, we see both of the rookie monsters pitting at the same time as well, with Tommy Teasdale now back on track, and Daniel Scott getting on board the 63 that's in 2nd. He's come out 5 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Maggiolo, so good strategy from rookie monsters. Has got Scotsman Daniel Scott ahead of Maggiolo. Daniel Scott, another driver he's a teammate of not just in this car, but he's a teammate of Robin Milling in GPVWC Formula Sprint 1 at the Rookie Monsters team. Of course, not quite as successful, but he's had some good overtakes, some good drives. Daniel Scott to get some decent points finishes. So he's a driver learning his way, and certainly he's got some good accomplishments in sim racing and certainly in iRacing as well. They've scored some big results together, Rookie Monsters and Daniel Scott. So great to see him on course for a podium. I remember talking to him in the week before, and he said, we got so much ballast on this car. We're never going to get anywhere near the podium. So to be running second with an hour to go, that is really, really, really nice to see. But of course, no room for complacency now. Maggiolo within 5 seconds, and he's certainly not going to let up the pace just to make it easy for them at this pace. Carloni Racing are out for blood.
No, absolutely not. And what an appropriate name, Daniel Scott, for a Scottish lad, if I heard you correctly. So I can't think of a more appropriate last name for someone hailing from Scotland, from the north of the UK, and certainly representing his country well in second position in GT3 AM. Meantime, the only Audi in the field continuing to fly the stripes of Italy and continuing to put the pressure on. Now just 2.6 seconds the gap. So Daniel Scott's going to have to pick up the pace as much as possible. Of course, don't want to risk putting it in the wall by any means. And looking at the teammate, Simone Malili, the Carloni prototype car, currently scored in the 6th position. We're taking a look at here. So that Orca, the last scored out on track for the LP2 Pro at Sunset Motorsports, number 83, is now scored as a DNF out on the screen.
Yeah, of course. But going back to Daniel Scott and Maggiolo, I think Lorenzo Maggiolo will know Daniel Scott doing what his first stint in a while in this race. That this is the point where he's going to be vulnerable, where he's just getting back to grips with the car and into the swing of things. And that's the moment where he really doesn't want to have to deal with the car sneaking up to the back of him. So yeah, Maggiolo, who, while probably feeling a little bit fatigued at this point, is still in the rhythm, in the zone, essentially, is now going to try and take advantage of that to get back into second position in this race, which they've not held for quite a while, actually. So this driver change has been the best opportunity yet for Carloni Racing to gain ground. Meanwhile, Daniel Smeriglio 11.7 seconds behind Dave De Bruyn, but that gap's just gone back up to 12.5. So De Bruyn fighting back marvelously on this particular lap, it would seem, as we see more GT3s in the pits. That looks like a Geniale at the wheel of Arm Super 41 and Michele D'Alessandro as well in the Pescara SRT. So that's a relief to Corazari that at least he's out of his hair for the time being.
Yeah, and something I'd actually ask to you as someone more familiar with rFactor 2, this is my first time doing any commentary for rFactor 2, but with this at least, is it... right, if you... are these GT3 cars able to do a full hour, or are they similarly...
I think it's slightly more than...
to be 40.
I think it's... I think it's actually slightly more than 40. I think it's actually around about 50 minutes for the most part in these. So, but it depends on the cars and also how they drive them. There might be a few doing splash and dashes near the end. But yeah, look at...
Yeah, that was just my thought, seeing all those GT3s come in with still 53, almost 54 minutes left to go.
I think some of them could be going at the end, yeah. But yeah, Maggiolo 145.5, Daniel Scott 147.6. That really shows you just how much Maggiolo is pushing. He's matching a lot of the fastest class times, essentially. I think Gandosi, and Corazari and Secula are the only three going quicker at the moment on track.
Yeah, and similarly, kind of that back and forth for second and third out on track. That last time De Bruyn put down a 130.871, a 131.168 from the chasing SimFrame Esports Porsche. So opening up the gap that last time by De Bruyn, and as you mentioned, rather marvelously holding off the charge from the Porsche.
Yeah, I thought I'd just have a look in the chat. I think Zubinski, when there was another pit stop against Blackhawk, he said, "Here we go again." But unfortunately, Gazowski still 16.6 seconds in arrears in that LMP2 Pro podium fight as Alpius makes what should be his penultimate stop of the race on lap 422, and he's followed in by Peter Smigielski. Was that the Carloni Racing car getting very close to the Team Shiba number 13 there?
Yeah, very close there. That's going to be a brown pants moment for the Audi team. They're not going to want to see moments like that, especially this close to the end. You don't want to put yourself
And this
in
close to the
any
back
sort of
Daniel Scott as
untoward
well.
position. Yes, indeed. He'll be intimately familiar with the carbon fiber pattern on the rear diffuser of that McLaren 720S GT3.
Yes, and I think he would much rather be that familiar with the back of the rookie monsters at this present moment. But of course, once he's caught, he's got to get through somehow. And Maggiolo just continues to catch, and Daniel Scott may well look a little bit worried here, although he was quicker the previous at 146.9. Maggiolo being held up means he only was able to set a 147.3, but that's not going to be the state of affairs every lap. So Daniel Scott needs to throw more cars at Maggiolo to hold on to that second spot at the moment, because he's looking a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, and a great job being done by Daniel Scott right at the moment, considering the ballast that's in that Porsche. It's going to be making it much more difficult to maneuver around these corners and making it slower in an overall straight line. So doing a very, very valiant job of holding off the number 82 Audi, as we see maybe a little bit of a run here for the Audi. Going to close up that gap coming out of the Daytona chicane. I guess it's the Le Mans chicane now at the bus stop. So that gap continues to close in the slipstream as an LMP2 going to go around the outside on the driver's right-hand side here. They'll be well clear by the time they enter turn one. We'll see if any move is going to be made by the Carloni Racing Audi. It doesn't look like it this time. Whoa, really deep in on the brakes. What a move to the outside. Able to get side by side. And oh my goodness, how close was that between the 63 and the 82?
Yeah, but as you say, Daniel Scott is completely cool as you like, saying, okay, do your do or die hero stuff behind me. As he all now tries to crash into the back of Daniel Scott, which is not clever racing from the 82 there, I would argue. But yeah, certainly they're all just trying not to trip over one another as they let the LMP2 through, and then the battle's surely going to continue here. But Daniel, you saw down the straight as well. It was like Maggiolo had a grappling hook on the back of that rookie monsters there, and Daniel
and it's
Scott,
giving flavors of the battle earlier when
holding him up.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing flavors of the battle that he was having earlier. I don't remember if it was Lorenzo who was behind the wheel, but some contact we saw between him and the Pescara SRT car, I believe, or might have been someone else. I don't remember exactly who it was, but certainly a bit of argy-bargy from the Audi earlier on in the race, and a very robust move into turn one that ended up setting one of the BMWs as a pick to take that position.
It was the MR Motorsport 66, isn't it? The car that's leading the class. I'm pretty sure that he barged out of the way, whoever it was.
That may very well be the case, but certainly this is giving similar shades and flavors of that battle. So going to want to be careful, Lorenzo, and make this pass as cleanly as possible. Plenty of time left to do it. 50 minutes, 15 seconds, 49 minutes and 11 seconds now left to go in the race. Lots of time. Don't make any too crazy moves to try to get past the Porsche, because Daniel Scott will certainly not put up with it.
Yeah, and he's got the harder tyres compared to Daniel Scott as well, so in theory that means they should hold up better across this stint, as Daniel Scott could easily push them a little bit harder. But of course the Porsche at 911 I think tends to be a little bit kinder on its tyres than a car like the Audi is. Look at this, they're getting a little bit unsettled by these LMP2s, and that creates a small window of opportunity for Maggiolo to close up to the back there. They're all flashing the lights at each other, those LMP2s. The 47 thinking, I want no part of this whatsoever, let me out of here. And indeed they do. But yeah, Daniel Scott has just got to keep him behind for 50 more minutes. Can he do it for 50 more seconds, though? Because Maggiolo going up the inside at the second horseshoe, but maybe that was a little bit too eager for him, because he's now stuck on the outside.
Yeah, and putting up a great defense is Daniel Scott, as he is just having a hard time holding that car on the apex. Once again, similar to the battle earlier, Lorenzo Maggiolo and the Carloni Racing Audi are able to hold that white line to the inside much better than the 63 and much better than its competitors. That car remarkably good in the setup and remarkably competent at getting around these corners as compared to the Porsche. So that's going to make things very interesting, as he's got some great center corner speed, but the Porsche seems a little bit faster on exit. You can see just how hard he dives into the bus stop to get as close as he possibly can, as much slipstream as he possibly can, to try to get advantage heading into turn one, and it looks like he's just about going to be able to do so. The question is he going to risk going to the outside? He just about went to the outside a few laps ago,
and just about took out the Porsche with him. Let's see if he goes to the outside here and makes a move. If he pulls out of the slipstream, is it going to be enough momentum that he has to get side by side? Maybe just. He's just at the quarter panel of the Porsche. Now is going to fall back a little bit, not having the closer line, but he may be close enough to make a move here into turn 1. Is he going to do so deep into the braking zone for the run zone? Oh, big defensive move from the number 63. I think he's just about done it. They're still side by side going through the chicane, heading into the International Horseshoe. Who is going to come out on top? The 82 currently has the better position out on track, and it looks like he is going to finally make the pass. No, a crossover by the number 63. Daniel Scott going to try to make that move, but maybe just mistimed it as we get a replay of that pass.
Yeah, I think Scott was trying to gear up for a counterattack into the second horseshoe, but look at this. Maggiolo, that aggressive move to the outside, does do or die, brake late on the outside, and then that sort of forced Scott to do some door banging there in order to get through the corner at all, and they ran side by side for several corners here. This is absolutely fantastic to see, but you saw Scott didn't quite get the run on the outside that he needed to really re-emerge ahead, and I believe Maggiolo is held on to that second position now, and so Daniel Scott is going to be helped a little bit by getting the slipstream from the back of the Audi, but that ballast on board the rookie monsters means he's going to struggle to retake track position on the track, but now there might be an opportunity for strategy to come into place. Got to hope that Carloni 82 is just eating for its fuel right now, and that they can get back in front of that Audi through the pits.
Yeah, and you're certainly going to see the importance of the in-lap and the out-lap for these drivers as we see our leader, the GR SimThrust e-racing team, coming in for what should be their final stop of the race. Number 8 car is in the GT3 Pro leader, I should specify. That is our GT3 Pro leader. Meantime, Caspian Motorsports closing the gap. They still have to make their last pit stop, but that is going to allow them to at least temporarily take the lead. And actually, it looks like I think they have actually made what should be their last pit stop, or at least their second to last pit stop. So this could just about be the outright battle for the lead in GT3 Pro. 7 seconds the gap, 6 seconds, 6.5, 5.5, and closing 5 seconds the gap as they come through here. And it looks like this is going to be a great battle right to the end of GT3 Pro.
Yeah, certainly Kakmali has got the pace. Has he got the track position to come with it? Yes, he does. Caspian Motorsport take the lead then with 45 minutes left to go on the clock then. And Artur Sekula has that slightly gutting feeling coming out behind. He's got to hope Caspian Motorsport 75 is low on fuel at this point.
Yeah, and I was just trying to look and see how many times they've been in the pits. That Caspian Motorsports car has been in for 5 pit stops, only 2 it's showing for
might be in that driver's stint as well. So yeah,
I believe so. So that may
up.
not be. Yeah, unfortunate we can't see the laps since last pit, but we can see that the fastest laps are right on top of each other. So the ultimate pace of both of those cars is very similar, and we're going to see here just how fast that 8 car can be, because this is really the first time in many hours that we've seen anyone put up a true challenge against that Porsche.
It's been a long time coming, isn't it, for the Caspian 75 crew, isn't it, with Kakmali now on that track position. Now Sekula has gone from the hunted to the hunter, says Ed Hunter, but the commentator. But anyway, Sekula, having looked very, very comfortable before, is now looking like he's having to take a couple more risks, especially for that Le Mans chicane there. He was really using quite a lot of curb to get through that corner. And yeah, this is really going to be an attempt to sort of apply pressure to Caspian Motorsports here. But yeah, Kakmali will know exactly what he has to do, whether he has to pit before too long or whether he's going to be able to hold it out on track that little bit longer, with the fuel mileage of the Mercedes being a little bit of a question mark at this particular track, of course. But we do know it tends to be one of the better ones in terms of fuel mileage, which allows them to do slightly different things on strategy compared to some of the other teams. But of course, the other thing that can plumb into play is setup and how you drive it, of course. And it's no good having a brilliant strategy and then pushing way too hard and then running out of fuel with 2 laps to go. And also it depends when Ilaria Alpius gets to the finish line as well and ends the race in hypercar in the top class, of course, because that's going to dictate, as we saw so memorably Le Mans Ultimate at Spa last weekend on last Sunday, exactly how that can go wrong for the GT3 class.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's even more gut-wrenching after a full 12 hours rather than just a few, as 2.5 hours, really, 2 hours, 40 minutes or so, and so you could see just the heartbreak The cars and the tracks may be fake, but the racing very much is real in sim racing and esports. And these drivers are certainly going to be wanting every bit of bragging rights and money that can possibly come with it. That's just a bonus from the thrills of wins and the gruels of defeat.
Yeah, I mean they're all real people. Even at least I think so. Are you real, Braden?
Legend has it I'm actually an AI algorithm developed by Meta, but
or maybe I'm just hallucinating this whole thing, you know, just so I have someone to talk to, and it's very weird for the people listening.
I would be surprised if your inner voice was an American.
That's true. And Simitrich wouldn't have pretended to react to you as well, unless I was doing your voice as well, and my mouth is actually way more tired than it sounds like it is. But anyway, right. Just remember not to get too loud because it's not half an hour to midnight here. But anyway.
Well, before you get slapped by your mother for being too loud, let's do a little bit of a rundown here of some of our closer battles across the field.
Braden, the whole family's lining up, and they've got their
gloves.
Oh,
brilliant! Well, they'll make you pick the stick that they whip you with. But in any case, some of our closer battles up and down the field. LMP2 Pro Am, 16 seconds the gap between first and second there. That gap has fluctuated around about 15 seconds as we see. Oh, very close moment there with what I believe is the Blackhawk Racing LMP2 getting past the Porsche that we're riding on board with. So GR Simthrust Esports is going to be passed another lap down by that car as our leader in the LMP2 Pro M category. Just as I mentioned, that battle comes into the pit lane. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this turns out in strategy. And it looks like Simframe and Boyd Transport Racing are both in the pit lane together. So that is going to make for an interesting finish in LMP2 Pro Am. Meanwhile, GT3 Pro, that battle between Caspian Motorsport and GR Simthrust is actually cooling down a small bit, much like the Cold War. It is cooled down, and now 3 seconds the gap between those. But meanwhile, Simframe Esport 12.5 seconds further afield of the GR Simthrust Porsche, trying to make a run there. In the meantime, Team Rookie Monster, that is Scott, who is behind the wheel of that car. He is still bleeding time to the Carloni Racing number 82 Audi. So now almost 6 seconds the gap there as that battle continues to go into a state of, as you've said, detente. So the Cold War tension's cooling down a little bit here, although GR Simthrust, I think, is our closest battle out on track that'll really be in contention in the last 40 minutes.
Yeah, certainly. So last laps between them, 1:45.2 for Mele Kakmele as Arta Secula set a 1:45.6, so 4/10 slower then. So Kakmele is starting to get things under control here, and Secula has got to find something at the moment if he wants to retake the lead on track, of course.
Yeah, and we continue to see a great job done by Level 1 Esports and by the driver, who I'm not actually looking here. It is still De Bruyne,
isn't it?
Yeah, still behind the wheel of the Ferrari, doing a great job of holding off the charge from Simframe Esport. Depending on the strategy, I think they've just about done it. They're getting close to the window where we're going to see any stops from here on out, just about in any of the categories, should be the final pit stop for any of these cars. So we may see some people back time it, or some people just do a splash and dash at the very end. But based on that information, I still think Simframe Esport is going to have to settle for third position. Level 1 Esports, a job well done to get the Ferrari up into the second position on the podium.
Yeah, it's certainly an odd-looking top two compared to what I think many people were expecting going in. And but yeah, certainly nobody's gonna. I think even Simframe number one will have to, raise the tip of their hat to level 1, and indeed to ground effect another 9 laps ahead of them on lap 431. Then, as we go into 38 minutes remaining in this race, so we are well and truly starting to run out of time. And this is where everyone is really going to start to get marginal on field, particularly in GT3 class, where the 2 GT3 classes where there might be a few more gambles being made. Daniel Scott, to me, either the ballast is taking hold of that car, or he could potentially be trying to make sure the fuel lasts to the end compared to Carloni Racing 82 then. But yeah, it's going to be It's going to be interesting. I think Maggiola, in terms of pace, is not going to be caught on track, as you say. But yeah, Artur Secula, meanwhile, has actually fought back against Kakmali 2/10 quicker the previous lap. The gap 2.5 seconds now. So little by little, he is chipping away every other lap. And Kakmali has just got to hold firm if the 75 wants to win this. And again, there's always, it's almost more exciting not knowing how much fuel's in those cars than it is knowing, because that way we're sort of kept in suspense a bit more, rather than, oh, well, he's going to pit the next lap. So that's the driver's problem, not ours.
Yeah, certainly best that they do the math and not us. But a good point brought up in the YouTube chat by Ricardo Corazari. It's funny to lose 2/10 with cars that are battling for something and 8/10 with cars that are 7 lap down, to which I would say traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. So something that's certainly critical in these final stages of the race is management of traffic and these battles that are going on, especially within the LMP2 category, because there are just so many of them as compared to either of the other categories. So definitely these drivers are going to be tired, they're going to be frustrated, and they're not going to have very much patience for people getting in their way, regardless of whether or not they're in their class, and regardless of whether or not they're many laps down.
I think there's 14 LMP2s and Params all put together, and GT3, I think, might have slightly more actually still running, at least. But there were certainly quite a lot of LMP2s that retired, one more compared to the GT3s that retired. So what you said tracks, I think. they're both pretty big fields. In the LMP2, I think it was one car bigger. At this point, it's maybe one car smaller. Admittedly, maybe part of that is because the LMP2 Param logo on the timing screen is so big that it takes up more space. But that might be why it seems like it's a bigger field than it actually is. As we ride on board with Secula, who's within 2 seconds now. Kakmali starting to look a little bit more shaky now that he's not pulling away to the tune that he was earlier. And Secula senses a chance to get back in the lead here after holding it for so long in this race. 35 minutes to go. And it could well be a straight fight between these two. Caspian Motorsport looking for their first win in such a long time, in over a season at least. And GR Simfrost, I think, are they looking for their first win of this season? I'm pretty sure they haven't won so far this season. GR Simfrost, yeah, they're down in 7th in the championship. So yeah, these are two underdogs scrapping out for the GT3 Pro Class win.
Yeah, and continuing to make things interesting as that gap continues to come down between GR Simthrust and Caspian Motorsport, the two German brands continuing to do battle as they have done throughout the entirety of the 12 hours, and the traffic just continuing to make a difference here, as I believe that is the Team Shiba McLaren that the Caspian Motorsports car has just gotten past. So that's one car between him and Artur. In the GR Simthrust car. He's going to be wanting as many as possible.
Nicky Pastor, isn't it?
I believe so. No, yeah, you're absolutely right. So, going to be someone that's rather good on pace. It's not like it's somebody who's well down the field, and that's one of the things with the GT3s is that you're already the slowest class. So anybody you're passing, whether they're lapped or on the same lap as you, is, oh, that's pretty close, maybe even just a touch going around the outside as the McLaren just surrenders that position rather wisely coming through the West Horseshoe. But back to the point of being the slowest class already, it means any cars you're passing are at least as fast as you in theoretical top pace. So that certainly throws a wrench in things when you're trying to lap around the traffic.
Yeah, certainly. If Nicky Pastor making a cheeky move and then having to give it up almost immediately, but you can tell a bit of frustration because he's 67 seconds down on Michele D'Alessandro in the Pescara SRT. And D'Alessandro is actually starting to really catch Alessandro Ricciardiel hand over fist. Last lap 144.3. Ricciardiel just set a 146.1. So yeah, 6.7 seconds between them. That battle is definitely not over yet, and Ricciardiel may have to do some defending in that Simfroom Junior team. Them and Pescara SRT really fighting to come out of this race in the lead of the championship in GT3 Pro, essentially. Because if you look at the two of them, there's only about 2 points between them, essentially. So, and all the other top runners like Virtual Drivers Alliance, Team Shiba, a little bit down the order, and Arms Super 41 as well, and Tamelli T2 are placed behind them. So yeah, it's all really wide open there, and whichever one of them finishes on the podium could well be coming out of this second half of the season with a pretty decent lead.
Yeah, and on the topic of the championship, those championship points are going to feel tantalizingly closer and closer as we now have eclipsed 33 minutes remaining in the race. The hypercar battle seems well and truly done. So too is the LMP2 Pro battle. Pro-Am a little bit closer to done than to not done, but GT3 Pro certainly nowhere near done, as the gap now just eclipses 1 second, kind of bouncing around that 1 second mark for Arter, trying to make up as much time as he can on the Mercedes ahead. GT3 AM, that battle for at least the lead is pretty much done, and Team Rookie Monster, unfortunately, Dan Scott not able to make up any time on the Carloni Racing number 82, so that position just about sealed up so long as there are no mistakes from Carloni Racing up ahead on track. So this is really our only battle for the lead, but impressive for this battle to be within just 1 second after 11 and a half or so hours of racing.
Yeah, with just half an hour to go in a 12-hour race, it all comes to this, doesn't it? The Mercedes versus the Porsche, Melik Mali in the Caspian Motorsport versus Artur Sekula in the GR Simfrost e-racing team machine. And who is going to triumph? Is it going to be the Turkish team or the Polish team that comes out on top here? Because they've been so evenly matched throughout, and Kakmali gaining and using clever strategy to just get ahead. But can he get the fuel to last as well? We don't know exactly if he's trying to save fuel in this final section of the race, as there is a LMP2 that comes out the pits right in between the two of them, and in fact that's the rookie monsters that Kakmali makes contact with, and that's Danny Scott in the 63 being lapped there, and Kakmali barging him almost out of the way and clearing the way for Sekula, ironically, to get through much easier.
Yeah, certainly no patience for any shenanigans for the Caspian Motorsports Mercedes. Looking rather menacing, I'm sure, in the rearview mirror of any cars that is passing, but looking more like a target on their back for any of the faster traffic coming through, and that's going to continue to be a factor all the way down till the clock strikes 0 as we rapidly now approach 30 minutes remaining, and this is going to be these drivers' last opportunities to make any moves, so you got to leave it all out there. You want to find the balance between putting out absolutely everything you possibly can, leaving it out there on track, but also not costing yourself and your team the potential of a podium finish when it very well is done otherwise without any, in the absence of any mistakes. So you certainly don't want to be the driver who makes that mistake and ruins that for the rest of your team.
Yeah, so Kakmali looking a little bit agitated there, and you can't really blame him because Sekula is just on a charge at the moment, 144.9 the previous lap, whereas Kakmali 145.3. Let's see as they come towards the timing beam what the split is this time. 4/10 quicker the previous lap was Artur Sekula, and it's probably going to be quite similar lap times, funnily enough, then as they come towards that start-finish line, and the gap still 9/8 of a second. And yeah, both in the 1:45 freeze then, so almost exactly at the same time, funnily enough, so I was right there. But yeah, this is really where their medal is going to be absolutely tested. Artur Sekula has been in that car quite a while, as has Kakmali, to be fair, and they've got to make sure they don't falter at this crucial stage, because one botched overtake and that could be the win disappearing before your eyes. As speaking of the win, here comes Alaric Alpius dealing with the traffic. No room for complacency here with 28 minutes to go, even with an 8-lap lead. That you cannot rest on your laurels and just slow to a crawl and hope that's enough to win. You have still got to be setting out those consistent lap times, and Alaric Alpius has been doing that, consistently lapping in the 130s and matching what De Bruyn and Smeruglia are doing. And De Bruyn now comes into the pits for his final stop. That's got to be a splash and dash. So let's see how close Smeruglia is once he re-emerges.
Yeah, and Sekula continuing to close the gap and rapidly getting into the position where the slipstream is only going to get stronger and stronger around the banking, as it looks like maybe a poor exit from the Caspian Motorsports car. So he's going to be certainly in defense mode as the Porsche pulls up to the back of him. I actually kind of have been left wondering whether or not that Porsche is also subject to the ballast penalty that the Team Rookie Monster cars have been subject to based on the performance of those cars in earlier rounds, but certainly not showing it if there's any weakness in that Porsche. It looks like really only absolute pace from Artur Sekula and continuing to put the pressure on.
Yeah, I think the BOP is class specific, so I believe it would be just the GT3 AM that have the more penalized Porsche, because that's the one leading that championship, whereas it's much lower in the standings in GT3 Pro, so there's a lot less than the 30 kilograms of ballast that the 63 and 62 are lugging around, I believe, on board the Simfast DRT of Secula. And here's Prusak then coming out of the pits. Is Suave going to retake the lead? It's going to be very, very close between them. 4 seconds then the gap as Prusak is cruising at the pit exit here. Suave is going to breeze through, surely. There we go. And he retakes the lead, and there's the Go team just trying to lap both of them, and that creates a little space for the 46 to get through. This is for the class lead in LMP2 Pro-Am, and the Hyperion is going to try and go around the outside then at the dog leg. That's going to be risky into the West Horseshoe and almost off track there, and he's flashing the lights wildly. He's braking late. Up the inside goes Prusak, and he does take the lead coming out of the pits there, so immediately dropped right into the heart of the action there. Fantastic.
Yeah, and there's no more stressful situation when you come out on cold tires and all of a sudden have to defend a position or attack for a position. Continuing that battle, as speaking of battles, the GT3 Pro battle is on. It is under half a second between the Porsche and the AMG Mercedes. So Kakamali is continuing to try to hold them off. Sparks flying out the back of that AMG Mercedes GT3 as they go around the banking. It looks like the Porsche just struggling for the outright pace around the oval, just needing that slipstream to keep in touch, much less to try to gain time. But in the corners, the pace advantage is certainly in favor of the Porsche.
Yep, and unfortunately there's quite a few corners here, but luckily lots of traffic to delay either of them. As you see the Boyd Transport LMP2 just making its way through now past the Caspian car, and now up the inside they go as they both try and lap the BMW, the Gro Racing Team car that gets well out of the way, doesn't want to decide the GT3 AM. A battle there, or does it actually, because Artisecula makes a little bit of a kiss at the side there as he leaves it behind. But yeah, Metcalf Malley with Artisecula really just showing his intentions, making them very, very clear as he breaks late through these hairpins. Metcalf Malley, what can he do to keep him behind? Does he try and maybe use the slipstream to his advantage, or does he just try and block like crazy? Because maybe there's a strategy where it might be more beneficial to fall behind and then slipstream over the line when it gets to the final lap, if indeed it becomes that close in these last 20 minutes.
Yeah, and you could see the Mercedes just struggling for grip on the exit, getting back onto the banking, turns 1 and 2 of the big oval, and now heading into the bus stop, we're going to see just how much that grip he's able to conjure up from the black tires underneath him. You can see big wiggle on entry, but still able to get a decent exit. Looks like Artisecula has gotten a better exit, though. He's right underneath, tucked up underneath. Oh, and gets onto the apron for just a moment. Looks like a bit of a wiggly moment there. Not sure if that was a little bit of lag or if he has actually had just quite a moment there between the banking on the oval and the apron just below, but still able to make up time, just tucked up underneath, maybe half to car length between him and the rear wing. He can just about reach out and touch it, the rear wing of that AMG Mercedes, and he's now going to try to make a move. Deep into the braking zone goes the Porsche, not able to make a move this time, but certainly showing the nose and making sure that Kakamali does not feel any sense of security. You don't want to let him get into any sort of a rhythm, going to force him to make too much use of those tires. As you can see in the center of the corner, maybe a little bit of contact there, just a touch of contact, perhaps in a sideways moment for the Mercedes. You can see the flashing lights of one of the LMP2s, the faster cars, going around on the right-hand side, and that is going to certainly continue to play a factor with just 23 minutes left to go. The clock is absolutely running away from these drivers, and the time is running out for them to make any sort of move here, as while this battle rages on, only 2.1 seconds the battle between Hyperion 46 and Simfreem eSports number 47. This has been the battle for the Pro-Am lead for quite a while now, and now just coming back down to the very end of this race.
Yeah, great to see two classes going right to the wire, but unfortunately, Pano Penimpede, we saw him get a drive-through penalty earlier on for track limits penalties, exceeding track limits a few too many times. The arm super number 42 is showing as DNF, so I believe they've been disconnected from the race with just 25 minutes left to go, which is heartbreaking for them. That's going to hand fourth in class to HG Sports Blue Bolt, and of course Arm Super were leading the championship going into this one, so this is really, after their win in Imola and their 2 second places as well in Bahrain and Istanbul, this is really backfiring for them, and it makes the number 47, even though they've just lost the lead, that will at least be a somewhat consolation that their main rivals in the championship are having an even worse day than them.
Yeah, sometimes it's as long as my competitor is having a worse day than I am, that's a win, and that certainly is the case in this situation. But sometimes it comes down to just good old-fashioned racing, and that's what it's coming down to in both the LMP2 Pro-Am and GT3 Pro categories. After 12 hours of racing, or just under 12 hours of racing, we now have 2 battles for leads without almost any Code 80, almost any caution around the tracks. Just been clean green racing, and yet we're down to 0.3 of a second, under 0.4 of a second, the battle for the Pro-Am category, and under 2 seconds the battle for LMP2 Pro-Am. So fantastic racing from ERS and these drivers who have really put in their all, in these teams that have put in so much effort, not only putting together setups for these cars, but also putting in the time to practice and get out here on track for 12 hours of your Saturday. So whether you're joining us from Europe, from Asia, from the United States, or further afield, we thank you for joining us throughout this 12 hours. We thank you for Mariano for putting on the broadcast and continuing to give us the sights and sounds of the virtual Daytona International Speedway. And we are blessed to now have a great battle on our hands. As we see a big-time moment for the number 75. The number 75 is sideways. Big-time mistake. I think that may just be the mistake that gives the lead away. LMP2 traffic, meanwhile, making it almost 3 wide. They're going to have to drag race now back around to the straightaway. And the start-finish line going to feel like miles away now for Arthur and Mali. They're going to be side-by-side going into turn 1.
Yeah, Kakmele on the inside, Secula on the outside. Who is going to get ahead once they get to turn 1? And I believe the game has just crashed.
Just at the worst time.
Yes, they could not have picked a much worse time than that. But Kakmele has just held on to the lead by 0.4 of a second. They're coming out of the first corner there. So that is heart and mouth stuff. But yeah, certainly we also see in the chat the Hyperion team going absolutely mad. Prusak coming out and retaking the lead immediately at the pits. Polska Garom indeed. As we see Alari Alpius going in for what will be his final pit stop of the race. And apparently this is now a radio commentary. Raiden, I'm afraid. So I'm sure Mariano is working furiously behind the scenes to get things back under control. But at the moment, we're
meanwhile,
just
continuing to work. Yeah, continuing to work furiously. 4/10 of a second the gap for that GT3 Pro lead. So for those still following us without vision, the battle is still as it was when the screen went black. Caspian Motorsports number 75 Mercedes has the lead. GR Simthrust ERT number 8 wants it, and wants it badly. In the meantime, the LMP2 Pro-Am battle continues to stay as Prusak currently leading over the Simframe eSports number 47, but that gap has come down from 2 seconds all the way down to 0.9 of a second. So that battle continues to rage on. The battle between the GT3 Pros opens up just a little bit, half a second now, the gap between the two of them as they make another lap complete. Our leaders now have made 443 laps over the course of the last 12 and some, well, it's 11 and some hours.
We've actually got 3 battles.
Much more to play for.
3 battles because Michele D'Alessandro has caught Ricciardiel in the fight for the final podium position in GT3 Pro. So all the actions in GT3 Pro right now. Ricciardiel desperately trying to hold off D'Alessandro, and Kakmele doing the same, desperately trying to keep Artur Secula at bay. And Artur Secula is just absolutely relentless right now. And that big wobble from Kakmele, he did incredibly well to hold onto the lead after that, because I thought for sure, like you said, Braden, that he was losing that one. Suave, I think, is starting to get a bit of a toe from the back of Prusak. So even though Prusak's got the fresher tyres, Suave has got the bit within its teeth, and he fancies getting Symphony Esports number 47 back into victory lane here with 17 minutes left to go on the clock, I believe. 18 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Ricciardiel is continuing to hold off the charge from D'Alessandro, but 0.3 of a second, that gap there. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead in GT3 Pro has actually opened up a touch. Over half a second, the gap there. Looking a little bit further up the field, keeping you updated on all the close battles. 1 second now, the gap between Hyperion and Simfree Esports for the LMP2 Pro-Am battle. And At the top of the charts, Ground Effect ST continues to lead by 8 laps over SimFrame Esports. So actually, there's been a change of position there, I believe, on pit strategy. So it may be the case that Level 1 Esports is going to have to settle for 3rd position based on how the strategy has turned out. De Bruin is now scored in the 3rd position, 9 laps down from the leader, but 21 seconds behind Smeriglio in the SimFrame Esports Porsche. We may still yet have a battle on for 2nd place overall.
Yeah, De Bruyne has actually come out on the soft tyres as well, so that is really, really tantalising as he's 21 seconds down. And we are back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, we haven't missed anything, just a lot of tension. So 16 minutes left to go, and only 5 minutes left of Saturday, so in the UK at least. So about 15 minutes of this race will take place on Sunday. So technically I will do 2 races tomorrow with you, Braden.
Yeah, certainly going to be having a good time. It's still 5 hours left in the day for me, so certainly going to be enjoying a nice bit of dinner after this. But meantime, this is a battle side by side. Sandro going to try to go the long way around. This battle has been raging for several hours now. The number 99 trying to hold on. This is going to potentially be a Mercedes 2-3 finish in the GT3 Pro category. That battle is not anywhere near over with 16 minutes left to go.
I don't think anything's guaranteed here. Let's look at this. This is a replay, I think, of what we just saw. D'Alessandro briefly going around the outside now. Oh, breaking really, really late into the corner just before they rejoin the banking there. I forget what that's called, 10, 6, and 7, essentially, as we see back the lead fight. Of course, we've got our lead fight and then our championship lead fight for 3rd, isn't it? So it's really, really tasty either which way you look at it. And in terms of the Blackhawk SimFrame 47 versus Hyperion 46, it's 6/10 between those two, so it's sort of 3 places to look. So it's the ideal way to really end 12 hours. Let's look at this. Secula has got a fantastic run then as they go up towards the banking with 15 minutes to go. And the Porsche of that GR Simfrust e-racing team looking for a run around the outside, trying to do the Carloni Racing 82 sort of move, but Kankmali is wise to it. Now D'Alessandro, he's got a chance to replicate that right behind Ricciardiel, tucking it behind the Aston Martin as they go round that left-hander flat out towards the first corner. And Ricciardiel, switching to the inside comes D'Alessandro, just trying to put Ricciardiel off, and not successful in doing so just yet. But Ricciardiel, how much more of this can he take? Because D'Alessandro just looks so much faster at this phase of the race.
Yeah, and certainly all still to play for. The 8 car has been definitely better on pace, but it seems like a very, very robust defense put on by the Mercedes just ahead. And speaking of, we've got 1 Mercedes on defense, 1 on offense, continuing to try to put pressure on the Aston Martin. At this point in the race, it only takes but 1 mistake to either end your race or win it at this point along the way. And Ground Effect still feeling pretty safe at the beginning. Oh, that's going to be a robust move, going to kind of shoulder the Aston Martin out of the way, but the Aston Martin should have a little bit better of a run getting onto the banking. In the meantime, going into the bus stop, they're going to have to stay single file. Oh, big time moment! The 75 sideways. He's not going to be able to make the pass quite yet, but the 8 is just trying to squeeze past, trying to put a little bit of extra air on the back wing of the number 75 Mercedes. Not quite able to do so. The Mercedes just a touch faster on the straightaways, and that's going to be incredibly frustrating for Artur Sekula, who's going to go side by side, try to get back onto the banking on the tri-oval side by side with the Mercedes to try to make a move to the outside.
Yeah, Kankmali making him go the long way around once again, but Ricciardiel, as I thought, he just left the door open. That was all the invitation D'Alessandro needed. Fantastic opportunities. But look, it was a dummy move. He switched to the inside the last minute. Nothing Ricciardiel could really have done once the Mercedes was alongside there, and he's had to tuck in behind. Still 2/10 behind. Anything could happen there. But we also got to worry about this as Kankmali lets the rear hang out the horseshoe. He is desperate not to give this up with 13 minutes left to go. As SimFrame Esports number 1 are pitting. So it looks like De Bruyne is going to re-inherit 2nd position. Splash and dash for the reigning champions.
Yeah, and that's going to basically wrap up our hypercar battle with 13 minutes still remaining. Ground Effect, Level 1 Esports, SimFrame Esports, 1, 2, 3 for the overall battle, but still looking to close out who is going to take home the championship here at Daytona, or the the Champions Trophy of Daytona, I should say. Still many more rounds left to go, but after 12 hours, 2/10 the gap between GT3 Pro in our lead, as well as between 3rd and 4th position. So Pescara is still doing a great job holding off SimFrame Esports. You can see just how close those two battles are. Half a second between 3rd and 4th, and much less than a quarter of a second between 1st and 2nd. The 75 just continuing to struggle for grip. That front engine grunt of the AMG saving him from himself almost in the corners, and making it so that the Porsche has to go the long way around every single time, but certainly has not yet been able to do so.
Yeah, look at the shower of sparks He keeps trying to throw at Secula. Secula's a much closer to the outside alongside this time as they start the next lap with 11 minutes left on the clock. Can the Porsche outbrake the Mercedes? Oh, the Mercedes going super late on the brakes into the first corner there to hold position. And surely Kakmali, these tires are going to be worn to the bone by the time this race is over, because Secula is pushing him all the way.
Yeah, and the patience of Sekula is incredibly impressive, just seeing how patient he's been. He didn't throw it into turn 1, which could have easily resulted in a big accident. He's just biding his time. He knows he's still got 11 minutes, 20 seconds left in the race, which should be about 6 laps or so, 6, 7, 8 laps or so, which is more than enough time, more than enough opportunities to potentially get past this Caspian Motorsports Mercedes. So certainly not going to want to give away his chances prematurely as they head back onto the banking yet again.
Yep, and they might want to... Oh, look at this. There's a great opportunity here as the boy transport goes around the outside of both of them, and Secula again just gets closer through 6 and 7 and onto the banking. But yeah, Kakmali, to his credit, even though he's looked a little bit unsteady out of some of these corners, he's recovered incredibly well and just driven incredibly smartly there as the lights flash this way and that. Here comes the 46, only a second ahead still of the number 47 then. So yeah, SimFrame, their chances of getting back into victory here are starting to fade a little bit. There we go, they lost a little bit of time behind these GT3s actually, and the 46 has now got the gap up to 1.2. It was 8/10 before this moment, and look at this, Secula once more gearing up for an attack. Can he get to the inside before Kakmali? Oh, he's going to try it. Kakmali defends, and he has to swing to the outside and wrestle for control there. So yeah, Kakmali a little bit wise to that one.
Yeah, with how worn the tires are, swinging it around like that, even on the straightaway, just about caused him to lose grip as they now are both wrestling their cars. It's almost like a supercar race between the two of them because of how worn down those tires are. You have to imagine these tires have been through at least 1 or 2 stints prior to this moment in time, and are just holding on, screaming for mercy from the drivers, and the drivers are just begging for a little bit more grip from each of the tires underneath them.
Yeah, I think Kakmali is begging for Santa Carlos to come through and end the race already, but he might not get his wish at this rate because Secula is just absolutely relentless. What a fantastic final half hour we've had in this race, and we've still got 9 more minutes to go, Braden. For Kakmali, it'll feel like the longest ever. In fact, in fairness, for Ilari Alpius, in that ground effect is going to feel incredibly long as well, because it's been a long race period, and also that they've had to wait so long for that first win, and finally it's only going to be 8 minutes away. Surely if they can just keep going, they're 9 laps ahead. There's only so much that can go wrong in 8 minutes, you'd think.
Yeah, but certainly Murphy's Law applies in this situation. That battle between Pescara SRT and SimFrame Esports, that has opened up to 2 seconds now, so I think that is going to mean that Mercedes at least has 2 out of the 3 podium spots. Meantime, 75 just shading his way out in front of Artur Sekula in turns 3 and 4 of the big Daytona Oval. He's not going to want to let him get all the way to the outside. Meanwhile, what has happened to the McLaren just ahead? Just pulls way off very aggressively. Not sure if that was an odd way to get out of the way. And just as we see that Pastore, yeah, he's gotten a penalty, I imagine, for speeding.
Oh, yeah, it must have potentially allows Nicola Pagani to have a shot at getting back into a 4th in class there. Look at how physical it's getting now between Kakmali and Secula. Secula trying to get alongside Kakmali, refusing to yield. 7 minutes to go. Secula's going to start to get desperate here, surely.
Yeah, and the patience just going to go down and down as time goes on. Meanwhile, the Pro-Am LMP2 battle has opened up to 1.6 seconds, but that has been ebbing and flowing quite significantly. As you see a big lunge there by the Porsche into the West Horseshoe, not able to make anything of it, but still staying mighty close to the back end of the Mercedes. He's certainly going to go to sleep tonight and see those linear, kind of horseshoe cornered rear taillights, and a big time moment there, getting back onto the throttle, trying to just balance that car, balance those rear tires as they screamed for mercy from Sekula, but he's not quite done with them yet. 7 minutes left to do battle between these two drivers and nothing between them.
Oh, and look at Michele De Alessandro, only 11 seconds behind this fight. It's a case of, if there wasn't that drive for earlier for the Pescara SRT, what could have been, but it's still a thrilling finish in prospect nonetheless, and he's done incredibly well to get up to third in the first place. It's a really good run once again from Artur Sekula through that Le Mans chicane. But again, Kakmali knows exactly where to place that car. It's just a case of, can the tyres hold on for 6.5 more minutes? Because Sekula is starting to run out of tricks here.
Yeah, running out of tricks and running out of time and patience. Now going to the outside once again. We've seen this move over and over, but great defense from the Mercedes. Very deep on the brakes into turn one. The Mercedes remarkably good at getting into turn one and utilizing the brakes on the front of that Mercedes AMG, but the cornering is just much better from Sekula in the Porsche. He's going to make a lunge to the inside. Is he going to spin out the 75? The 75 stays straight. A great battle between the two of them. They're making contact. Nothing between them, continuing to battle, and the 75 holds the position for now.
Yeah, Sekula clearly, after hitting him round, got off the throttle there to make sure he didn't emerge ahead. So that was good sportsmanship from the Polish driver there, as he immediately tries to undo that with another attempt into the second Orchu, and dipping wheels onto the grass there. That really shows you he is pushing the limits and a little bit more, because he desperately wants this win. You never know when a chance to win a 12-hour race like this might come around again. It might never come around again. Artur Sekula is very, very well aware of that, and it's the same for Melik Kakmali, who's had to wait so long since Caspian's last class win.
Yeah, and these drivers are both running rapidly out of patience. 5.5 minutes, just under 5.5 minutes remaining in the race. And this battle is continuing to bring Pescara SRT into the fold as traffic coming through, a bunch of LMP2 cars making problems for our GT3 leaders and just getting around there. I think that's one of the Hyperion cars going around the outside. That may, in fact, be our leader in LMP2 Pro Am that's just gone past, if I'm not mistaken, or perhaps our LMP2 Pro leader. But meantime, Artur Sekula has actually lost a good bit of time from the traffic going through the Le Mans chicane, the Le Mans bus stop at the back half of the track. Yellow flags in Sector 2 at the moment. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but this battle cools down just the smallest bit, but traffic is absolutely playing a factor with just how close all these LMP2s are together.
Yeah, it looks like Ricciardiello has dropped to 4.5 seconds behind De Alessandro, so unfortunately, it really is just this battle for the class lead at the moment. Suave 2.1 seconds behind Matthias Pruzak, as it's all just getting very crowded at the end of the first sector here. And Sekula, with that Hyperion appearing out of nowhere, sort of cost him a little bit of time, didn't it, to Kakmali? And that could be the buffer that Melik Kakmali needs, but surely Sekula is going to have enough time for at least one more run at that Mercedes.
Yeah, time rapidly running off the clock, but still 4 minutes remaining. We've just passed that mark, and the Porsche just rapidly trying to get back onto the throttle. Not much that he can do other than just push every little bit he can get out of the car, but the Mercedes has just gotten a bit of reprieve. 8-9 tenths of a second now the gap. Not quite as much slipstream for the Porsche, which is already a bit slower on the straightaways, but there's still many more opportunities to make a move on the Mercedes, and one such opportunity is going to come around in here just a few moments' time. Around turn one is a much better bus stop there for Artur Sekula, as compared to Kakmali, who now also has another of the Porsches. This is one of the Rookie Monster cars up ahead that he's going to be flashing to try to get out of the way.
Oh, we saw what he did to the last one, bullied it right out of the way. We also see actually Daniel Scott has retaken that second position from Lorenzo Maggiolo in the Carloni Racing 82. So Carloni Racing may be having to make a late stop and having to sacrifice that position so the 82 could not get the field to last to the end. So Daniel Scott once more very good field management for Rookie Monsters to get back into the runners-up spot in GT3 AM. And now that's 62 of Tommy Teasdale, their teammate, in the way of the other Porsche of Secula, but not for long as he goes up the inside and continues his breathless pursuit. But he's only got 2.5 minutes left to chase for that win in GT3 Pro. Kakmali looking more and more like he might be able to get away with this one.
Yeah, and Sekula just trying to scythe his way through the traffic as quickly as he possibly can. A deep lunge into the West Horseshoe is going to continue to heat up those front tires especially, then buzzes the rears and heats those up as well for good measure on the exit of the corner, coming now back around back around onto the banking, and just about loses the rear end of the car. It's swiggling back and forth, the rear engine of the Porsche trying to become a front engine without the driver's permission one way or another. As we take a look now at our overall leaders continuing to put on a show, and we look now at the gap between the lapped car that's the Rookie Monster Porsche behind its sister Porsche, or one of the sister Porsches, Artur Sekula, who now seems to be running rapidly at a time, maybe 1 or 2 more laps left where it'll have an opportunity to make any sort of a move, but I think that battle may just about be done.
Yeah, it depends, because I think Alaire Alpes is about halfway through this lap with 90 seconds left on the clock, so it could be tight going for another lap, but either way, this is going to be a historic moment for Grand Effect and for Level 1 Esports for that matter, with both of them rounding out the top 2 places in the Hypercar podium. But yeah, for Alaire Alpes, after so much heartbreak so far this season, this is going to be perhaps the sweetest moment of his endurance racing career so far. But no room for that fault for Kakmali as he struggles to get the rear end of that car through the first corner with a minute left on the clock. And yeah, look at this. Sekula is just absolutely buzzing like crazy, spinning the rear tires out and maybe pushing that a little bit too hard there. And that could be the end of the battle.
Yeah, I think that may just about have given Kakmali what he needed, nearly a second now, 3/4 of a second, the gap between those two cars heading into the West Horseshoe for what could be the penultimate time. Just coming up here as an LMP2 goes off for just a moment. They're not sure exactly who that was. That was a red, white, and blue car off to the left-hand side of the track, but a good opportunity for the 8 car to get through without losing too much time, although we'll now have to succeed that time on the banking, and I just think the gap a little bit too big to make anything of it now, with just 15 seconds remaining, rapidly coming down to the clock, striking 0. And for our leaders, Ground Effect, the number 27 car, after having some terrible misfortune in earlier rounds of the championship, are going to make it around for what should be the final lap. So well done by that Porsche outfit. And the battle continues now for the GT3 Pro. I'm not sure if there's going to be any sort of a move from the Porsche here. That gap getting closer and closer. This is going to be his last chance.
Yeah, so as Alaire Alpes, the moment that he never thought would come is about to arrive as he comes towards the line now. And Grand Effect are victorious in the 12 hours of Daytona. But who is going to win the GT3 Pro Class? Sekula is just meters away, but Kakmali holds on to it. It's victory for the Caspian Motorsport 75 in a thrilling finish. Those final 30 minutes were just absolutely spellbinding. But for Alaire Alpes and Sander Callas, the whole race was a dream, and it's a dream come true, and there's not going to be a dry eye in the house. I feel a bit emotional because they've had to wait so long for that. So well deserved. And it looks like De Bruyne and Smeriglio have come through to finish in second and third as well in Hypercar. But here comes Patrick Swiatkowski. Hyperion going to retake the lead of the LMP2 Championship, the Season 5 champions. After a peerless drive, they're back on top.
Yeah, an absolutely flawless drive from the Hyperion Esports number 44 team. No foot put wrong throughout the day, and Hyperion are actually going to sweep the LMP2 categories. The number 44 are going to take home the Pro category. Pro-Am, they are going to rather decidedly outpace Simframe Esports despite a valiant charge at the end of the race. 60 seconds going to be the gap there. As he comes across the line, Patrick Swiatkowski going to come across the line victorious for Hyperion Esports, and a great day for that outfit overall. In the meantime, GT3 AM, MR Motorsport number 66, this is Francesco De Decano. He has made his way back around to take the checkered flag in that BMW M4 GT3, rather brightly colored neon with a black base car that has done just wonders and has kind of come out despite some exciting moments earlier on in the race, and it looks like a little bit of a glitch there. But just riding around in celebration, yeah, that was quite the moment there.
Yeah, we didn't talk too much about Di Gaetano, did we? Just look at Laurie Alpi's doing donuts in the background. Wow, how much this must mean to him, as well as to Meli just holding on by the skin of his teeth. I think he's going to need a dental surgery after that one. But yeah, we didn't talk much about Di Gaetano, but 94 second, a whole lap ahead of Daniel Scott there. It was a fantastic performance from MI Motorsport 66 level on esports. They're equally happy with their second place, I think, because they didn't expect that going into this one as well. But these 12-hour races, they kind of turn up the books, and it's a roller coaster of emotions for everyone involved. But yeah, you got to say, Grand Effect leaders in the championship now, and with Level 1 Esports in between them and Simframe, they came with a 5-point lead. It's going to be pretty significant. I think they're 15 points in the lead now at the very least at the head of the table. So it's such a feel-good story for the Chileans, for the entire Grand Effect team. And Jose Ignacio, I'm sure, is going to be so proud watching this at home. So let's go through the order then, as our leader celebrates in the background. There he is, confirmation. No, you are not dreaming. Do not adjust your set. Laurie Alpius and Grand Effect Sim Racing are victorious in Hypercar for the first time, with Dave De Bruyn in second for Level 1 Esports. Danilo Smariglio, the reigning champions, have to settle for third. It's backwards into the pits comes a delighted Alpius. Thomas Grabelny did get the Sweet Force car home in fourth, so that's going to be one of their biggest point totals of the season so far, but not finishing. Where, of course, Project 91 and our former team championship leaders, Team Iris, LMP2 Pro. Patrick Sukowski wins from Roland Zux. So Hyperion beats Go Team this time around with Blackhawk in third. Hyperion 45 have to settle for fourth with Davide Lupi, fifth for Team Sheba. Simone Malili, sixth for Carlini Racing. And Simet Ozturk Sunset, sadly, not getting to the sunset because they retired very, very early doors, the 83 team. LMP2 Pro-Am, Matthias Pruzak takes victory from Federico Suave. After a thrilling finish between those two, it must be said, Jansen Bintz, great result for Boy Transport to get another podium for that squad. They will be satisfied with that. Christian Pascal, fourth in the end after difficulty for the Blue Bolt team. And Paolo Penimpede, that late issue, meaning they miss out on fourth position, the former points leaders. Maximilian Pinter has to settle for sixth for Team Sheba with Arco Hollistel, seventh for the Fuel Savers. Marv Donderkambi gets the Cassandra Sim Racing team home in eighth, but Lapadula, Fanar Racing Italia, White ran out of fuel, and Fieri Bovo, the Flying Goats, never really got going in this race, sad to say. Milakak Mali, what more can be said? Him and Sekula having a fantastic battle at the end, but it's Caspian Motorsport that take their first win in over a season. GR Simfrast gave it a really superb effort, but fell just meters short. I think it was 7,000ths of a second over the line or something like that. I saw on the timing screen. Michele D'Alessandro only 6 seconds behind. It's a case of what could have been Profescar SRT, but nonetheless a great podium for them. Puts them right in the championship hunt as they beat Alessandro Riccardiel and the Simframe Junior team, who nonetheless had a good recovery. Nicky Pastor, he is fifth for Team Sheba. Nicola Pagani is sixth for Team Tamelli ERT. Francesco Giniali, seventh for Arm Super 41. Sebastian Zico for La Casacu is eighth. And Guido Serrani rounds out the 8 GT3 Pro finishes, with Luca Bonetti not getting to the end for the former points leaders at Virtual Drivers Alliance. Finally, Di Gaetano gets the MR Motorsport 66 home in first position. First victory for them of the season. MR Motorsports will be happy with. Rookie Monsters, the 63, getting their best result in second after Daniel Scott did great to outfox Lorenzo Maggiolo on strategy with Carlini Racing in third. Tommy Teasdale for the championship leaders hold on to the lead with fourth position in the overall points. And Marco Pereira is fifth for the Grow Racing team with Salvatore Pastore. I think it was him who had that massive moment and penalty at the end. He falls to sixth. Revian Gumila is seventh for Casatria Sim Racing with Will Snowden getting to the end. Difficult race for the 306, but they did nonetheless see the checkered flag. Unfortunately, Alessandro Manfredi and the Virtual Drivers Alliance and Lucrezia Milanese for Symphony Esports Pink cannot say the same. So, half the season done. I'm running out of breath and worried about waking people up, but we still got half the season to go, Braden. And if it's anything like the first half, we're in for a treat. 6 hours at Interlagos is your next stop on the 8th of February. So 12 hours done, and still plenty of time left in the season, Braden. But what do you think overall of the 12 hours of Daytona?
Yeah, I mean, 456 laps, 12 hours completed, and nothing between the GT3 category. But you have to feel good for Ground Effect having finally pulled off that victory. The Chilean team doing their absolute best and really just outfoxing the field entirely. Had the second fastest lap of all overall in the hypercar category. Just about the fastest overall speed, a great final lap despite having such a large lead. Even if you look at the hypercar category, they had the second fastest final lap. So you have to feel good for Ground Effect. You have to also feel good for Hyperion Esports sweeping LMP2 Pro and Pro Am, and of course for Caspian Motorsports and Kakmali for doing a fantastic job. Yeah, sorry, just got frog in my throat for a moment there, but just
Okay,
doing a
we're all
fantastic
emotional.
job of holding off Sakula. Yeah, a tear in my eye, indeed. But you have to also feel good for the Team Rookie Monsters. A great showing for them. Teasdale and Scott coming up in second and fourth, respectively, in category. So overall, lots of action despite 12 hours of racing, still coming to within just a few meters the difference for the lead in GT3 Pro. And after double points in this is going to make the championship for the remainder of the season ever more interesting, and certainly something you're going to want to tune in for.
Yep. Perhaps the least expected thing we all thought we'd see at the end of the race was a Ground Effect victory. We thought it would never happen. Finally, it has happened. Congratulations to Jose Ignacio, team principal, and Alario Alpis and Santa Callas on a well-deserved hypercar victory. We'll see you in February for the 6 hours of Interlagos. I'll see you later today, Braden. But thank you very much for watching. The fourth round of EES. Second half of the season promises to be spectacular. Don't miss it. I've been Edward Hunter. Mario Cano has been on the broadcast, and thanks to all the commentators who helped out today and yesterday as well. Bye for now.